Still on the stairs, Yi Fan and Shin Mange were already locked in a passionate kiss. The emotions between the two had been pent up for far too long. From the Yi family funeral to that night in Huadu to the chaos at the Shin family in Guangxing to last night. And then today they had endured too many trials and tribulations. Now everything had fallen perfectly into place, as if it were meant to be. Yi Fan's hands began to wander, though Shin Mange's face flushed with shyness. The thought that this was her own villa made her yield to Yi Fan's advances. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, their clothes already loosened as they moved toward the bed. When suddenly, a surge of powerful energy rippled through the room. Yi Fan, prepare to die. A furious roar accompanied the flash of a gleaming battle blade slashing toward Yi Fan. Under the glow of the window's light, the wielder of the blade was none other than Su Wandao's stubborn disciple, Jiang Xiuming. Damn it! Yi Fan was instantly annoyed. He had only heard that this guy was stubborn, but he never expected him to be this relentless. He thought Jiang Xiuming's threat to hunt him down at the Vermilion camp was just talk. Yet here he was, having stealthily infiltrated the Shin family compound. Ah! Who's there? The sudden appearance of a stranger made Shin Mange shriek in alarm as she hurriedly adjusted her disheveled clothes. Jiang Xiuming was only at the martial sovereign level, while Yi Fan had reached martial saint. Dealing with him was effortless. Still, the man's abrupt intrusion startled Yi Fan. Clang! Facing Jiang Xiuming's blade, Yi Fan didn't even dodge. Calmly, he extended 2 fingers and clamped down on the weapon, channeling his energy. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp snaps echoed as Jiang Xiuming's blade shattered into fragments, scattering like iron dust on the floor. Jiang Xiuming, you're no match for me. Get lost. Don't ruin my moment. With his beloved right in front of him, Yi Fan had no patience for Jiang Xiuming's antics. But once Jiang Xiuming's stubbornness kicked in, there was no turning back. Humph! Even if I can't beat you, I'll still kill you. You murdered my master. I must avenge him. With his blade destroyed, Jiang Xiuming swung his fists and charged again. Yi Fan frowned, grabbed Jiang Xiuming by the shoulder, and hurled him straight out the window. The throw sent him flying dozens of meters away, landing right on the street outside. As he tossed him, Yi Fan sealed Jiang Xiuming's meridians, ensuring he wouldn't recover until morning. This obstinate fool, picking the worst time to cause trouble. If it were anyone else, Yi Fan would have killed them on the spot. But he spared Jiang Xiuming because Hou Tianji had mentioned that despite his stubbornness, the man was righteous. Jiang Xiuming never backed down against foreign invaders. That was why Yi Fan let him live. This fool didn't even know Su Wandao wasn't actually dead. But with the late hour, Yi Fan had no patience to argue and simply threw him out. Mange, come. Let's continue. Yi Fan closed the window and set up a barrier outside before turning back to Shin Mange with an inviting smile. Shin Mange had been deeply immersed in the moment, but Jiang Xiuming's sudden appearance had shaken her. She still hadn't fully recovered. Xiao Fan, that person just now, he won't. The thought of a stranger witnessing her in such a state made her skin crawl. She had her standards. While she was willing to indulge Yi Fan in every way, no other man was allowed to so much as glance at her, let alone touch her. Don't worry, I've sealed his meridians. He won't wake until morning. And I've set up a barrier outside. No one will disturb us now. Yi Fan's gaze burned into Shin Mange. Tonight, she wore a silky pink nightgown that clung to her curves, leaving nothing to the imagination. Though Yi Fan had explored every inch before, each encounter brought new discoveries. Shin Mange trusted Yi Fan completely. With a soft murmur of agreement, she closed her eyes. Ah! As the room's lights dimmed, the atmosphere grew thick with desire, the air itself humming with romance. Clothes flew, the sheets tangled. The scene unfolding in the room was so intimate that even the Mona Lisa in the painting on the wall turned her head away, too shy to witness such harmony. Heaven and earth may part, but never shall we. Once the ritual was complete, a golden thread emerged from Shin Mange's body, transferring entirely to Yi Fan. In his palm, a golden pattern materialized, a shimmering invitation. Was this the immortal path guide? Yifan barely glanced at it. Right now, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. A long time passed, an hour, perhaps two. The room finally settled into quiet. Whether from exhaustion or the burden of the immortal path guide, Yifan, unusually, fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, outside the Shin family compound, 4 or 5 figures still lurked, Jiang Xiuming's loyal subordinates. This is bizarre. What kind of formation is set up here? Why can't we get in? The chubby leader scratched his head in frustration. They had tried dozens of times. The villa gate and walls were right there, yet no matter how they tried, they couldn't cross in. Enough, Fatso. Stop whining. Whether we can get in isn't the issue. It's that Zhang's been inside for so long without a single sound. What do we do? Exactly. We saw him sneak in, but there's been no movement since. And no one's come out either, right? 2 hours have passed, and aside from that shadow flying out earlier, probably just a bird, nothing's happened. These martial sovereign-level experts were just as stubborn as their leader. Their eyes remained fixed on the villa, completely oblivious to the ditch behind them. There, a figure had been writhing for 2 hours, his lips pale from gulping down filthy water. It was none other than Jiang Xiuming, whom Yifan had tossed out. With his meridians sealed, Jiang Xiuming couldn't muster any energy or even speak. As he listened to his idiots bicker all night, never once looking back, he seethed. Can't you morons see it was me who flew out earlier? I'm going to die because of you fools one day. When the first light of dawn broke, as the eastern sky began to lighten, Jiang Xiuming finally felt the bloodline blockade in his body loosen slightly. At least his arms could move again. When Jiang Xiuming had been thrown out earlier, by sheer misfortune, his head had plunged straight into a filthy ditch. His face had been submerged in the stinking water all night, and he'd even been forced to gulp down mouthfuls of the foul liquid. If not for his robust constitution, he would have long since drowned. Splash! Using his numb arms for support, Jiang Xiuming dragged his face out of the ditch and onto the bank, gasping for air. Above the ditch, his subordinates had been circling the Shin family villa for 48 laps, stubbornly refusing to glance into the ditch or, in their sheer stupidity, even think of returning to base for reinforcements. Furious, Jiang Xiuming looked around, grabbed a brick, and hurled it at the balding man with only 3 strands of hair left on his head. Ouch! Who the hell hit me? The bald man yelped in pain, jumping up from the spot. Holy shit! Do you think the Shin family's defensive array has gained sentience and started attacking us? Jiang Xiuming was seriously tempted to kick this idiot all the way to the Pacific Ocean. He'd met plenty of fools in his life, but rarely one as utterly brainless as this. How the hell did this moron even become my subordinate? Damn it! They must be dragging my IQ down with them. The other men glanced around, and one with narrow eyes finally spotted the brick on the ground. Boss, no. Someone deliberately threw that at you. But there's no one here. Who could it be? Squinting, the narrow-eyed man scanned the area until, merciful heavens, he finally noticed Jiang Xiuming lying by the ditch. Huh? Boss, look. There's someone in the ditch. How did we miss him? Was he the one who hit you? Wait. Doesn't he look like young Master Jiang? They moved closer, and under the morning light, realization struck. Ah, it really is young Master Jiang. Sir, why are you lying in a ditch? The mosquitoes down there are vicious. Your lips are pale, and your eyelids are swollen from bites. Sir, when did you come out here to sleep? Why didn't you tell us? As they babbled, the group scrambled down, lifting Jiang Xiuming out of the ditch. Their words made him want to die on the spot. Damn it! Do I look like someone who enjoys sleeping in a sewage ditch? Am I insane? Huh? Why isn't young Master Jiang saying anything? After several unanswered questions, one of them finally caught on. Oh, his bloodline's still sealed. I knew it. At last, these genius subordinates figured out the problem and used their martial energy to unblock Jiang Xiuming's meridians. And then chaos erupted. The moment Jiang Xiuming regained his strength, he chased his idiots around, beating them senseless. Ack, sir, why are you kicking my ass? Sir, it's not our fault. We really didn't see you. Ow. Don't crush my balls. I'm still single. Sir, I won't run. Just don't hit my face. Okay? After 10 minutes of venting, Jiang Xiuming collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Glaring at the Shin family villa, he sighed bitterly. Sir, how did the assassination go? Is Yi Fan dead? His battered subordinates, faces swollen, shuffled closer and asked the most tactless question possible. Jiang Xiuming wished he could disown them. Are you blind? I got thrown out, didn't I? That bastard Yi Fan is probably making babies by now. The thought of spending the night in a ditch while Yi Fan slept soundly with that stunning actress made Jiang Xiuming sick to his stomach. Then, sir, since the mission failed, what's next? If Yi Fan likes women, maybe we could disguise ourselves as women and sneak in. The bald man, who resembled a gorilla, suggested cross-dressing as a strategy. Jiang Xiuming closed his eyes in despair. Get lost. All of you. Disappear right now. I'll figure this out myself. On the verge of tears, he chased them away. After several minutes of deep breathing, he steeled himself and glared at the Shin estate. Yi Fan, I won't give up. As long as you don't kill me, I'll keep coming for you. During meals, in your sleep, even when you're taking a shit. Just you wait. With that, he crept toward the villa. Dawn was breaking. Yi Fan was probably still asleep. Perfect. Time to stab him to death. Meanwhile, in Shin Manor's private courtyard, the moment Jiang Xiuming moved, Yi Fan awoke. Last night's sleep had been deep and refreshing. After performing the Heaven's Decree, 9 movements, his strength had broken through to Martial Saint Tier 3. And after his night with Shin Mange, thanks to her unique physique and the effects of the Immortal Path Guide, he'd advanced further to Tier 4, with his spiritual sense reaching the microscopic perception realm. Flicking his wrist, Yi Fan summoned a golden invitation. 2 lines shimmered on its surface. The immortal path is vast, yet I am its guide. A millennium sigh, dissolved into dust. Below it read, Immortal Gate Assembly. Date to be determined. The energy radiating from the Immortal Path Guide was immense. Even at Tier 4, Yi Fan could sense that the power within this slip of paper far surpassed that of any martial saint. Does a realm beyond martial saints truly exist? Just how terrifying are these so-called immortals? Within his dantian, the golden thread, present since earlier, had thickened. Its purpose remained unclear, but Yi Fan suspected the answers would come once he eliminated all his enemies and attended the Immortal Gate Assembly. His gaze softened as he glanced at Shin Mange, still asleep in bed. Last night she had fully become his, and thanks to the energy flowing through him, her own strength had broken through to the martial venerable realm, making her a top-tier expert in Great Xia. Barring interference from the old monsters of the world, few could threaten her now. Dawn approached, and with the matter of the Vermilion Bird Cavalry's Su Wandao still unresolved, Yi Fan decided to freshen up before heading out, lest that stubborn Jiang Xiuming come looking for trouble again. Entering the bathroom, he had just settled onto the toilet when a chill shot up his spine. Die, Yi Fan! A blade thrust upward from the toilet bowl, straight toward his crotch. Holy shit! Even though Yi Fan was already a martial saint at the 4th tier, he was once again utterly shocked. Jiang Xiuming again? This stubborn bastard actually dismantled his own toilet and popped his head out from underneath to assassinate him? What the hell? Yi Fan didn't even have time to pull up his pants before dodging to the side and delivering a swift kick to Jiang Xiuming's head. Originally, Yi Fan had planned to grab Jiang Xiuming by hand, but the thought of pulling someone out of a toilet was just too disgusting. So instead, he simply kicked Jiang Xiuming straight from the 2nd floor down to the 1st. Damn it! No! He had to tell Jiang Xiuming the truth right now. Otherwise, who knew where this stubborn idiot would pop up next time? Last time, it was the bedroom. This time, the toilet. Next time, Yi Fan was afraid Jiang Xiuming might silently crawl into his damn bed. Ugh! Just the thought of that horrifying scenario sent a chill down Yi Fan's spine. Jiang Xiuming, enough is enough. Yi Fan flashed downstairs, watching as Jiang Xiuming struggled to get up from the floor, utterly exasperated. Didn't Elder Ho already say to let things play out? What the hell are you in such a rush for? Jiang Xiuming, having failed in his assassination attempt, looked disappointed. His lips, pale from soaking in the toilet, still curled stubbornly as he retorted, "Humph! It wasn't your teacher who died, so of course you're not in a hurry. Just you wait. I'll be back." As he spoke, Jiang Xiuming made a move to escape through the window. He knew his own strength all too well. As a mere martial venerable, he stood no chance against Yi Fan in a direct confrontation. If he wanted to take Yi Fan down, he'd have to rely on sneak attacks. "Get back here." Yi Fan rubbed his temples in frustration. Dealing with someone this stubborn was a headache. Killing him wasn't an option, but letting him run wild was just as troublesome. "Fine. I'll tell you the truth, your teacher isn't dead. Stop coming up with these ridiculous schemes to kill me." Yi Fan's words froze Jiang Xiuming in place. "My teacher isn't dead?" Jiang Xiuming's voice was laced with disbelief. "Yi Fan, do you take me for a 3-year-old? I saw you kill him with my own eyes, and now you're telling me he's alive? Do you think my head's full of water or something? Listen up, Yi Fan. I'm coming after you for the rest of my life. Unless you kill me, I'll never let this go." Yi Fan was at a loss for words. He grabbed Jiang Xiuming by the shoulder. "You stubborn mule. Are you a bull or a donkey in disguise? What you saw wasn't the truth. Last night, your teacher and I were just putting on a show for others. What I killed was a puppet corpse. Your teacher is alive and well, staying at a hotel. Keep lying. If I believe a single word of that, I'll call you Grandpa." Jiang Xiuming refused to budge. "I don't care about the feud between the Yi family and Prince Jean, but when it involves my teacher, I will step in. Yi Fan was tempted to strangle Jiang Xiuming right then and there. Was there really someone this stubborn in the world? "Fine. If I take you to see your teacher alive right now, what then? No more waiting. Not a single second longer." Yi Fan decided to take Jiang Xiuming to Su Wandao immediately. He also wanted to ask Su Wandao what the hell he'd been thinking, taking on such a bull-headed student. How had he endured it all these years? "Ha! If my teacher's alive, I'll kneel and call you Daddy on the spot. I'll be your loyal lapdog for life. Absolute devotion." Jiang Xiuming blurted out without hesitation. Yi Fan shuddered at the thought. Jiang Xiuming as his lapdog? Something about that just felt wrong. With that stubborn personality, if Jiang Xiuming really became his lapdog, he'd probably lick Yi Fan's skin raw. Still, Yi Fan was thoroughly fed up with Jiang Xiuming's antics. He was genuinely curious to see the look on Jiang Xiuming's face when he saw Su Wandao alive. Would this stubborn fool really kneel and call him daddy? Would he actually become a lapdog? Deal. No takebacks. Let's go. With a cold snort, Yi Fan grabbed Jiang Xiuming and tossed him into the back seat of his car. Stomping on the gas, he sped toward the hotel Gua Li had arranged. "Old Gua, how's the DNA comparison coming along?" Yi Fan asked over the comms as he drove. "Boss, I was just about to call you. Great news, the results are in. We ran tests at 3 different institutions and they all match. The DNA similarity between the 2 young ladies and Commander Su is 99.999%. Commander Su is their biological father." Hearing Gua Li's words, Yi Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed his decision back then had been the right one. Thank goodness he hadn't killed Su Wandao. Otherwise, accepting Daya and Xiaoya would have left a permanent knot in his conscience. Now, not only would Jiang Xiuming see his teacher alive and stop harassing Yi Fan, but Daya and Xiaoya could also reunite with their real father. It was a win-win. Yi Fan then dialed Yamada Keiko's number. "Master, you finally remembered me." Yamada Keiko's sultry voice purred through the phone. "So early in the morning. Do you have any needs? I can come over right now. Anything you want." Her seductive tone sent a rush of heat through Yi Fan's body. This little temptress. I'll have to punish her properly one of these days. Cut it out. This is serious. Take Daya and Xiaoya to the Oriental Grand Hotel immediately. "Huh." Yamada Keiko paused, then giggled in realization. "Oh, I see. Master wants to inspect their progress? Hehe. Don't worry. I've been teaching them very diligently these past few days. They've become so naughty I guarantee you'll love it. I'll get them up and freshened up right away. As the call ended abruptly, Yi-fan was left utterly baffled. He'd only asked Yamada Keiko to bring Daya and Xiaoya to confirm their father's identity. Why the hell were they freshening up this early in the morning? It took him 2 seconds to realize the misunderstanding. 2 days ago, he had told Yamada Keiko to corrupt the 2 saintesses within 2 days. But his intention was to make them street smart, so they wouldn't be easily fooled by others. That was not the kind of corruption Yamada Keiko had in mind. Yi-fan tried calling back to explain, but no one picked up. Given Yamada Keiko's mischievous nature, he could already imagine her frantically giving Daya and Xiaoya last-minute lessons, even though she herself was still a virgin, armed with nothing but theoretical knowledge. Up! Hurry and get up! Daya, Xiaoya, it's time to present your work. Haha! Master wants you at the Oriental Grand Hotel right away. Get ready, and don't forget the moves I taught you. Oh, and definitely wear those outfits we bought yesterday. Trust me, Master won't be able to resist you. Really? That's great. After studying for 2 or 3 days, is it finally time to show my skills? So exciting. Xiaoyu sprang up from the bed, flaunting her proud figure without restraint. Her provocative posture and curvaceous silhouette were undeniably striking. Her skills were indeed formidable and expansive. Moreover, what was even more crucial was that Xiaoya now exuded an added allure, a bewitching charm. 2 days ago, when Yi-fan handed Daya and Xiaoya over to Yamada Keiko, both were like blank slates. Though they possessed peerless beauty and extraordinary figures, something still felt missing, like spring water, too pure. But now, under Yamada Keiko's careful guidance, the 2 saintesses of the goose sect were like plain water infused with sugar and passion fruit, creating a lingering sweetness and an entirely new flavor. Keiko, so early in the morning. Young Master Yi. Though Daya had also been somewhat corrupted by Yamada Keiko's teachings, she was naturally more reserved and composed, so her heart still fluttered with nervousness. After the assassination operation that day, both Daya and Xiaoya had mentally prepared themselves to accept Yi-fan. But when the moment of truth approached, Daya hesitated again. After all, they had only theoretical knowledge, and facing reality was still daunting. Daya, stop overthinking it. Hurry up and change, let's go. Yamada Keiko playfully grabbed Daya. Look at you, with such a great figure, wouldn't it be a waste not to show it off? Besides, you've seen how many stunning beauties surround young Master now. If you don't seize this opportunity, you'll regret it later when you're stuck at the back of the line. Look at me. I've been with him for so long, and I still haven't gotten my chance. As Yamada Keiko spoke of her relationship with Yi-fan, her expression dimmed slightly. Her mother had been a maid to Yi-fan's mother, and she had been tasked with serving Yi-fan. In Huadu, she had presented herself to him multiple times, yet Yi-fan had restrained himself, never acting on it. Sigh. Was her charm not enough? She wasn't much worse than the other girls, was she? Perhaps she needed to seek advice from Sister One sometime. Do I really have to wear this? This nurse outfit, the skirt is too short and the neckline is too low. Daya was still hesitating while Xiaoya exchanged a mischievous glance with Yamada Keiko. Keiko, let's help her get dressed together, hee. On the way to the Oriental Grand Hotel, Yi-fan was focused on driving. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiuming, now free to move in the back seat, eyed Yi-fan with a sudden thought. This was the perfect opportunity for an assassination attempt. Yi-fan was concentrating on driving, he wouldn't be paying much attention to the back. Do it. Jiang Xiuming sat up quietly, drew a dagger from his sleeve, and without hesitation thrust it toward the driver's seat. Die, Yi-fan. This time, Jiang Xiuming had learned his lesson. Instead of attacking Yi-fan directly, he aimed to pierce through the seat to reduce the chance of detection. But instead of the expected thud, his hand was suddenly entangled in something, completely immobilized. Looking down, he saw his wrist wrapped tightly in red threads, like a spider's web, dense and unyielding, cocooning his hand like a silkworm. The dagger had barely touched the seat before it was stopped dead in its tracks. Wah! Jiang Xiuming struggled, but the seemingly delicate red threads were as unbreakable as steel, suspending his hands midair, utterly immobile. These red threads were, of course, the manifestation of Yi-fan's crimson silk overlord physique. Are you out of your mind? Just calm down. I told you your teacher isn't dead, not dead. Can't you wait 5 minutes? Yi-fan was so exasperated he almost slammed the steering wheel. Jiang Xiuming's stubbornness was truly something else. What was going through this guy's head? Was he determined to kill Yu Fan at every turn? If he didn't see his teacher alive with his own eyes, this guy would probably never give up. The car sped toward the Oriental Grand Hotel where Guoli and Wang Fugue were already waiting at the entrance. "How's Commander Su's condition?" Yi Fan asked Guoli as he stepped out of the car. Glancing at Jiang Xiuming, still bound by the red threads, Guoli replied, "Commander Su is fine. He's been unconscious since returning to the hotel yesterday, probably because your seal hasn't been lifted yet." Yi Fan nodded. "Take us up." Old Wang, Wendiya, and Xiaoya arrive, bring them straight to the room. Jiang Xiuming, dragged along with his hands bound in red threads, drew curious glances from hotel guests, making his face burn with embarrassment. "Yi Fan, at least untie my hands." This made him look like a criminal. Yi Fan shot him a cold glance. "Untie you? So you can stab me again?" This stubborn fool, if released, he'd probably try another sneak attack. Though Yi Fan's current strength made Jiang Xiuming's assaults negligible, constant backstabbing was still annoying. Inside the presidential suite on the 8th floor, the moment Jiang Xiuming entered, he saw Su Wandao lying on the bed. His entire body froze. "Huh? Teacher? Teacher's really not dead? How's this possible?" His pupils dilated in shock, and he even rubbed his eyes with his bound hands. "Am I hallucinating?" "Yeah, must be a hallucination." Thud. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiuming punched himself in the face, hard enough to draw blood. But when he opened his eyes again, Su Wandao was still there. "What the hell? Is this a fake? A corpse?" Thud. He punched himself again. Still, Su Wandao remained. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan retracted the red threads, freeing Jiang Xiuming's hands. The man immediately lunged forward, poking and prodding at Su Wandao, lifting his eyelids, pinching his nose, checking his pulse. "Holy shit, he's really alive? Not a dummy? What the hell is going on? Damn it. Was Yi Fan using a lookalike to trick him? No, he had to expose this. The best way? Pluck Su Wandao's beard." Su Wandao had 8 distinctive strands of beard on his chin, each an inch or 2 long, his signature feature, something he cherished even in sleep. Anyone who touched it would face his wrath. "Worth a try?" Jiang Xiuming smirked, then grabbed Su Wandao's beard and yanked hard. Rip. 6 strands came off instantly. "Ah! You little bastard, Jiang Xiuming. Why the hell are you pulling my beard?" Su Wandao howled in pain, leaping up and kicking Jiang Xiuming to the ground. "Ow! You trying to kill me? Is he really alive?" Jiang Xiuming staggered up from the ground, his face twisted in disbelief as he glanced between Su Wandao and Yi Fan. "You're faking it. You're putting on one hell of an act. Still trying to fool me." After a brief pause, he convinced himself he'd uncovered the truth. "I saw my teacher burn to death with my own eyes. And now you've got some imposter pretending to be him? Do you really think I'm that stupid? Even grew out 8 tufts of beard just like him. Well, I'll rip every last one off." Seizing the moment while Su Wandao was distracted, Jiang Xiuming lunged again, grabbing the last 2 remaining tufts of beard and yanking them clean off with a pop. Goddamn it, you little brat. Are you blind or just brain dead? Who the hell could impersonate me? I'll beat you senseless. Su Wandao, now completely beardless after decades of cultivation, hopped in fury. To make matters worse, this stubborn disciple had the audacity to stick fingers up his nostrils and even pry at his mouth. Bam! 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 Su Wandao unleashed his full strength, chi surging through his arms as he snatched Jiang Xiuming up and slammed him into the ground. "After all I've done for you. At 8, you burned my grapevines. At 13, you pissed all over my prized tobacco stash. I never held it against you, but today I'm settling every last score." Between each brutal strike, Su Wandao recounted every humiliating secret from Jiang Xiuming's past, things no one else could possibly know. As the beating continued, Jiang Xiuming's defiance crumbled into horror. Teacher. It's really you? You're not dead? But yesterday, I saw Yi Fan burn you alive." Su Wandao glared, exasperated. "Oh, so you wanted me dead, you little bastard? And no. How are you alive? Did Yi Fan use some kind of resurrection magic?" Jiang Xiuming's confusion was genuine. Though Su Wandao had been knocked unconscious earlier when Yi Fan punched him into a crater, his mind had remained alert. He'd witnessed everything: Guoli and Wang Fugue's actions, even the bait and switch trick. When Yi Fan pulled out that lifelike puppet replica, Su Wandao had been stunned. Without seeing it himself, he'd never have believed a perfect double of him could be killed in his place. The world thought Yi Fan had murdered Su Wandao. In truth, he'd only destroyed a puppet. Realizing this, Su Wandao's fury ebbed. If he had struggled to believe it, how could Jiang Xiuming be blamed? With a sigh, Su Wandao helped his battered disciple up. Sometimes seeing isn't believing, understand? He frowned at Jiang Xiuming's swollen lips and bruised face. Did I hit you that hard? Jiang Xiuming stayed silent. The lip swelling was actually from soaking in a sewage ditch all night, but Su Wanao had beaten him black and blue. His eyes were now panda-like, dark and purple. I'm fine, teacher. I'm just glad you're alive. Jiang Xiuming avoided Su Wandao's gaze, zeroing in on the lone half-tuft of beard still twitching on his chin. A compulsive itch took over. Sorry, teacher. In a flash, he yanked the last remnant off. Su Wandao's scream pierced the air. Ah! You psycho! The poor man, freshly revived, had now endured 3 beard pluckings. The sting wasn't lethal, but it carried the same nostalgic agony of his teenage years, yanking hairs out with sewing thread for lack of a razor. That searing pinch brought tears to his eyes. He raised a fist, ready to pummel Jiang Xiuming again, but stopped. The boy's injuries, courtesy of Yi Fan's earlier beatings, softened his anger. Did you complete the task I gave you? Su Wandao's tone turned grave. To the outside world, he was dead. If Jiang Xiuming hadn't purged Prince Jin's loyalists as instructed, the Vermilion Bird Cavalry would be in chaos. Done. Deputy Qi is handling the cleanup. As for me, I went after Yi Fan for revenge and got this. Jiang Xiuming wilted under their combined stares. So it was true, his teacher was alive. Ho Tianji had warned him to let the bullet fly a while, but no, he charged in head first. And now, after that insane oath he'd sworn to Yi Fan. Jiang Xiuming, Yi Fan deadpanned? Now that the corpse is standing here, you won't be crawling out of another toilet to stab me, right? The memory of Jiang Xiuming's sewage-soaked ambush still baffled him. Only a martial saint like Yi Fan could have dodged that dagger, anyone else would have gotten a new asshole. Yi Fan, I was wrong. Jiang Xiuming spun and bowed deeply. I apologize for my idiocy. I swear I'll never. Thud. Before Su Wandao's disbelieving eyes, Jiang Xiuming dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Dad, I messed up. He cried, face pressed to the ground. From today on, I, Jiang Xiuming, am your most loyal simp. But please, how did you bring teacher back? I saw him burn. If you don't explain, I'll lose sleep forever. Su Wandao's soul nearly left his body. What the hell? His stubborn, fearless disciple, the one who fought everyone, even the heir, was now groveling and calling Yi Fan dad? From vengeful fury to kneeling in seconds? Not only was Su Wandao stunned, even Yi Fan was shocked by the stubborn fool. At first, Yi Fan had thought Jiang Xiuming's declaration of kneeling and calling him daddy and being his lapdog was just a joke. But to his surprise, the guy actually took it seriously. Not only that, but Jiang Xiuming had no regard for his own dignity. He actually knelt before Yi Fan without hesitation. Damn, that was ruthless. One daddy is enough. As for being a lapdog, forget it. I'm not interested in men, Yi Fan replied, his lips twitching. As for last night's secret, I'll just show you. Yi Fan knew that with Jiang Xiuming's stubbornness, if he didn't reveal the truth, the guy would probably sneak into his room again tonight to dig for answers. What do you mean, forget it? Daddy Yi Fan, when I, Jiang Xiuming, say something, I mean it. How can I just take it back? Tell me, where should I start licking? I'm ready right now. Just give the order and I'll do anything. That was just how Jiang Xiuming was, completely unreasonable, fixated on his own logic. Once he'd decided on something, he'd pursue it relentlessly, even at the cost of his life. At first, hearing daddy had felt novel to Yi Fan. But after Jiang Xiuming kept repeating it, Yi Fan's skin began to crawl. Stop. If you're really going to obey me, then stand up and act normal. Just call me young Master Yi. As for the rest, we'll talk later. Understood. Jiang Xiuming stood up respectfully, then stared at Yi Fan with eager anticipation. Daddy Yi Fan, hurry up and show me that insane trick from last night. Yi Fan sighed and pulled out a red paper figure. Watch closely. With a quick incantation, a paper puppet materialized before Jiang Xiuming, one that looked exactly like him. Holy shit! Jiang Xiuming gaped as an identical himself appeared out of thin air as if by magic. How is this possible? How did you do this? In disbelief, he reached out and poked the puppet's skin. It felt real, elastic, though cold and lifeless. Then, as Jiang Xiuming touched it, the puppet suddenly turned its head and glared at him, barking in a thick northeastern accent, "The hell you doing? What the?" Jiang Xiuming nearly jumped out of his skin. Glancing at Yi Fan's subtly moving fingers, he realized Yi Fan could control this thing's every action. This is a lost art of the western Xiangxi region, the paper puppetry technique, Su Wandao explained, recalling old legends. Using paper figures to mimic living people, indistinguishable from the real thing, yet capable of actual combat. I never imagined young Master Yi would possess such skills. Truly remarkable. So that's how it is. Incredible. Jiang Xiuming deflated, utterly convinced. I yield. Completely. Young Master Yi, aside from my master, you're the only person I've ever truly submitted to. He even gave Yu Fan a thumbs up while inwardly cursing himself for being an idiot. How could I have been so stupid? Yi Fan was trying to save my master and I wanted to kill him. Worse yet, with all of Yi Fan's hidden abilities, even if I'd used every trick I had, I still wouldn't have stood a chance. What a waste of effort. Remembering Yi Fan's terrifying skills, Jiang Xiuming shuddered. This guy was downright frightening. Thank goodness I'm his lapdog now, not his enemy. Being on Yi Fan's bad side would be the worst luck in the world. Being a lapdog is great. I'll work hard to please him. If I do well, I'll surely reap huge rewards. Having thoroughly brainwashed himself, Jiang Xiuming was already plotting how to best serve Yi Fan. His master had told him to help Yu Fan purge Prince Jin's forces from the Vermilion Bird Cavalry camp. Yesterday, he'd been reluctant, but now? He'd go all out. Handing the Vermilion Bird Cavalry over to Yi Fan was the best outcome. My master was right, following Yu Fan is our best path forward. Finally resolving the issue with the stubborn fool, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. Having someone like Jiang Xiuming constantly on his tail had been nerve-wracking. Nearby, Su Wandao had initially been baffled seeing Jiang Xiuming kneel to Yi Fan. But after understanding the situation, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. This stubborn bastard, finally, someone's put you in your place. Yet when Su Wandao turned his gaze to Yi Fan, another question arose. Last night, I was ready to die, so why did Yi Fan spare me? After all, on the surface, I'm a staunch ally of Prince Jin. Young Master Yi, Su Wandao pressed, eyes burning with curiosity. Why didn't you kill me last night? Why save me? Aren't you afraid I'll still pose a threat to you? Yi Fan had only awakened a little over a month ago, yet the Yi family's resurgence was terrifyingly swift. From the brink of annihilation to now wielding power that even Prince Jin couldn't ignore, Yi Fan's methods were beyond comprehension. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Commander Su, I spared you out of consideration for two girls. They're dear friends of mine and they share a deep connection with you. If you died, they'd be heartbroken, and I don't want that. With a nod to Guoli beside him, Yi Fan had him hand Su Wandao a DNA test report. Su Wandao scanned the document rapidly. When he saw his own name alongside two others, Dia and Xiaoya, with a 99.99% paternal match, his breath hitched, his chest heaving. Young Master Yi, what does this mean? Before his suicide attempt yesterday, Su Wandao had mentioned his twin daughters to Yi Fan. Now, this report confirmed that these two girls were biologically his. The implication was obvious and Su Wandao's mind raced. Could it really be this coincidental? My daughters are alive? And they just happened to cross paths with Yi Fan? Wait, close to Yi Fan? A horrifying thought struck him. The girls close to Yi Fan were very close. Probably negative distance close. Did this bastard defile my two precious daughters? If those were really his own two daughters. Damn it. That bastard Yi Fan. This old father's heart. The mere thought of that possibility instantly drained half the joy from Su Wandao's face. Exactly what Commander Su is thinking. Based on the timeline, they should be arriving any moment now. Please try not to get too emotional. Those two girls have rather unique physiques. Dia and Xiaoya possessed the calamity poison body, their bodies saturated with lethal toxins. If Su Wandao recklessly approached them, his life could be in danger. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Oriental Grand Hotel, Yamada Keiko arrived with Dia and Xiaoya in tow. Xiaoya seemed completely at ease, dressed in a short JK skirt and a sexy camisole, her expression brimming with excitement. Dia, however, fidgeted uncomfortably in her pink miniskirt and white cap. Keiko, maybe I should change back? This is way too embarrassing. Yamada Keiko shot a glance at Wang Fugue, who was waiting by the entrance. See how old Wang's eyes are practically popping out? That's proof enough. Trust me, let's go. Wang Fugue stood frozen at the hotel doors, his jaw nearly hitting the floor at the sight of the two girls. Holy hell. Boss really knows how to live it up. These two beauties, who had almost gotten him in trouble before, were dressed in such a way that they could shorten a man's lifespan by 10 years. Old Wang, is Master already in the room upstairs? Yamada Keiko asked. Wang Fugue nodded. Boss is in the presidential suite, room 808, but you. Having assisted Guoli with the DNA test the previous night, Wang Fugue knew that Yi Fan had arranged this meeting for Su Wandao to reunite with his long-lost daughters. But clearly, Yamada Keiko and the twins had misinterpreted the situation. Dressed like this to meet him? Were they planning to submit their homework? Got it. We'll head up right away. Go park the car for us. Before Wang Fugue could explain, Yamada Keiko tossed him the keys and whisked the girls toward the elevators. Did you hear that? Master even booked a presidential suite. Heh, your special time is about to begin. You've already noticed some of his secrets, now's your chance to dig deeper. Oh, sweet mother of mercy. Wang Fugue stood dumbfounded for a few seconds before it hit him. The DNA test confirmed Su Wandao as their biological father. Yi Fan had intended this as a family reunion, but with the twin holy maidens dressed like this. It looked more like two tender cabbages about to be devoured by a pig. No. More like Boss was about to claim them. And if Su Wandao, the overprotective father, found out, wouldn't he grab a knife and chase Yi Fan to the ends of the earth? Wang Fugue bolted into the lobby, desperate to stop them. But it was too late. The elevator doors had already closed. Damn it. He wiped his forehead in despair. Boss, you're on your own now. This has nothing to do with me. Back in the suite. Thank you. Young Master Yi, may I ask, just how close are you to those two girls? Su Wandao already had a rough idea, but he clung to a sliver of hope. Yi Fan was undeniably outstanding, but he had far too many women around him. Su Wandao had been prepared to die only to discover his daughters were still alive. He'd rather they marry ordinary men than suffer as mere additions to Yi Fan's harem. Well, about this close? Yi Fan drew a heart shape in the air. We've kissed and, touched in all the necessary places. Seeing Su Wandao's face darken, Yi Fan hastily added, Commander Su, don't misunderstand. It wasn't my fault. They were the ones who initiated everything, I was just passively accepting. He could fully empathize with Su Wandao's feelings. What father wouldn't be devastated to have both daughters snatched away and by the same man, no less? But Yi Fan wasn't lying. Originally, Daya and Shaya had been sent by their master to assassinate him. Their plan? Kiss him to death as a romantic assassin's farewell. Yet through a twist of fate, they ended up falling for him instead. Yi Fan, I'm here, bet you've been waiting impatiently, huh? A sweet, sultry voice drifted from the doorway, followed by a smooth, slender leg stepping inside. Pale, flawless, and wrapped in sheer white stockings. Then came the ultra-short JK skirt. Hiss! The sight was so tantalizing that Yi Fan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Guili, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch. Ahem. Boss, I've got some urgent business. I'll step out for a bit. He practically dragged Jiang Xiaoming out of the room. Yi Fan's luck with women was downright absurd. No matter who they were, holy maidens, assassins, or innocent girls, once they interacted with him, they'd inevitably fall head over heels. Guili wanted to ask for advice, but now was definitely not the time. Not when their father was right there, about to witness his daughters seducing Yi Fan. As Guili slipped out, Daya, now dressed in a pink nurse outfit, shyly entered, her face burning red. Fan, we're here. They had mentally prepared for this moment, knowing exactly what was coming. After all, when Yi Fan handed them over to Yamada Keiko 2 days ago, his instructions were clear. Corrupt them within 48 hours. Outside, Yamada Keiko grinned proudly at Guili. Well, did I do a good job? Master must be thrilled, right? Guili sighed. You, just wait till boss spanks you again. Couldn't you have just brought them normally? Did you have to go this far? Inside the room, Su Wandao's heart lurched violently the moment he saw the girl in the JK skirt. Then another jolt when her twin, in a nurse costume, appeared. Their eyebrows, noses, lips. They were the spitting image of his late wife. These were his daughters. And that scoundrel Yi Fan had dressed them like this for a hotel rendezvous. No. You can't not dress like this. Don't let this pig see you. Cover up. In a panic, Su Wandao yanked the bedsheet off the mattress, swaddling Daya like a dumpling. But Xiaoya's bare legs were still exposed. With nothing else at hand, Su Wandao ripped off his own shirt and threw it over her. Still not satisfied, he lunged at Yi Fan and clamped a hand over his eyes. You beast! Don't you dare look. Daya and Xiaoya finally noticed the old man in the room. Why was he wrapping them up like mummies? Brother Fan, who is this old man? Xiaoyu was extremely pleased with her outfit today, feeling like she had perfectly showcased her best features. Suddenly, this old man blocked her flawless figure. Wasn't this interfering with Brother Yi Fan's appreciation? Are you out of your mind? Xiaoyu snapped coquettishly as she quickly tore off Su Wandao's robe and tossed it aside. On the other side, Daya wasn't as agitated, but being abruptly wrapped in a bedsheet made her uncomfortable too. She yanked it off and threw it away. You too? Ah, damn it. Such fine cabbage is about to be trampled by a pig. Yi Fan, I'll kill you. Su Wandao took one look at his daughters and instantly understood everything. He had no idea what kind of spell Yi Fan had cast on them, but it was clear his two daughters were completely smitten. If they were even willing to wear these outfits for Yi Fan, what else wouldn't they do? As he spoke, Su Wandao grabbed Yi Fan by the throat and slammed him against the wall. Given Su Wandao's emperor-level strength and Yi Fan's saint-level cultivation, the former could easily overpower the latter. But since Yi Fan was about to trample his two cabbages, he decided to endure it and let the old man vent. After all, this was his future father-in-law. However, seeing Yi Fan humiliated like this, Dia and Xiaoya instantly flared up. "You old bastard! Let Brother Fan go, or I'll poison you to death, believe it or not." The sisters darted forward, pulling out daggers and brandishing them at Su Wandao. "We're on a date with Brother Fan, what's it to you? Who the hell are you anyway?" Su Wandao was so frustrated he could scream. "I'm your father." While he meant it literally to Dia and Xiaoya, it sounded like an insult. "Pfft. And I'm your father." Xiaoya, the more hot-tempered of the two, spat back. As she shouted, she swung her dagger at Su Wandao. "Today, I'll show you what happens when you mess with my man." Damn it. Su Wandao felt like he'd swallowed a fly. Here he was, their biological father, yet his own daughters not only refused to acknowledge him but even claimed to be his father. What kind of nonsense was this? Of course, he couldn't actually hurt his daughters. Seeing Xiaoya's dagger thrust, he instinctively reached to grab her wrist and block the attack. A sly smirk curled on Xiaoya's lips. "You old bastard, daring to bully my brother Fan? Humph. Let's see how you handle my calamity poison body. Commander Su, be careful. Don't touch her wrist." Just as Su Wandao was about to grab Xiaoya's wrist, Yi Fan quickly intervened, blocking Su Wandao's arm and deflecting Xiaoya's attack. Every inch of Xiaoya's skin was laced with poison. Even though Su Wandao was an emperor-level expert, direct contact would still poison him. While Yi Fan, as a master healer, could prevent fatal consequences, detoxification would still be a hassle. Yi Fan had acted out of goodwill, but Su Wandao took it the wrong way. "Get lost. What's your problem? You can touch my daughters, but I can't even lay a finger on them." Su Wandao sounded like a jealous wife, seething with irrational anger. Yi Fan had stopped him to prevent poisoning, but Su Wandao misinterpreted it as possessiveness. Enraged, he shoved Yi Fan away. "I'll touch her if I want to, what are you gonna do about it?" Defiantly, Su Wandao grabbed Xiaoya's wrist and declared, "Daughter, I really am your father. 20 years ago, after that fire, I thought you'd all perished. I searched for so long but found no trace of you. Never did I imagine we'd reunite today, I'm so moved." Tears streamed down Su Wandao's face, his voice trembling with emotion. Yet Dia and Xiaoya remained utterly indifferent, staring at him like he was an idiot. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so obsessed with being someone's dad? We've been orphans since birth, our parents were killed by the toxins in our bodies. What father are you talking about?" Xiaoya frowned. "By the way, old man, you'd better let go, or the poison on me will kill you." Despite her harsh words, the blood connection between them stirred a strange sense of familiarity in Xiaoya's heart. "I'm not lying. Look, this is the paternity test. Our DNA matches perfectly. You two are my real daughters. With you back, Su Wandao finally has a reason to live again." He thrust the test results at them, eyes brimming with hope. "Come on, let your dad hug you." With the paternity test in hand, surely these silly girls would believe him now, right? But to Su Wandao's dismay, Dia and Xiaoya merely glanced at the document before tossing it at his feet. "Keep lying. Humph. Sister Huizi told us everything can be fake these days. You think a Photoshop test will trick us into calling you dad? Dream on." Yamada Huizi had been corrupting the sisters lately, and she'd actually taught them a thing or two. Yi Fan nodded approvingly. At least they weren't completely naive anymore. Su Wandao tugged at his hair in frustration. Yi Fan, you tell them, wha?" Mid-sentence, his speech suddenly slurred. When he touched his mouth, his eyes widened in shock. "Huh? Why is there so much foam and my legs feel weak?" Thud. The next moment, his legs gave out and he collapsed to the floor, convulsing violently. His hands instantly turned pitch black. I. Bubbles foamed from his mouth as he stared at Yi Fan in bewilderment. Su Wandao knew Yi Fan had saved him yesterday, he wouldn't kill him now. There had to be some misunderstanding. Yi Fan sighed. "Commander Su, I warned you not to touch her wrist. But you wouldn't listen. Now you've learned the hard way. These two sisters possess the once-in-a-millennium calamity poison body, every part of them is toxic. Touch them and you'll be poisoned." Su Wandao's stubbornness was a match for his disciple Jiang Xiuming's. "Humph. Serves you right, old man. Now you know not to mess with my brother Fan." Xiaoya sneered. She and Dia then clung to Yi Fan's arms affectionately. "Brother Fan, we've learned so many new techniques. Let's not let this old ruin our mood. Let's find another room, no point wasting time here. Mwah! Mwah! Dia and Xiaoyu each planted a kiss on Yi Fan's cheeks. The sight of such intimacy made Su Wandao feel like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his heart. Damn it! Damn it! This bastard! He's definitely doing this on purpose. Trying to piss me off on purpose, aren't you? The scene was so intense that Su Wandao's convulsions grew even worse. But then, a bizarre question suddenly struck him. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Yi Fan, how are you not affected by their toxins? Su Wandao had merely grabbed Xiaoya's wrist and was immediately poisoned, foaming at the mouth. Yet Dia and Xiaoya had been touching and even kissing Yi Fan. So why was he completely unharmed? With a devilish smirk, Yi Fan taunted, "What's wrong, Commander Su? Jealous? Haha, this is my special constitution. Proof that I'm their destined man." He even raised an eyebrow at Su Wandao, who was so furious he wanted to strangle Yi Fan on the spot. Let's go. Dia and Xiaoya linked arms with Yi Fan, preparing to leave the room. Su Wandao panicked, bubbles foaming from his mouth as he shouted, "Hey, you're just going to leave me like this?" Only when they reached the door did Yi Fan pause. Dia, Xiaoya, maybe we should save him. Humph, why bother? This old man is clearly no good. Even the usually reserved Dia couldn't help but grumble. Yi Fan's lips twitched. The poison had already spread to Su Wandao's neck. If they didn't act now, his life would be in danger. Ahem, let's save him. He really is your father. The paternity test was arranged by me. Guali personally handled it, verified by 3 different institutions. You are his daughters. Yi Fan's gaze was firm as he looked at the sisters. What? Dia and Xiaoya froze in shock. Fan, are you serious? This old man is really our father? But our master told us our parents were poisoned to death. Xiaoya's voice trembled. Having grown up as orphans, neither sister had ever known parental love. Now, Yi Fan was telling them this old man was their father. The shock and emotional turmoil left them reeling. You saw for yourselves what kind of person your master is. All these years, she and the leader of the Gu sect have been using you. Claiming your parents were dead was just a way to manipulate you into serving them. Yi Fan gently pulled them into his arms, his voice sincere. Trust me, since you've already accepted me as your man, you can believe in me completely. He nodded reassuringly. Your father is an extraordinary man, one of the 4 war kings of the Vermilion Bird, commanding 300,000 elite cavalry. From disbelief to shock, then overwhelming emotion. Dia and Xiaoya's eyes welled up as they picked up the paternity report, verifying it once more. Tears streamed down their faces as they hesitantly approached Su Wandao. Dad. The word felt foreign yet strangely warm, like children meeting a long-lost father after years of separation. Yes. Su Wandao was so overjoyed he could barely speak, bubbles foaming with each excited exhale. But his excitement triggered a coughing fit. Soon, blood splattered from his lips. Damn it! Su Wandao paled. He had tried using his inner energy to expel the toxin, but it clung stubbornly, even corroding his own energy. Young Master Yi. He looked at Yi Fan with a bitter expression. Su Wandao knew Yi Fan's skills were beyond ordinary. If he had wanted to stop him earlier, he could have, yet he'd allowed the poisoning. That meant Yi Fan had a cure. I was wrong. Fine, I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Just help me. Su Wandao sighed in resignation. He understood daughters grew up, and their hearts belonged to another. Both girls were clearly devoted to Yi Fan, and given the young man's brilliance, what could he, an old man, do? Fan, please save him. Even the usually composed Dia was frantic now, rushing to Yi Fan's side. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing a soft kiss to his lips before whispering in his ear. Thank you for finding our family. From today on, I'll be your wife, heart and soul. For Dia, such open affection was unheard of. But after everything, from their failed assassination attempt, to kissing Yi Fan to death, to uncovering their master's deceit, to Yifan freeing them from the three corpses goo, teaching them about the world through Yamada Keiko, and now reuniting them with their father. Her heart was utterly his. Good. I'll hold you to that. And collect my reward later. Yifan smirked, teasing her until she stiffened but didn't pull away, murmuring a shy. With no time to waste, Yifan produced silver needles, swiftly inserting them into Su Wandao's meridians. A flame-like energy surged through the needles, incinerating the toxins. Hiss! Within minutes, Su Wandao's body was cleansed. He stood up, relieved. I'm fine now. But what about their toxins? Even recovered, his first concern was his daughter's cursed bodies. Yifan turned to the sisters. How's your progress with the poison manual I gave you? The manual, retrieved from his dragon ring, contained techniques to master toxins, even materializing them as weapons. We've practiced some, but some parts are too obscure. We can barely control the toxins and it's inconsistent, Xiaoya admitted. Yifan nodded. The manual was profound, even he had struggled at first. Since Daya and Xiaoya were now his women, and he planned to send them back to the Gu sect for unfinished business, he decided to guide them through the manual properly. Once they mastered it, they could live normally, no more relying on arsenic or Xiao Taizhen's pills, and no more being controlled. Commander Su, mind giving us some privacy? Yifan glanced at him. Su Wandao bristled like an angry rooster. What? In broad daylight? No way. I'm not leaving. Is there no law left? In broad daylight, bringing two girls into a presidential suite, what are you trying to do? Su Wandao instinctively believed Yifan intended to take advantage of his daughters today and planned to stand guard to prevent any opportunity. Yifan sighed in exasperation. Commander Su, you're overthinking it. If I really wanted to do something, do you think you could stop me? I'm just guiding them in mastering the poison scripture cultivation techniques. There might be some intimate movements involved. At your age, do you really want to stand here and watch? Oh, is that it? Su Wandao scratched his head awkwardly. Then I'll wait for you outside. As he left the room, Su Wandao pointed two fingers at his own eyes, then at Yifan, a clear warning. I'm watching you. Don't try anything. Bang! The door slammed shut and Xiaoya immediately leapt into Yifan's arms, wrapping herself around his neck like a koala. You're the worst, Fanji. Humph. You left us at Sister Huizi's for 2 whole days, didn't miss us at all, and never visited. I was so bored I could die. She giggled cheekily. Oh. By the way, Fanji, Sister Huizi taught us so many tricks these past few days. I have to show you this pose. As she spoke excitedly, she tugged at the hem of her JK skirt, her slender legs and alluring figure striking a provocative pose right before Yifan. Hiss. In just 2 days, Xiaoya had developed an irresistible allure somewhat reminiscent of Yamada Huizi. As the saying goes, you become like those you spend time with? Faced with such a temptingly flawless beauty, Yifan found it hard to restrain himself. The real problem? Daya, though bashful, was also starting to undo her clothes beside them. The twin sisters were clearly determined to show off their newly learned skills without hesitation. But Yifan glanced toward the door. Despite being separated by the wooden barrier, his heightened senses detected Su Wandao pressing his ear against it, eavesdropping intently. If Yifan actually tried anything, he had no doubt Su Wandao would burst in with his battle saber swinging. _____. Outside the room, Jiang Xiuming, who had been dragged out earlier by Guili, watched sourly as Su Wandao also stepped out. Teacher, why are you leaving too? Making space for Daddy. Jiang Xiuming smirked, sidling up to the door. What are you eavesdropping on? Let me listen too. Scram. Su Wandao kicked him away, annoyed beyond words. Shut your mouth if you can't speak properly, you idiot. I'll deal with you later. Grumbling, Su Wandao stroked his completely bare chin. Damn brat plucked out every last one of my beard hairs and stuffed them up my nostrils. Further down the hallway, Wang Fugue and Guili, well-versed in Yifan's habits, simply shook their heads. Yamada Huizi, however, was puzzled. Guoxiao, she whispered, who exactly is that old man to Dia and Xiaoya? Why does he seem so hostile toward Master? Guili sighed deeply. He's their father. The whole reason boss asked you to bring them here was for a family reunion. But you TCH? Ha! Huizi clapped a hand over her mouth. A family reunion. And I dressed them like that. Oh no. No wonder Guoxiao said Master would spank me again. Though, now that she thought about it, she kind of missed Master's disciplinary sessions. Maybe she should misbehave more often. ______. Inside the room, Dia and Xiaoya had already shed their outer clothing, their curves accentuated by the delicate lace underneath. They clung to Yi Fan's neck, whispering seductively, their warm breath brushing against his skin, soft, intoxicating, irresistible. Faced with such perfection, Yi Fan felt flames of desire licking at his resolve. But he knew today was the registration day for the Army Martial Arts tournament in the Vermilion Bird territory. He needed to wrap things up quickly and get there on time. Now is not the moment. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a sharp breath, circulating the heart-quelling technique to suppress his urges. Then, lifting both girls, he tossed them onto the bed. Blushing furiously, they covered their eyes in anticipation, hearts pounding. But instead of what they expected, Yi Fan simply positioned them in a seated meditation posture. Focus, he instructed. This is the cultivation pathway for the poison scripture. Guided by my energy, you'll break through to the third layer, enough to control the toxins currently in your bodies. With that, a surge of energy flowed from his wrist into their meridians, guiding the lethal toxins through prescribed pathways. Ha! Their flushed faces twisted in disappointment. This wasn't what we had in mind. They had hoped for intimacy, yet instead Yi Fan was teaching them cultivation. Ugh! Fan Ji, are you truly this dense? According to his arrangements, they'd soon return to the Miaojianggu cult, who knew when they'd meet again. Sister Huizi warned them, with so many vixens around Master, if you don't seize opportunities now, he might forget you exist. Sigh. Perhaps they hadn't performed enticingly enough? They clearly needed to study Huizi's educational films more thoroughly. Still, they recognized the poison scripture's value. For those with calamitous toxic bodies, uncontrolled toxin accumulation led to a horrific fate, eventually requiring arsenic just to survive until the body succumbed to its own poison. Mastery of this scripture could rewrite that destiny. Suppressing their frustration, the twins focused on absorbing Yi Fan's teachings. An hour later, Yi Fan withdrew his energy. Try activating the technique yourselves, he urged. See if you can manipulate the toxins now. Xiaoyu concentrated, and a wisp of gray energy coiled around the bedpost. Sizzle. The wood dissolved into dust instantly. We can materialize our toxins, she gasped. This meant offensive applications, a terrifying combat advantage. Not only that, Dia added breathlessly, my cultivation has jumped to peak martial sovereign, borderline martial emperor. It's Fan Ji's warm energy. How? How is this possible? Just some kissing and light intimacy had triggered such a breakthrough. What if they went further? Maybe today was the day? Just as Dia and Xiaoya exchanged a glance, preparing to do something to Yi Fan, his phone suddenly rang. Master Yi, the registration for the Vermilion Bird military exercise closes in 1 hour. Hurry over now. For some reason, the 100 open slots started disappearing rapidly yesterday. Most have already been locked. If you don't come now, you won't get a spot. The call was from Ho Tianji, his voice laced with concern. Under normal circumstances, with Yi Fan having already subdued the 2 war kings, Wu Shihao and Su Wandao, as well as Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang, there should have been no one left in the Vermilion Bird domain capable of causing trouble. Yet now, the sudden and drastic fluctuation in registration slots clearly indicated someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. This meant there was still a big fish lurking in the Vermilion Bird domain. Ho Tianji understood the deeper implications of this, and so did Yi Fan. A big fish still hiding? Getting restless now, trying to stop me from joining the military exercise by locking up the slots? Humph. I'll be right there. The forces arranged by Prince Jean planned to collude with foreign powers to cripple the younger generation of elites in the Vermilion Bird domain. How could Yi Fan allow such a vicious scheme to succeed? Moreover, his first wife, Yu Linglong, was also coming to participate. Whether it was to expose the big fish in the Vermilion Bird domain, find the box left behind by his third brother, protect Yu Linglong, or cut off Prince Jin's influence, Yi Fan had to attend this military exercise. Hanging up, he saw Dia and Xiaoya about to shed the last of their armor. He quickly pulled them into his arms and off the bed. Get dressed. You have important things to do. Yi Fan needed to attend the military exercise, which might take a few days. During that time, as the 2 holy maidens, Dia and Xiaoya, could return to the Gu sect, infiltrate it, and gradually take control. According to intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion, signs of demonic corruption had already begun surfacing in the Miaojiang region. Suppressing such corruption was not only the Tianji Pavilion's duty, but also the mission of the Divine Gate left behind by Yifan's mother. As the future leader of the Divine Gate, he had to deal with it. Ha! Daya and Xiaoya, still in his arms, looked disappointed. Brother Yi, we're already like this. And you? They were practically naked in front of him, yet he showed no reaction. Did they really lack charm? And if they missed this chance today, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Yifan understood their thoughts. Leaning down, he kissed each of them on the cheek. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of chances later. Your master and the Gu sect have done so much evil. Do you really want to stand by while they harm more innocent people? I had Keiko teach you these tricks so you could return, rally the 108 villages of the Gu sect, and expose their true nature. Once I'm done here, I'll come find you, all right? After some persuasion, they finally agreed. Once dressed, they followed Yifan to the door. I'll go with them. The door swung open, and Su Wandao, who had been eavesdropping, nearly stumbled inside. He immediately spoke up. You're ruthless. You know the Gu sect is a den of wolves. Yet you're sending my daughters into danger? Have you no conscience? The thought of Yifan seducing his two daughters made Su Wandao's stomach churn. But as one of the Vermilion Bird Domain's 4 war kings, guarding the border against the Gu sect was part of his duty. To the outside world, Su Wandao was already dead. A convenient lie for some. If he suddenly reappeared, it might cause complications. So accompanying Daya and Xiaoya into the Miaozheng Mountains was actually a smart move. As a seasoned war king and their biological father, having this old fox by their side put Yifan more at ease. Of course, if Su Wandao was going to the Gu sect, he'd need a disguise, and the perfect candidate was already available. Elder Zhonghua, the Gu sect's second elder, who had previously overseen Daya and Xiaoya's assassination mission. Though Zhonghua had been killed by Yifan, his life-bound venomous spider had been transferred to Hozi. As a result, the Gu sect's Hall of Eternal Life still registered him as alive. Commander Su, it's good you're going, but you'll need a new face. This man is the Gu sect's second elder, Zhonghua. I'll send you his full profile later. Daya and Xiaoya know some details too. As he spoke, Yifan swiftly molded Su Wandao's face with his hands. In moments, his appearance and voice had completely transformed. Su Wandao was stunned by his own voice. He knew a little about disguise techniques, but he'd never seen anything this flawless. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed Yifan could turn him into another person with just a few touches. Not even his own mother would recognize him now. Commander Su, one more thing. Elder Zhonghua is quite the playboy. Word is he has 8 wives. Ha! Better brace yourself. The thought of Su Wandao being hounded by Zhonghua's wives made Yifan burst into laughter. You're messing with me again, aren't you? Su Wandao had just been scolding Yifan for being a womanizer, but now he was the one stuck with multiple wives. The irony wasn't lost on him. After quickly briefing Su Wandao and the girls, Yifan left the hotel without delay, heading straight for the Vermilion Bird Camp's registration office with Wang Fugue and Guoli. Ho Tianji had said there was only 1 slot left, and he'd made sure it was reserved for Yifan. Vermilion Bird Camp, Military Exercise Registration Office. The chief registrar, Tong Xiao, and his deputy, Qiao Shan, were in the middle of a heated argument. Tong Xiao, what's your problem? There's still 1 slot left. Why won't you let anyone register? What are you saving it for? Qiao Shan snapped, pen in hand, ready to fill in the next name. Tong Xiao coldly grabbed his wrist. How dare you? Qiao Shan, I'm the chief registrar here. Since when do you make the decisions? I haven't even held you accountable for yesterday's mess. Look at the list you approved: mental hospital patients, a man with no legs. You processed 95 registrations in 1 day, all of them completely unqualified. This exercise represents the dignity of the Great Xia nation. Are you trying to humiliate us on the global stage? Furious, Tong Xiao flung the list at Qiao Shan's face. He'd been away on business yesterday, only to return and find that nearly all the open slots had been filled, with people who didn't even know what martial arts were. Disabled applicants? This was outright sabotage. Humph. Tong Xiao, don't you dare bark orders at me. I'm just following protocol. The Vermilion Bird's high-level council has already decided. These slots are open to the public, and there are no specific eligibility requirements. What's wrong with how I'm recruiting? Qiao Shan sneered coldly. Don't waste time. Let's move on to the next applicant. Once this last slot is filled, we're done here. Come on. Anyone else who wants to sign up, raise your hand and submit your details. He barked at the crowd, and an 80-year-old man with a head of white hair and a trembling beard shakily raised his hand. I want to sign up. The old man hobbled forward with his cane, handing Qiao Shan a barely legible application. It was absurd. This frail old man looked like he could collapse any second, yet here he was trying to enlist in a military drill. Was this a joke? Tong Xiao was livid. Stop this. Guards, seal the area. At his furious command, a group of armed experts rushed over, standing behind him. Qiao Shan, do my words mean nothing now? I dare anyone to touch this last slot. Let me make this clear. Elder Ho just called me, demanding that I secure this spot at all costs. Go ahead, try me. See how sharp my blade is. Ha! Qiao Shan frowned at Tong Xiao's words. Elder Ho's personal order? No wonder Tong Xiao was acting so brazenly. I also... Qiao Shan nearly blurted out the name of his own backer but bit his tongue. His patron couldn't be exposed. Still, his orders were clear. Exhaust all slots before the deadline, especially to keep Yifan from claiming one. Yifan had already turned the southwestern region upside down. In the Vermilion Bird camp, 2 of the 4 war kings had been purged by him. If Yifan kept meddling, even Qiao Shan's backer would have nowhere to retreat. So, no matter what, this last slot had to be voided before Yifan arrived. So what if Elder Ho called? Does that override the Vermilion Bird's highest council rules? Tell me, which regulation have I broken? Qiao Shan retorted with a cold laugh. Behind him, dozens of martial experts brandished their blades. Both Qiao Shan and Tong Xiao were elite warriors of the Vermilion Bird camp, holding considerable authority. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been tasked with recruitment. Tensions spiked as the 2 factions stood on the brink of battle, ready to clash over the final slot. Captain Xiao, are we still signing up or not? If not, when do we get the $100 you promised? The white-haired old man piped up nervously. Your fight's none of our business. Just pay us so we can go home. Plants. Blatant, shameless plants. Paid $100 a day. Meals included. The old man's words were like a stone dropped into still water. The atmosphere shifted from murderous tension to something far more awkward. Tong Xiao had suspected Qiao Shan was up to something, but he never imagined the man would stoop this low, hiring actors to hog slots for pocket change. Qiao Shan, have you no shame? Get the hell out of here now, or I'll cut you down where you stand. Tong Xiao stepped forward, drawing his blade. Clang. Cut me down? Try it. You think I'm afraid of you? Qiao Shan shot back, unsheathing his own sword and bracing for combat. Just 30 more minutes. As long as they held out until then, no matter who took the last slot, Yifan would miss his chance. In a fight, Qiao Shan wasn't much weaker than Tong Xiao. As for the fallout, his backer would handle it. Bring it on. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, a chubby girl with twin pigtails came rolling toward them, panting heavily with a lollipop in her mouth. Registration's not over yet, right? Phew. Made it in time. I want to sign up for the drill. Gotta go beat up those nasty foreigners. Rolling was the right word. The girl was easily over 200 pounds, looking like a literal ball from a distance. Cui Hua, what are you doing here? Tong Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Miss Ho? Qiao Shan's grip on his blade loosened slightly in surprise. The girl was Ho Tsuehua, the only granddaughter of the Vermilion Bird's commander, Ho Tianji. So Elder Ho reserved the slot for his own granddaughter? Qiao Shan sighed in relief. Could have said so earlier, would have saved me the stress. Tong Xiao, however, was puzzled. Elder Ho's call had mentioned reserving the slot, but he'd never specified for whom. Instructor Tong, Captain Xiao, why were you staring at me? Don't I qualify for the drill? Ho Tsuehua took 2 steps forward, pouting coyly before stomping her foot lightly. Boom! The impact shattered the stone pavement, leaving a crater in its wake. Despite her size, Ho Tsuehua's martial talent was undeniable. At her young age, she'd already reached the martial sovereign realm. Qualified. Absolutely qualified. Ha ha ha. Qiao Shan sheathed his blade and sat back down. As long as it wasn't Yi Fan, anyone else was fine. Instructor Tong, if you just said it was for Miss Ho, we wouldn't have had this mess. Stand down, everyone. Just a misunderstanding. He ordered his men to lower their weapons. Tong Xiao studied Qiao Shan's smug face and the sudden appearance of Ho Tsuehua, sensing something was off. Meanwhile, in the Vermilion Bird camp, Ho Tianji was rushing toward the registration site when his aide reported. Elder Ho, the recruitment team says Qiao Shan's been filling slots recklessly. Only one remains. And someone seems to have persuaded Miss Ho to sign up for the drill. What? Ho Tianji nearly jumped out of his skin. What's Tsuehua doing there? This is madness. Damn it. I never told Tong Xiao that slot was for Yi Fan. Quick, call him. I'll handle this myself. Vermilion Bird Camp Registration Office. Qiao Shan enthusiastically recorded all of Ho Tsuehua's information, name, gender, strength, background details. He was practically grinning from ear to ear. Once Ho Tsuehua's registration was confirmed, even if Yi Fan had the power to move heaven and earth, it would be useless. The registration deadline had passed, and all slots were filled. Without a spot, Yi Fan wouldn't be able to participate in the military drill. That way, the strategist's plan could proceed flawlessly, no disruptions, no interference. Miss Ho, please confirm that your information is correct. If everything's in order, we'll just need a facial scan and your signature. All right. Ho Tsuehua adjusted her ponytail and was about to step in front of the camera for the scan when a figure suddenly darted forward, grabbing her and yanking her aside. Wait, that spot is mine. The one who had rushed in was none other than Yi Fan. He had just received another call from Elder Ho, who had filled him in on the situation. The big fish hiding in the Vermilion Bird domain had some tricks up their sleeve. To stop Yi Fan from joining the drill, they had resorted to dirty tactics, filling the slots with useless candidates. And for the last remaining spot, they had even dragged in Ho Tianji's granddaughter to block it. Elder Ho wouldn't make it in time, so he had urged Yi Fan to hurry. Ha! Qiao Shan's face paled at the sight of Yi Fan. He actually showed up. What's the meaning of this? We're following proper registration procedures here. Are you trying to forcibly take the spot? Miss Ho, hurry up and complete the facial scan and signature. Qiao Shan was practically hopping with anxiety. They were so close, just one step away. If Yi Fan ruined things now, all his plans would collapse. Meanwhile, Tong Xiao, standing nearby, was stunned. Yi Fan and Ho Tsuehua appearing at the same time? What exactly is Elder Ho's intention? Who is this spot really meant for? Considering recent events, Tong Xiao leaned toward the idea that the slot was meant for Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation in all of Great Xia. Only his presence could deter the martial arts elites from Europa and other regions. As Tong Xiao hesitated, Elder Ho's call came through. The spot is reserved for Yi Fan. Protect it at all costs. Understood? Anyone who dares interfere, execute them on the spot. Elder Ho was furious. The Vermilion Bird domain had already undergone several major purges in the past 2 days. 2 war kings, Wu Shihao and Su Wandao, along with Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang, had all fallen. Most of the Vermilion Bird forces were now firmly back under his control. Yet someone was still scheming? At this point, only one person came to Elder Ho's mind, his old comrade Wei Hang. Though there was no direct proof after this chain of events, Wei Hang was the only one in the Vermilion Bird domain with the means to pull this off. If Wei Hang was going to such lengths to stop Yi Fan from joining the drill, he was clearly planning something. And the more he resisted, the more determined Elder Ho became. Yi Fan had to participate. Only with Yi Fan in the drill would the Vermilion Bird domain have an unshakable pillar of stability. Back at the registration office, Ho Tsuehua had been eagerly awaiting her facial scan when she was suddenly yanked away. Though unharmed, the humiliation stung, especially since she was a nearly 300-pound woman, being manhandled like a sack of meat. Who did this guy think he was? Who the hell are you? Wanna fight? I'll sit on you till you pop. Ho Tsuehua bellowed, charging at Yifan with a shove. Cut it out. I'm here on official business. Without even glancing at her, Yifan grabbed her collar again and lifted her off the ground before she could touch him. Hey, Hey, you're pushing it now. Ho Tsuehua flailed her legs in the air, screeching. Put me down or I'll, ugh. With a burst of energy, her weight suddenly multiplied several times over. 1,000-pound descent? Interesting. The moment Ho Tsuehua's feet touched the ground, she wriggled free, then curled into a ball and rolled at Yifan like a boulder. Yifan barely spared her a glance. At the martial venerable level, she was no match for his martial saint strength. He could handle her with ease. So when the human wrecking ball came at him, he simply raised an arm to block. Bam! But the impact was far stronger than he expected. This meatball packed the force of a martial emperor's strike, and in that instant her body, especially her backside, hardened like steel, reminiscent of Wang Fugue's black tortoise armor. Yifan nearly got knocked back. Only by activating a movement technique did he barely dodge. Miss Ho, enough. I'm Yifan. This spot was assigned by your grandfather. Stop interfering. Bullshit. I don't care who you are. Take this. Ignoring him, Ho Tsuehua rolled toward him again. After dodging several more attacks, Yifan finally lost patience. You asked for it. As she charged once more, he activated his absolute domain, freezing her in place. Then, raising a hand, he aimed for her backside. Time to teach her a lesson. But before he could strike, Wang Fugue suddenly appeared beside him, grinning. Boss? Mind if I handle the spanking? She's definitely not your type, right? Taking in Wang Fugue's eager expression and the human meatball on the ground, Yifan instantly understood. This is his type. She's all yours. Have fun. Yifan's lips twitched. A 300-pound woman wasn't his idea of appealing, but if Wang Fugue was into it, who was he to judge? Thanks, boss. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Wang Fugue delivered a firm smack to Ho Tsuehua's rear. Smack. Oh yeah, that was the good stuff. Wang Fugue's face was pure bliss as he continued spanking her. Meanwhile, Ho Tsuehua, still struggling against the suppression of her energy, suddenly felt a searing pain on her backside. Yifan, you bastard. I'll kill you. I'll. Snapping back to human form, she whirled around, ready to swing a meaty palm at her assailant. She assumed it was Yifan, until she saw the mountain of a man looming over her. Nearly 7 feet tall, skin dark as charcoal, built like a fortress. Her eyes narrowed. Was that you just now? Wang Fugue rubbed his hands sheepishly, grinning. Hey, you're just too cool, I couldn't help myself earlier. His face flushed crimson as he spoke. Ho Tsuehua's cheeks also bloomed with a rosy hue. You like my type. Aha. Wang Fugue nodded eagerly, bashful as a schoolboy. Is that so? Ho Tsuehua chuckled warmly, then glanced at Yifan over her shoulder. That guy's your boss? Is he strong? She pointed at Yifan. Wang Fugue nodded vigorously. My big bro's crazy strong. He's already at the martial saint realm, you'd stand no chance against him. How about you give up that last spot? Let my bro handle those foreign punks. With him around, they won't stand a chance. Humph. I was dead set on competing, but since you asked so nicely. Fine, I'll back out for your sake. But how are you gonna make it up to me? My fragile heart's been shattered. As she spoke, Ho Tsuehua leaned her head against Wang Fugue's shoulder, her demeanor suddenly soft and girlish. Wang Fugue grinned goofily, hesitated for a beat, then tentatively wrapped an arm around her sturdy waist. Noticing his nervousness, Ho Tsuehua snuggled closer into his embrace. Tighter, dummy. Oh, by the way, she added casually, there's a nest of birds on that hill over there, one of them has 9 heads. Wanna go check it out? Her tone was breezy, as if discussing the weather. Seriously? Hell yeah, let's go. Wang Fugui's face lit up like a sunflower as he steered her toward the hill flanking the registration area, flashing Yifan a covert thumbs up behind his back. At that moment, Wang Fugui felt on top of the world. Not only had he found the woman of his dreams, but he'd also just solved his boss's problem in one stroke. Yifan's lips twitched in amusement. Well, that's a match made in peculiar heaven. Old Wang's spring has finally sprung, Guli remarked, rubbing his nose. Boss, you think you picked up your bad habits after hanging around you too long? Piss off. How's this my fault? Yifan rolled his eyes, recalling last night with Shinmange and the near-miss with the Yu sisters earlier. Ah, the curse of being irresistibly charming. What can I say? And just like that, Hotsuehua was gone. The last contender daring to challenge Yifan for the slot had been whisked away by his own wingman to go birdwatching for a mythical nine-headed creature? Xiao Shan, who'd been holding a camera ready for facial recognition, stood frozen in disbelief. Miss Ho, you're leaving? Come back. Your registration's complete, just one final step. How can you quit now? With Hotsuehua's withdrawal, the slot would default to Yifan. Tong Xiao had already clarified, Elder Ho had personally endorsed this. The message was clear, if not for Hotsuehua, it was meant for Yifan all along. Nah, let that guy have it. I've got birds to see. Hee hee. Arm in arm with Wang Fugui, Hotsuehua skipped away, her steps shaking the ground. In a burst of glee, she planted a loud kiss on his cheek, brazenly flaunting their newfound romance. Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. Around the corner of a nearby building, Ho Tianji witnessed the scene and shielded his eyes in dismay. Shameless, ahem, I mean that oaf. How could my precious granddaughter fall for that lumbering donkey? Ah, my heart. He clutched his chest as if physically wounded. Ho Tianji knew his granddaughter wasn't conventionally attractive, but in his eyes, she deserved nothing less than a prodigy like Yifan. Then again, considering the celestial beauties orbiting Yifan, perhaps this was for the best. Sigh. Sir, they're off to see a nine-headed bird, but there's no such thing in the base. Should we send someone to supervise? Muttered Ho Tianji's secretary, baffled. The elder waved a weary hand. Let them be. She's grown, let her live her life. Fugui's not a bad lad. His grandfather served as vice commander under old Master Yi, so the pedigree's acceptable. And with Yifan's mentorship, he'll go far enough. Though the image of his prized cabbage being devoured by Wang Fugui's metaphorical donkey pained him, Ho Tianji wouldn't interfere with true love. Back at the registration desk, Hotsuehua's interlude concluded. Yifan smiled at Xiao Shan. Shall we proceed? Tong Xiao exhaled in relief. Yifan had made it just in time. Elder Ho confirmed the slot is yours. Only you can bring glory to our nation in the military drills. Hurry with the registration. Xiao Shan clutched the camera, paralyzed. 10 minutes left. If I stall till the deadline. Enough. Tong Xiao snarled. You let Hotsuehua skip the line earlier. Why the double standards? Move, I'll handle it myself. He shoved Xiao Shan aside, reaching for the computer. Clang. Xiao Shan drew his blade, face twisting. Try it, Tong Xiao. I dare you. His men mirrored the action, weapons gleaming. Either follow my rules or slaughter us all. Though I doubt you've got the guts or the time. Then slaughtered you shall be. A thunderous voice cut through the tension as Ho Tianji emerged, his fist crashing into Xiao Shan's shoulder with a sickening crunch. The force shattered Xiao Shan's sword, caved in his ribs, and sent him flying backward in a spray of blood. Who the F-ack? Elder Ho. The moment of despair. The instant Ho Tianji appeared, Xiao Shan was utterly consumed by despair. Defying Ho Tianji's orders had taken every ounce of courage Xiao Shan could muster. His earlier confrontation with Tong Xiao had been a gamble, a bet that Ho Tianji wouldn't show up in person, or at least not before the registration deadline. But now it was clear, Xiao Shan had lost the bet. Boom. Ho Tianji, seething with rage, stomped on Xiao Shan's chest, crushing it with a single brutal kick. Do you still doubt whether I dare to kill you? He sneered. As the highest authority in the Vermilion Bird domain, Ho Tianji held the power of life and death over its inhabitants. Executing a mere captain was as trivial as lifting a finger. Elder Ho. Before the bloodied Xiao Shan could speak, his subordinates, gripping their weapons, watched Ho Tianji with uneasy trepidation. What? Planning a mutiny? Who among you dares to make a move? Ho Tianji's glare alone sent them stumbling backward, their weapons clattering to the ground. If even Xiao Shan didn't dare breathe a word of defiance, how could these lowly underlings dare to act recklessly? We wouldn't dare. Forgive us, Elder Ho. These men were Xiao Shan's subordinates, loyal to him by duty. Though they had clashed with Tong Xiao earlier, they were merely following orders, no grave crimes to their names. Even if Ho Tianji decided to punish them, death would be the worst outcome. But raising a hand against him? That would mean instant annihilation. They weren't fools. Tong Xiao, hurry up and register young Master Yi. Ho Tianji barked, his foot still pinning Xiao Shan to the ground. Tong Xiao had already pulled up the registration interface, the basic information pre-filled. Young Master Yi, the preliminary details are set. Just complete the facial recognition and sign, and you're done. The remaining steps took mere seconds. With everything finalized, there were still 4 minutes left before the registration deadline. Wiping sweat from his brow, Tong Xiao exhaled in relief. At least I didn't mess this up. Ho Tianji glared down at Xiao Shan. Speak. Who ordered you to obstruct young Master Ye's registration? Ho Tianji was no fool. From the deliberate provocation of his granddaughter's registration attempt to Xiao Shan's blatant stalling, though Xiao Shan claimed it was all by the book, did Ho Tianji believe him? That excuse might work on Tong Xiao, but lying to Ho Tianji? The sheer terror of it alone was enough to paralyze Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan wanted to confess, but an unseen force in his mind violently restrained him, forbidding him from revealing the truth. Forget it. I'll handle this. Having completed the facial recognition, Yi Fan's lips curled coldly. In a flash, he seized Xiao Shan's head, activating the 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand, a soul-searching technique. From killing Dong Yunjiang and Wei Zhuang to dealing with Su Wandao, Yi Fan knew his slow-boiling frog strategy was working. The truth was within reach. The mastermind lurking in the vermilion bird domain could no longer hide. Was it Gully or Wei Hang? If Xiao Shan had received orders, the answer would soon be clear. But as Yi Fan's soul-searching technique probed deeper, his brow furrowed. He had extracted useful information. Xiao Shan had acted under orders, but the figure who issued them remained indistinct, as though Xiao Shan's mind had been tampered with. Another mental barrier? Like the one in Wei Zhuang's mind? Yi Fan intensified the technique. Xiao Shan's body convulsed violently under the overwhelming spiritual pressure. Crack! Yi Fan sensed a mental seal shattering in Xiao Shan's mind. Just as he prepared to delve further. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots interrupted him. Yi Fan turned to see one of Xiao Shan's subordinates emptying a magazine into his heart. Xiao Shan's life force vanished instantly, and with it, the newly unlocked memories began to dissipate. So close to the truth only to be cut short. Damn it! Enraged, Yi Fan summoned a surge of energy ready to obliterate the assassin. But the man acted faster. Bang! Bang! Before Yi Fan's attack could land, the killer shoved a second gun into his own mouth and pulled the trigger. A ruthless move. After silencing Xiao Shan, he'd taken his own life. Bastard! Ho Tianji roared, pulverizing the assassin's corpse with a single furious punch. Despite the presence of so many powerful figures, they'd let a mere control realm underling slip through and eliminate their key witness. Young Master Yi, my apologies, Ho Tianji offered a remorseful glance. The fact that Yi Fan, the 3rd young master of the Yi family, had been targeted right under his nose, and now the conspirators had struck again. As the vermilion bird domain's ruler, Ho Tianji couldn't help but feel ashamed. Yi Fan waved it off. No need for apologies, Elder Ho. At this point, the mastermind is already narrowed down to 2 suspects, your old comrade, strategist Wei Hang, or the retired Elder Gully. The military exercise will be their stage. Once they make a move, their masks will slip. Let's see how they plan to act. Wei Hang. Gully. Hearing those names, Ho Tianji sighed inwardly. Both were once his closest allies. The thought of either betraying him was unbearable. Yet, in his heart, Ho Tianji leaned toward suspecting Wei Hang. Lately, Wei Hang's actions had raised too many red flags. Young Master Yi, now that you're registered, the military exercise begins tomorrow. While your strength ensures no real danger, complications are inevitable. Ho Tianji's expression darkened. First, there's Gu Chongqing, son of the Crimson Tiger Domain's ruler, Gu Tang. A monstrous genius secretly groomed for years. He won't be easy to handle. Second, Zhang Jiwei, one of the 7 Grand Marshals of the Heavenly Dragon Army. He's long despised the Yi family's control over the army. If he crosses paths with you, he'll strike to kill. Neither can aid you, and both will create endless trouble. Worse, you can't kill them, making the situation a headache. Ho Tianji paused, then added, and then there's your wife, Yu Linglong. If you face her in the exercise, how will you handle that? Just as he finished, he suddenly remembered something crucial and smacked his forehead. Most importantly, news arrived this morning. Imperial consort Ji Ningxuan has also registered for the exercise. If both she and Yu Linglong end up fighting you, whose side will you take? Good grief. Ho Tianji's head throbbed just thinking about it. He genuinely pitied Yi Fan's predicament. Ji Ningxuan is coming again? This girl just went back, didn't she? Barely after wrapping up the affairs at the Jinwang base and returning to Shangjing, she's already coming back for the military drills in the Vermilion Bird domain? Yifan frowned, sensing something off about Ji Ningxuan. Wherever he went, this girl seemed to follow. By now, Yifan was almost certain Emperor Ji Yuchen kept sending his future imperial consort to his side deliberately. There had to be ulterior motives here. It almost felt like the emperor was trying to matchmake him with Ji Ningxuan. If they end up fighting each other, of course I'd side with Ling Long. Yifan smirked, stating his decision without hesitation. Though he and Ji Ningxuan had been through life and death situations and shared a deep bond, Yu Linglong's sacrifice outweighed everything else. As the eldest sister-in-law, she had stood at the Yi family's funeral with her 6 sisters and publicly declared her marriage to Yifan, salvaging the family's reputation. That debt of gratitude surpassed all other ties. As for Gu Chongxing of the Crimson Tiger domain and Jiang Jiwei of the Celestial Dragon domain, Yifan wouldn't hold back, he'd let his fists do the talking. Now at the 4th-tier martial saint realm, Yifan was confident that few in the entire Great Xia Empire could rival him aside from the old monsters of the ancient martial world and the ancestral figures of certain super clans in the secular realm. The real question was, how powerful were the foreign forces colluding with the big fish in the Vermilion Bird domain and how much chaos did they plan to unleash in Great Xia? Clatter. Just as the registration formalities were completed, a large group of martial generals and commanders stormed in, led by none other than Jiang Xiuming. This stubborn bastard again? Yifan's head throbbed at the sight of him. Hadn't he already proven to Jiang Xiuming at the hotel that Su Wandao was alive and well? What was the point of barging in with an army now? He shot a glance at Ho Tianji beside him. The old man remained composed, though a trace of disappointment flickered across his face for reasons unknown. Jiang Xiuming, along with the high-ranking officers of the Vermilion Bird's 300,000 Iron Cavalry, pays respects to the new commander. Hail young Master Yi. Hail the commander. Swish. Over 100 martial officers dropped to their knees in unison, bowing devoutly under Jiang Xiuming's lead. Let it be known to all, this is Yifan, the young marshal of the Grand Preceptor's estate. He is also the successor personally appointed by Commander Su before his death. Only under his leadership will the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry find its path to glory. Jiang Xiuming declared, with Su Wandao's former aide echoing his words. Since Elder Ho is present, we request his witness. Any objections? Jiang Xiuming turned to Ho Tianji. The old man's face twisted bitterly. Damn it. He had hoped to leverage Yifan's influence to destabilize the Vermilion Bird domain and reorganize it under his own terms. Yet now, the domain's most elite force, 300,000 Iron Cavalry, had fallen into Yifan's hands. Who could he even complain to? Ho Tianji still didn't know Su Wandao was alive, but one thing baffled him. Why would Su, a loyalist of Prince Jin, hand over the cavalry to Yifan? Still, he consoled himself, better Yifan than Prince Jin. No objections. Ho Tianji sighed deeply. The Yi family's rise was unstoppable, and so far, Yifan's actions hadn't harmed the imperial family or Great Xia. Might as well lend him a hand. I endorse young Master Ye's appointment as commander of the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry. May you serve him faithfully and uphold the Empire's glory. With his approval, the last hesitant officers finally knelt and pledged allegiance. Rise. Yifan's tone was indifferent. At his current level of power, worldly authority held little appeal. But having 300,000 elite cavalry at his back was undeniably useful, at least it would deter anyone targeting the Yi family. As the crowd stood, Wang Fugue and Ho Tsuehua emerged from a nearby hillside, arms entwined and faces glowing. See, Fugue? I told you that bird was huge. Believe me now? The nearly 300-pound Ho Tsuehua clung to Wang Fugue like a human barnacle. Thankfully, Wang's martial prowess kept him from buckling under her weight. Hey, you were right, Suehua, really big. Wang Fugue grinned ear to ear until he spotted Ho Tianji. He hastily disentangled himself. Elder Hoe. His voice wavered with guilt. After what had just transpired in the woods seducing the old man's granddaughter without permission, Wang couldn't help but sweat. Ho Tianji snorted. Still calling me Elder Ho? Can't even spare a grandpa? Grandpa, stop scaring my baby. Before Wang could respond, Ho Tsuehua shielded him. Don't worry, darling, I'll protect you. Ho Tianji's heart ached. So this is how it feels when a granddaughter chooses a man over family? Sigh. Wang Fugue was decent, but his background was still lacking. Yifan observed Ho Tianji's shifting expressions, then glanced at Jiang Xiuming and the others. A plan crystallized in his mind. As the young marshal of the Celestial Dragon Army and deputy commander of the Black Tortoise Domain, seizing control of the Vermilion Bird's cavalry would inevitably breed resentment. Wang Fugue, though simple-minded, was his most loyal brother. Entrusting him with the Vermilion Bird Domain would be a safe move. Hear this decree. From this moment onward, Wang Fugue is appointed deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry. In my absence, he shall exercise full authority in my stead. The command token shall be entrusted to him. What? The crowd gasped. The Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry was the domain's most elite force. Countless had fought tooth and nail for its command. Yet Yi Fan, freshly instated, had immediately delegated power to Wang Fugue and handed over the token. The message was unmistakable. He was grooming Wang to take over. After a stunned pause, Hou Tianji's eyes narrowed in realization. This Yi Fan, truly a fox. With Wang Fugue, Yi Fan's sworn brother, in charge, the cavalry's allegiance remained unchanged in practice. But the optics? Entirely different. For one, Hou Tianji was now fully on board. Wang Fugue was his future grandson-in-law, and with Hou Ziehua as his only granddaughter, having the cavalry under family control suited him perfectly. Even the imperial court and Prince Jin's faction would find this arrangement far more palatable. Elder Hou, does this arrangement meet your standards for Fugue's status? Yi Fan met Hou Tianji's gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. What Yi Fan meant was crystal clear to Hou Tianji. Yi Fan intended to elevate Wang Fugue's status by appointing him as the deputy commander of the Vermilion Iron Cavalry, a position second only to the supreme leader, placing him above tens of thousands. Wang Fugue had won the heart of Hou Tianji's beloved granddaughter and was soon to become his grandson-in-law. However, Wang's grandfather had only been a deputy officer in the Dragon Army, and by Wang Fugue's generation, the family held no real power or prestige. In terms of social standing, Wang Fugue wasn't quite a match for Hou Tianji's granddaughter. But with a single decree, Yi Fan had now elevated Wang Fugue to the rank of deputy commander of the Vermilion Iron Cavalry, positioning him just below one of the four great war kings of the Vermilion Domain. With such status, Wang Fugue would no longer disgrace Hou Ziehua. Moreover, future developments could be tailored to Hou Tianji's preferences. Yi Fan had already purged all of Prince Jin's forces in Guangqing. Once the final big fish in the Vermilion Domain was eliminated, the entire region would fall firmly under Hou Tianji's control. If Hou Tianji wished, he could even groom Wang Fugue as his successor in the Vermilion Domain. Of course. Hou Tianji glanced at Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with envy. Old man Yi has a remarkable grandson. A single outstanding heir is worth an entire army. With such a prodigy, how could the Yi family not rise to greatness? You fool, what are you standing around for? Thanking Master Yi. Hou Tianji gave Wang Fugue a playful kick in the rear, sighing inwardly at the man's sheer luck. Wang Fugue had chosen the right elder brother, a true friend who genuinely cared for him. Though Wang Fugue was simple-minded and slow to react, his martial prowess was steadily improving. He could feel an invisible shackle within him gradually loosening, and even his intellect was slowly sharpening. Now, he instantly grasped Yi Fan's intentions. Boss, thank you for this opportunity. Wang Fugue exhaled deeply. With this new status, he and Hou Ziehua could finally be together openly. Between us, is thank you even necessary? Yi Fan chuckled softly, patting Wang Fugue's shoulder. Do your best. Don't let her down. Pausing briefly, Yi Fan turned to Hou Tianji. Elder Hou, don't worry about Wang's strength. Though he's only at the martial master level now, I'm letting him solidify his foundation first. When the time comes, I'll help him break through to martial emperor in minutes. He won't tarnish your reputation. Martial emperor. Hou Tianji's heart clenched. In all of Great Xia, there were only a handful of martial emperors, supreme experts of the highest caliber. Yet Yi Fan spoke of the breakthrough as if it were as simple as plucking cabbage from a field. Envy. Sheer, unadulterated envy. Good. Hou Tianji couldn't suppress his grin. Initially, he had been displeased when he caught Hou Ziehua and Wang Fugue sneaking off into the woods to watch the sparrows. But now it seemed his granddaughter's choice couldn't have been wiser. Wang Fugue might not be a golden thigh himself, but he had a golden thigh brother. By clinging to Wang Fugue, Hou Ziehua was indirectly latching onto Yi Fan's influence. And given time, Wang Fugue himself would undoubtedly become a golden thigh. Hou Tianji decided then and there he needed to change his attitude. He'd have to remind his granddaughter to treat Wang Fugue well. While Hou Tianji, Wang Fugue, and Yi Fan were all in high spirits, one person remained sullen, Jiang Xiuming, the stubborn mule. Hey, you, Wang Fugue. What makes you qualified to be deputy commander of the Vermilion Iron Cavalry? Jiang Xiuming had lost his bet with Yi Fan and had even attempted to assassinate him 3 times, failing miserably each time. Thoroughly humbled, he had no choice but to accept Yi Fan as the new commander. But Wang Fugue? A newcomer waltzing straight into the deputy position? Unacceptable. Because I have an amazing big brother. Got a problem with that. Wang Fugue declared proudly, grateful for his own foresight. Back when Yi Fan had been dismissed as a fool for 5 years, everyone had written him off except Wang Fugue. He had remained loyally by Yi Fan's side, obeying even the most absurd demands, like jumping off a second-floor balcony. Now his loyalty was paying off. Humph. Coward. Relying on others, what kind of man does that? Fight me. If you win, we'll accept you. If you lose, tuck your tail and slink away. Jiang Xiuming sneered. Wang Fugue's temper flared. Bring it on. You think I'm scared? He ripped off his shirt, revealing bulging muscles and fresh, deep scratch marks on his back. Damn. Whatever sparrow-watching had transpired in the woods must have been intense. Ho Tianji couldn't bear to look, sighing repeatedly. Seeing Wang Fugue's aggression, Yi Fan frowned and gripped his shoulder. Don't be reckless, Wang. Jiang Xiuming's at the peak of 9th grade martial master while you're only 8th grade. You're outmatched. Let me order him to back off. Wang Fugue met Yi Fan's gaze earnestly. No need, boss. You've already done so much for me. From here on, I'll carve my own path. I can't always rely on you. I want to grow stronger, strong enough to guard your back when you need me. Sincerity was the deadliest weapon. Hearing Wang Fugue's plain yet heartfelt words, Yi Fan felt an unexpected sting in his nose. In that moment, he saw a man of mediocre talent but unyielding determination, a man straining upward despite his limitations, his figure humble yet towering. This was Yi Fan's brother. A true man. And Wang Fugue's words proved he was evolving, no longer just a reckless brute, but someone maturing into responsibility. Was this the moment a boy became a man? Fine. Go. I've got your back. Yi Fan's eyes burned with approval. A fight was a fight. As long as Wang Fugue wasn't dead, Yi Fan could heal him. Boom. 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 Jiang Xiuming and Wang Fugue were both battle-crazed madmen. Life meant nothing when pride was at stake. They clashed instantly, fists and feet flying, cratering the ground beneath them. Though Jiang Xiuming was a minor realm stronger, Yi Fan had forgotten one thing: Wang Fugue's innate black tortoise armor, a natural defense that allowed him to tank attacks far beyond his level. The two fought to a standstill. But soon, Wang Fugue gained the upper hand, yanking out Jiang Xiuming's beard, tearing clumps of his hair, and plucking other, follicular adornments, reducing the man to near tears. Jiang Xiuming now experienced every cruel trick he'd once played on his mentor, Su Wandao. Now he understood why his teacher had wanted to murder him upon waking. Damn you, Wang Fugue! You fight dirty! Jiang Xiuming unleashed his full strength, but Wang Fugue's tortoiseshell armor absorbed every blow, leaving him helpless. The battle continues. The fight raged on for another 10 minutes. Though Wang Fugue's lips were bleeding from the relentless blows and his body swayed unsteadily, he stubbornly refused to fall. Come on. Let's keep fighting. Wang Fugue roared at Jiang Xiuming, pounding his chest with both fists. By now, Jiang Xiuming had lost half an eyebrow and a chunk of muscle had been bitten off his arm. If this kept up, he'd probably be stripped bare, maybe even reduced to a skeleton. Jiang Xiuming had always considered himself ruthless. But today he realized that Wang Fugue, Yi Fan's right-hand man, was even more vicious. At first, Jiang Xiuming had only been acting out of pride. But after such a prolonged battle with no clear winner, he knew dragging it out further wouldn't change anything. Worse, Wang Fugue was the sworn brother of Yi Fan's father. If things escalated, he'd have to answer to Yi Fan himself. Enough. I surrender. I admit defeat. Jiang Xiuming clutched his chest, theatrically spitting out a mouthful of blood before turning to the generals of the Vermilion Bird Cavalry. Brothers, I've done my best. Deputy Commander Wang's strength is extraordinary. He's practically on the verge of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Let us all pay our respects to Commander Wang. All hail Commander Wang. Under Jiang Xiuming and Adjutant Chi's lead, the Vermilion Bird Cavalry's officers knelt in unison, formally acknowledging Wang Fugue's authority. Ho Tianji frowned, watching Jiang Xiuming with suspicion. Jiang Xiuming could have easily kept fighting, yet he'd willingly conceded. Since when had he become so shrewd, so politically astute? Glancing at Yi Fan, Ho Tianji couldn't help but marvel. There was something inexplicable about Yi Fan, an almost magnetic force. Those who entered his inner circle seemed to gain sudden enlightenment, their abilities soaring to unprecedented heights. With the Vermilion Bird Domain's affairs temporarily settled, all that remained was the military drill set for the next day. Ring. Ring. Yi Fan's phone buzzed. Humph. You heartless little brat. It's been ages and you haven't even checked on me. If I hadn't called, would you have ignored me forever? The moment the call connected, Yu Linglong's coquettish voice rang out. Since their parting at Pinglai Gorge, Yi Fan had been preoccupied with affairs in Huadu and Guangshan, leaving little time for her. Ahem. My dear wife, you know I've been swamped. Linglong, are you in Guangxing already? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly. With the Yi family's resurgence, the constant pressure from Prince Jin, the oppression of the ancient martial Yi clan, and the ever-looming threat of the Divine Gate, Yi Fan had his hands full. And then there were his many romantic entanglements. Balancing them all was no easy feat. Humph. So you do remember I'm your first wife? Well, today you're mine, you little rogue. Don't think I've forgotten what you did last time. Yu Linglong's voice dripped with playful accusation, referring to the incident in Pinglai Gorge when he'd treated her chest injury, a thinly veiled excuse to flirt. At the time, she hadn't realized his intentions. But after confiding in her sisters, she'd learned the truth. The great Xia's top female warrior reduced to a blushing mess by Yi Fan's antics. Now it was her turn to tease him. And let's not forget she used to be his elder brother's wife. Yet this scoundrel had grown bolder, even daring to defy his former sister-in-law. Unacceptable. All right. Where are you? Yi Fan's feelings for his first wife were unique, a mix of respect, affection, indulgence, and a hint of fear. That's right. He was whipped. Among all his lovers, Yi Fan could play the tyrant except with Yu Linglong. With her, he obeyed. Oriental Grand Hotel. Humph. What? A hotel? In broad daylight? Had his first wife finally given in? Yi Fan's legs nearly buckled at the thought. The afterglow of last night's escapades with Shin Mange still lingered, and now oh no. That morning, he'd even had Yamada Keiko bring Otoya and Kotoya to the same hotel to meet Su Wandao. Though it was purely business, outsiders wouldn't know that. If Yu Linglong found out, his ears wouldn't survive the day. I'm on my way. Sighing inwardly, Yi Fan consoled himself with the thought of Yu Linglong's enchanting charm. Even ear-pulling would be worth it. After all, if not for her and his 7 sister-in-law's support, their marriage shielding the Yi family, Prince Jin's forces would have annihilated them long ago, even after his awakening. Old Wang, take the day off, Yi Fan said, glancing at the lovey-dovey Wang Fugue before turning to Guili. Laogua, tell Han Yue to investigate the foreign participants in the military drill. We need their plans uncovered. Foreign forces were colluding with a big fish in the Vermilion Bird Domain to stir trouble. But who was the traitor, Wei Hang or Guli? Meanwhile, in the Vermilion Bird camp. Strategist, we've received word from the registration office. Xiao Shan's mission failed, Yi Fan successfully enrolled. And Xiao Shan has been silenced. Wei Hang's secretary frowned, delivering the report. As for Ho Tsuewa's handler, Ho Tianji has already captured him. With Ho Tianji personally overseeing registrations today, our exposure is inevitable. The secretary bitterly regretted not acting sooner. Letting Yi Fan eliminate Dong Yunjiang, Wei Zhuang, and Su Wandao had whittled away their power. At this rate, they'd be left with nothing. Whether we're exposed no longer matters. The game is already in its final stages. What's crucial now is whether Prince Chris's foreign forces are ready for tomorrow's drill. Wei Hang's focus remained on the main event. If the tournament could incapacitate enough mid-ranking officers, his loyalists could seize control. And if that failed, the chaotic free-for-all on the southern island would be their last chance. After all, in the wilderness, with all witnesses eliminated, who would ever know the truth? Everything is arranged. Prince Chris confirmed that they've even mobilized Death Knights from the Dark Alliance for this military exercise. If they unleash forbidden techniques, their combat power could reach the martial saint level. Additionally, the European Martial Arts Alliance will secretly dispatch experts to assist. They're deeply concerned about Yi Fan's rise and explicitly ordered that killing him would be ideal. As his secretary delivered the report, Wei Hang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Martial saint-level power? If true, then Yi Fan might actually die. Wei Hang had initially felt indifferent toward Yi Fan, but after the latter's arrival in Guangxing, a series of disruptions had ruined all his plans, leaving him in a passive position. Resentment burned in his heart. Remember, we must exploit Yu Linglong's connection. Understood. Yu Linglong's participation in the military exercise is the hook, the bait. As long as she's there, Yi Fan will follow. We don't need to interfere directly with Yi Fan's role. Just maneuver Yu Linglong to wherever we want him to go. Understood. At the Oriental Grand Hotel, Yi Fan entered the room at the address Yu Linglong had given him. The moment he stepped inside, she pinned him against the wall with a thud, pouting. Confess. Have you been sneaking around behind our sisters' backs? Pressed against her ample bosom, Yi Fan couldn't help glancing down at the snowy valley between them. She's grown even more voluptuous in just a few days. Cough. Linglong, how could you think that? In Huadu, Rulin is with me. In Guangxing, Mange is by my side. What trouble could I possibly stir up? He tilted his head, trying to slip free of her grip. But Yu Linglong wasn't fooled. She pressed him harder against the wall and pulled up a photo on her phone. Then explain this. I heard them calling you Brother Yi Fan. So sweet and cozy. The image showed Daya and Xiaoya clinging to Yi Fan's arms. Judging by the angle, she must have taken it from her hotel window. Yi Fan sighed. He hadn't expected Yu Linglong to already be in Guangxing, let alone staying at the same hotel as the twins. And now I've been caught red-handed. Linglong, they're the holy maidens of the Gu cult, sent by their leader to assassinate me. I just explained things to them thoroughly. I was escorting them back to lay groundwork for dismantling the cult later. Liar. Keep spinning tales. Yu Linglong glared, her voice laced with hurt. If you don't come clean today, don't even think about touching us again. Her heart ached. 7 of us sisters, and we still can't satisfy this scoundrel? None of his fiancées were lacking. Each was stunning in looks and figure. Yet as she recalled Yi Fan's recent meteoric rise, frustration gnawed at her. When she and her sisters had pledged to marry him, he'd still been a fool. But in just a month, he'd become the Grand Preceptor's heir, a martial saint, and shed his idiocy, replaced by razor-sharp cunning. Was he faking it all along, just to trick us into his harem? Humph! They were assassins. Ask old Wang if you don't believe me. But during the attempt, certain incidents occurred. They insisted on clinging to me. What could I do? You know how sensitive my body is. Any intimate contact triggers surges of martial energy. Like this. With that, he boldly squeezed her backside. Ah! You! Yu Linglong jolted, leaping away. She'd forgotten. Yi Fan was anything but well-behaved. This is bad. After the Battle of Penglai Gorge, under the guise of healing her injuries, he'd taken every liberty, even stealing her first kiss. Where his fingers had touched, warmth erupted into a torrent of martial energy, propelling her strength upward. In that instant, Yu Linglong froze. Did I just brush against the threshold of martial venerable? Yi Fan had gifted her a martial emperor breakthrough pill during their last parting, but despite multiple attempts, she'd remained stuck at peak martial venerable, always a hair's breadth away. Yet now, a single touch from him had nearly pushed her through. How is this possible? Seeing her flustered expression, Yi Fan smirked and stepped closer. Let me help you break through, Linglong. How? What are you planning? His devilish grin made her pulse race. It's broad daylight. Don't you dare misbehave. Though she'd agreed to marry him and surrendered her heart after their kiss, the thought of full intimacy still mortified her. Secretly, she wished to be the last of his brides. Before she could react, Yi Fan pulled her into a deep kiss, his hands roaming freely. MMMPH, her body melted. This scoundrel, always bullying me. Do I give in or resist? Dazed, she stood rigid, her mind blank. Stop spacing out. Circulate your energy. Prepare to break through. Yi Fan's voice snapped her back to reality. Tomorrow's military exercise involved foreign powerhouses and the schemes of that big fish from the Vermilion Bird domain. He needed Yu Linglong to reach martial emperor level beforehand for her own safety. What? As she focused, the warmth from their contact transformed into raging martial energy, flooding her meridians. Yi Fan channeled ancient aura from the divine fragment within him, accelerating her cultivation. Yu Linglong nestled in Yi Fan's arms, rapidly circulating her martial energy with his assistance. As the energy grew stronger and faster, a resonant hum filled the room, and the very air trembled in response. She could clearly sense something shattering within her dantian. The shell formed at the martial venerable realm. Once broken, it would reform into a sturdier, more expansive shell at the martial emperor level, capable of supporting and amplifying even more powerful techniques. Boom! With Yifan's aid, the effects of the martial emperor-grade pill, the ancient power of the divine fragment within him, and the surging warmth all converged into a mighty force. After 5 minutes of relentless energy impact, Yu Linglong finally broke through, ascending fully to the martial emperor realm. In that instant, her comprehension of martial energy and perception of the surrounding space reached unprecedented heights. Ha! She pulled away from Yifan, pouting. You awful jerk. My lips are almost swollen from your kissing, despite the immense benefits their intimate contact had brought her. Yifan's kisses were so fervent it felt like he wanted to devour her whole. Her heart pounded wildly, as if yearning to merge with his very being. Yifan smirked mischievously. Awful? Heh, I've got worse in store. As he spoke, his wrist flicked, and Yu Linglong's outer robe slipped off, revealing the black lace beneath, barely containing the curves of her chest. Her heart raced. She knew exactly what was coming next. She hadn't been fully prepared, but the mood had already escalated. Well, I'm his sooner or later anyway. Might as well let him have his way. When she married Yifan, hadn't her 7 sisters-in-law all declared they would wed him together to expand the Yi family lineage? Resigned, she closed her eyes, her fair arms looping around his neck as she leaned in to kiss him again. Their bodies tumbled onto the bed, clothes scattering in disarray. Yifan's hands moved with practiced speed, and in moments, Yu Linglong lay bare before him. Yet, as a maiden, she couldn't help but blush. She tugged the blanket over herself, hiding beneath it and covering her face. Xiao Fan. Her voice trembled. The shift in their relationship stirred complex emotions within her. A month ago, she had been Yifan's betrothed sister-in-law. Now, here they were, about to consummate their bond. She was still a bride of the Yi family, just not to the same man. The feeling was indescribably surreal. Yifan, too, was exhilarated. Though all 7 of his sisters-in-law had vowed to marry him, Yu Linglong held a unique place. As the eldest sister-in-law, her status was unshakable. Linglong, my love, I won't let you down, he murmured tenderly, clasping her wrist before leaning in. The room grew thick with passion, but neither noticed the faint glow beginning to ripple across the floor, forming an intricate, luminous pattern resembling an 8 trigrams array. Whoosh! In the next moment, a young man in a gray robe materialized abruptly in the room, clutching a calligraphy brush. He patted his chest in relief. Phew! Thank goodness I didn't teleport onto the bed. That would have been awkward. Ha! Yifan, a martial saint, and Yu Linglong, now a martial emperor, sensed his presence instantly. Ah! Yu Linglong gasped, lifting her head to frantically check the blanket, relieved to find herself still covered. Yifan, meanwhile, was seething. Just as we were about to cross the final threshold, this bastard pops up out of nowhere. What terrified him more was that even with his martial saint perception, he hadn't detected the man's arrival. How is that possible? Could this stranger's strength surpass his own, a 4th-rank martial saint? Yet a quick scan revealed the youth was only a 6th-rank martial emperor, prodigious among his peers, but insignificant to Yifan now. Who are you? Yifan demanded coldly, swiftly donning his clothes as his martial energy surged, scrutinizing the intruder. His eyes flicked to the fading glow beneath the man's feet. A formation master? So he'd teleported here via an array. Impressive skill. Young Master Yi, no need for hostility. I'm an ally. The young man bowed politely. I am Gu Chongsheng of the Crimson Tiger faction, also a participant in the military trials. My apologies, sister-in-law, for interrupting your, activities. Please carry on. I'll turn around. Swear I won't peek or eavesdrop. Yifan's eye twitched. Carry on. Are you kidding me? The mood was thoroughly ruined. Damn it all. Outside. Now. Yifan gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. Just an hour ago, Hou Tianji had warned him about Gu Chongqing, a troublesome figure from the Crimson Tiger domain. He hadn't expected the man to barge in like this, in the most absurd way possible. With his wife still undressed in bed, Yi Fan had no patience for niceties. He grabbed Gu Chongqing by the collar, dragging him out to the living room like a disobedient kitten. "Young Master Yi, ease up. Such brutishness is beneath a gentleman." As Confucius said, Yi Fan wasn't having it. The moment they cleared the bedroom, he slammed Gu Chongqing onto the floor. "Brutish. You think sneaking into my wife's bedroom is fucking refined?" Thud. Gu Chongqing yelped as his rear hit the ground. "My mistake. The array misfired. At least I didn't land on the bed, or I'd never live it down. Young Master Yi, spare my life. I came to seek your help." "Holy shit, you want to teleport onto the bed? What the hell are you trying to do? Do you believe I'll strangle you to death?" Yi Fan was so frustrated he nearly lost his mind. He lunged forward, grabbing Gu Chongqing by the neck and shaking him violently. "Brute. Such brutish behavior. Young Master Yi," Confucius said, "a gentleman should treat others with courtesy." Alas, the teachings of propriety have decayed. Even as Gu Chongqing's breathing grew labored from the chokehold, he still managed to spout pretentious classical nonsense. Yi Fan was genuinely speechless. From a distance, he could practically smell the musty stench of pedantry wafting off this guy. Had this idiot read so many books his brain rotted? But in that split second of distraction, Gu Chongqing flicked his brush, swiftly drawing an array in the air. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt his grip go empty. The next moment, to his shock, Gu Chongqing, who had just been in his grasp, vanished, and reappeared behind him. Not only that, but Gu Chongqing was already raising his brush again, as if intending to draw something on Yi Fan's back. Holy shit, Yi Fan was genuinely impressed. This Gu Chongqing had some tricks up his sleeve. His teleportation technique bore similarities to Yi Fan's own stellar shift, instant movement abilities, or even the phantom body skill. Lucky it's me dealing with him today. Anyone else would have been scared half to death by such a bizarre displacement. After all, if Gu Chongqing suddenly appeared behind an enemy and stabbed them, even if it wasn't fatal, the wound would be severe. Yi Fan, currently at the 4th tier of Martial Saint Realm, had no trouble dodging such a sudden attack. But he was curious, what the hell was Gu Chongqing planning to draw on his back? Humph! Puppet corpse! With a flick of his wrist, a paper talisman appeared in Yi Fan's hand, instantly transforming into a perfect replica of himself, taking his place. Meanwhile, Yi Fan teleported away, concealing his aura as he quietly repositioned behind Gu Chongqing. When he saw what Gu Chongqing had drawn, he nearly lost it. "You This bastard had painted a turtle on his back. Wasn't this guy always preaching about reading the classics and being civilized? And yet he thinks drawing a damn turtle on someone is polite." Just as Yi Fan clenched his fist, ready to teach Gu Chongqing some physical manners, something even more surprising happened. The turtle Gu Chongqing had drawn flickered with a faint glow, then vanished without a trace. Though the ink disappeared, Yi Fan could still sense the ancient, formidable energy lingering within it, pulsing with immense array power. What the hell is this guy planning? Ahem! Young Master Yi, stop grabbing. I'm behind you now. Let's talk business, shall we? Gu Chongqing, seemingly pleased with his little stunt, wore a smug smile. Yi Fan's eye twitched. He silently recalled the puppet corpse while his real body teleported back in front of Gu Chongqing. "All right, young Master Gu, what exactly did you come here for today?" Gu Chongqing tucked away his brush and clasped his hands in a polite bow. "Young Master Yi, forgive my impertinence. I came to humbly request that, during the final round of the military drill competition, you let me win. Spare me the fight so we don't end up harming each other." Huh? Gu Chongqing wanted the championship? Yi Fan's lips curled. While he didn't particularly care about winning, he had already made plans. He intended to clear the path for Yu Linglong and ensure she took the title. "My wife deserves that crown." "Oh? Is that so?" Yi Fan smirked. But you're asking the wrong person. There are plenty of foreign powerhouses participating. Even if I step aside, what will you do when you face them? Some are far stronger than me. Gu Chongqing's expression darkened. Humph, those foreign bastards won't get the same courtesy. I'll cripple every last one of them. No offense, but in my eyes they're all trash. The only real threat in this competition is you, young Master Yi. Besides, he sighed. My father made me swear not to harm you. He said the Yi family are loyal subjects of the empire. He thinks he needs to go easy on me? How amusing. Still, his words confirmed one thing. The Gu family of the Crimson Tiger domain held no hostility toward the Yi clan. And given Gu Chongqing's attitude toward the foreign participants, Yi Fan no longer considered him an enemy. Really? And what if I refuse? Yi Fan's smile turned dangerous. Gu Chongqing froze, then bowed again, deeper this time. Then I'll beg. Young Master Yi, please grant me this. I need that championship. My father. His voice cracked. After his battle with the Europan experts, he was left with hidden injuries. He needs an 8th-tier pill to recover, and the grand prize this year includes one. Without it, he won't last much longer. I'm begging you. I'll even kneel. Gu Chongqing's sincerity was palpable as he prepared to drop to his knees. So that's the reason. Yi Fan exhaled slowly. He'd heard of Gu Tang, the Crimson Tiger domain's commander, a legendary warrior who had once struck fear into the hearts of the Empire's enemies. Rumor had it he'd been severely wounded in battle. The Imperial family had high-grade healing pills, yet for some reason, they'd never given one to Gu Tang. Instead, they'd made it a prize in this competition. A man's pride is worth more than gold. No kneeling. Yi Fan steadied Gu Chongqing with a faint smile, though his mind was already calculating. Then, you'll agree? Gu Chongqing's eyes lit up with hope. Yi Fan shook his head. No. But tell me, what will you do if I still refuse? Gu Chongqing's face fell. Young Master Yi, don't toy with me. This isn't how a gentleman behaves. If you won't yield, he sighed. Then I'll have no choice but to curse you. Go on, check your back. Feel anything. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Chongqing activated the hidden array. Immediately, Yi Fan sensed an ancient, overwhelming force surging through the puppet talisman, forcing it to bow low, as if prostrating. But don't worry, I'll show restraint. I won't interfere in your other matches, nor will I let you lose too disgracefully. Forgive me, young Master Yi. I need that pill. Gu Chongqing kept bowing, his voice heavy. The Imperial family knows. They want my father, the old tiger, to wither away. And they're watching. Within the Great Xia Empire, the 6 war domains. Back in the days when they fought for the Empire, the 6 war domains were glorious. But as peace gradually settled in, the titans entrenched in these domains became a lingering threat to the Imperial family. The previous emperor had died too young, and the new one was too inexperienced to suppress these warlords in any meaningful way. Yet outright execution was impossible. Killing them would brand the Imperial family as treacherous and disloyal. So, if certain warlords were to fall ill, well, the Imperial family wouldn't actively hinder their recovery, but passive neglect could hasten their demise. Gu Tang of the Crimson Tiger domain now faced precisely this predicament. That was why Gu Chongqing was so desperate to win the Vermilion Phoenix military drill and obtain that legendary pill. Gu Chongqing's face twisted with guilt. Using a curse to coerce Yi Fan was never his intention, but for the sake of victory and his father's life, he had no choice. Yet after bowing 3 times, Gu Chongqing suddenly noticed something strange. This isn't right. Under normal circumstances, his black tortoise seal array should have forced Yi Fan to his knees, or at least bent him under its crushing weight. But Yi Fan stood perfectly straight, utterly unaffected. Even if Yi Fan was strong, resisting the array's power outright would surely backfire. Yi Shao, Gu Chongqing stammered nervously. I know you're powerful, but once my array activates, it exerts tens of thousands of pounds of force. If you can't withstand it, don't force yourself. You'll damage your core energy, and I'd never forgive myself. He eased the array's pressure slightly. Just admit defeat. okay? Promise to go easy on me during the drill, and I'll release the array immediately. As the son of a loyalist family, Yifan was someone Gu Chongqing didn't want to harm. His father had strictly warned him against it. But Yifan just tilted his head, watching Gu Chongqing's performance with amusement. Behind Gu Chongqing, Yifan's puppet doppelganger clearly felt the pressure have. Ha! Did Gu Chongqing really think his little array could control him? Still, his heart wasn't malicious, he just wanted leverage, not blood. Yifan smirked. Gu Xiao, have you considered this? Even if I do let you win, can you actually defeat everyone else and claim the championship? Don't forget, Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan and the Jade Pool Saintess are also participating. Are you that confident? What? The Imperial Consort is joining. Gu Chongqing paled. Clearly, he hadn't heard the news. As the Jade Pool Saintess, Ji Ningxuan had already reached Emperor-level strength after several encounters with Yifan. More importantly, she represented the Imperial family's dignity. Even if Gu Chongqing could defeat her, daring to humiliate her would be tantamount to slapping the Emperor in the face. Emperor Ji Yuchen had sent her for a reason, to act as a safeguard. If Great Xia's forces suffered heavy losses against foreign opponents, she could salvage the situation. And if an unwanted contender rose to challenge for the championship, she could suppress them just enough. The message was clear. Ji Yuchen wanted the drill under his control. If the winner was someone the Imperial family approved of, fine. If not, Ji Ningxuan would be the roadblock. Forget the others. Let's settle this first. Gu Chongqing's expression darkened. Yi Xiao, just surrender already. I really don't want to hurt you. But Yifan remained unruffled. And another thing, even if you do win, do you think the Imperial family would let you take that 8th grade pill and heal your father? They want the Crimson Tiger to die. Why would they allow his revival? Gu Chongqing's resolve shattered. Why, you're right. His voice trembled. The drill is ultimately controlled by the Imperial family. They'd never let me win. Never let father recover and rise again. He wasn't stupid. Yifan's words struck like a blade, leaving him despondent. But we can make a deal, Yifan said, his smile turning sly. Help me clear the obstacles to the championship. If I win, I'll give you the pill and cure your father. How's that? From experience, Yifan knew Gu Tang's illness couldn't be fixed by a single pill. If it could, the Crimson Tiger warlord would have procured one long ago. A deal. Gu Chongqing's eyes flickered with hope. That was a solution. The Imperial family would never let him win. But if Yifan took the championship, they wouldn't interfere. And if Yifan really handed over the pill, his excitement flared until he froze. Wait, his black tortoise array was still active on Yifan. So why was Yifan moving freely, even patting his shoulder? He'd tested this array before. Even saint-level experts couldn't resist its pressure. How was this possible? Had the array failed? A flick of his fingers confirmed the array was working perfectly. Yet Yifan remained untouched. Just how terrifying is this guy? Why, Yi Xiao? Gu Chongqing's voice wavered. Why isn't my array affecting you? What trick did you use? Was this the power of Great Xia's #1 prodigy? He frantically checked Yifan's back, searching for flaws. Seeing his confusion, Yifan finally chuckled. Oh, the turtle sigil you drew? I moved it. He pointed at the paper-thin puppet behind Gu Chongqing. What they? For the first time in his refined life, Gu Chongqing swore. Gu Chongqing nearly jumped out of his skin. He glanced back and forth between Yifan and the paper puppet corpse. They were practically identical. Even the aura radiating from the puppet was indistinguishable from Yifan's. The only difference was that the puppet lacked Yifan's vitality and expressive demeanor. A Xiangxi corpse puppet? Young Master Yi, Gu Chongqing was utterly dumbfounded. The unique techniques of the Xiangxi corpse puppetry sect had long been the stuff of legend in the martial world of Great Xia, but no one had ever actually mastered them. Yet here was Yifan, wielding such an esoteric skill? This audacious sleight of hand left Gu Chongqing questioning his own existence. If Yifan could pull off something like this, did that mean he was also proficient in the teleportation arrays Gu had prided himself on mastering? With skills like his, how could he possibly hope to challenge Yifan? It'd be nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. And there it was, the Xuanwu ceiling array Gu had drawn on the puppet's back was now clearly visible, its glowing runes pulsing as it suppressed the lifeless figure. Damn it all. Gu scratched his head in frustration. So all his efforts to restrain Yi Fan had been in vain, his array's power had been wasted on a puppet, leaving Yi Fan completely unaffected. Thud. Overwhelmed by defeat, Gu plopped onto the floor with a heavy sigh. Ah! I'm such a fool. Truly. A crushing sense of powerlessness washed over him. He'd been determined to claim the championship, but Yi Fan's analysis had shattered that path. He'd thought his unique array mastery could pressure Yi Fan into yielding, only to realize his so-called pinnacle techniques were child's play in Yi Fan's eyes. Utterly humiliated. Krika. The bedroom door swung open as Yu Linglong stepped out, her clothes neatly arranged and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Young Master Gu, don't despair. We've all witnessed your achievements. Leading armies at such a young age, repelling millions of enemies in your father's stead. You're already exceptional. The only reason you feel defeated now is because you've met my husband, Yi Fan. Her words only deepened Gu's misery. Sis, are you comforting me or rubbing salt in my wounds? We get it, your husband's amazing. No need to flaunt it. Today had been a mistake. Sigh. Marshal you, young Master Yi. My apologies for the intrusion. I'll take my leave. Dejected, Gu rose and traced an array on the floor. In a flash, he vanished. With his demon eye activated, Yi Fan keenly observed the mechanics of Gu's teleportation array, a sly grin curling his lips. So that's how it works? The dragon ring had granted him knowledge of advanced arrays, but certain nuances had eluded him until now. Witnessing Gu's technique had filled in the gaps. At this point, Yi Fan could perfectly replicate Gu's teleportation array. He wondered, if I casually pulled this off in front of Gu, would he lose his mind on the spot? Oh, young Master Gu. Yi Fan called toward a tree branch outside the window, ensuring the message stuck. Don't forget my proposal, it's your best option. And you might want to look into this, the young miracle doctor who once dominated the Southwest? That was me. Even without an 8th grade pill, I can cure your father's illness. Huh? Perched on the branch, Gu stiffened as he glimpsed Yi Fan through the window. Holy... Did he just pinpoint my array's exit location? Does Yi Fan already know how to cast my signature technique? And that title, Young Miracle Doctor, was the very legend Gu had spent years chasing. When his father fell ill, rumors had led him to a prodigy in the Southwest, a teen whose medical prowess allegedly surpassed even Lei Qianjue's. It was said he could snatch lives back from the Reaper's grasp. But 5 years ago, just as Gu's investigation gained traction, the young miracle doctor had vanished without a trace. Now, connecting the timeline, Yi Fan's accident, his self-sealing with talismans, the doctor's sudden disappearance, it all clicked. Could Yi Fan really be him? If so, his father's salvation might not hinge on the imperial family after all. Should I agree to Yi Fan's terms and clear his path to victory? But then it struck him, with skills like Yi Fan's, who in this military drill could possibly stand against him. Why would he need Gu's help? His mind raced until he glanced at Yu Linglong and understood. Of course. Yi Fan didn't want the championship for himself. He was paving the way for her. At his level, titles meant nothing. Sigh. And here I thought I had scholarly integrity. Gu grimaced. For my father's sake, so be it. But first, I need answers. With Gu gone, only Yi Fan and Yu Linglong remained in the suite. Earlier, Yi Fan had already undone her armor, revealing the exquisite curves that lived up to her name, Linglong, delicate and graceful. Darling, Yi Fan purred, pulling her slender waist close with a roguish smirk. Let's pick up where we left off. Now at the emperor level, Yu Linglong carried an even more striking blend of valor and elegance, her jade-like perfection begging to be admired and touched. Ugh, you're impossible. She swatted his hand away, cheeks burning. What if that guy barges in again? I die of shame. Thankfully, Gu hadn't seen her bare skin, she'd have been mortified for weeks. Yi Fan sighed. Next time, I'm setting up barrier arrays. No interruptions. Today, Yu Linglong said, linking her arm with his, you're coming with me to the suburbs to meet my father. Huh? Meet the parents? Yi Fan's stomach lurched. Unlike with his other sweethearts, he knew next to nothing about Yu Linglong's family. Her father lived in the outskirts of Guang City? For some reason, the thought tightened his chest. I'll prepare gifts. As his first wife, she deserved the utmost respect. But Yu Linglong shook her head. Don't bother. He might not even see us. In fact, she sighed. He'll probably come at us with a blade. Save the presents. What? Yi Fan blinked. Her dad wants to chop her? Why? When I was little, my father strictly forbade me from practicing martial arts. He wanted me to focus on my studies and become a teacher or take up a clerical job in the future. But when I was 6, I suddenly awakened an innate martial aura and secretly began training. By the time I was 10, I had already broken through to the control realm. That was when my father finally found out. I remember it clearly. It was a night of torrential rain. When my father discovered I'd been practicing martial arts, he flew into a rage. He was so furious, he nearly destroyed the martial energy in my dantian on the spot. I'd never seen him that angry before. He tied me to a pillar and made me swear to live as an ordinary person forever. But I refused. I grabbed a blade and fought back before running away from home. Luckily, I met Commander Xuanwu Gufeng, who took me into the military camp. But from that day on, my father disowned me. Even though I visit him every year, his attitude hasn't changed in over a decade. He never lets me through the door. Sai, I just don't understand why. Why does he despise me learning martial arts so much? Yulinglong's mood darkened whenever she spoke of her father. Over the years, she had fought relentlessly on the battlefield, rising from an unknown soldier to become the Great Xia Empire's first female war goddess. Deep down, she was driven by a stubborn determination to prove to her father that she had made the right choice in pursuing martial arts. Don't worry, my love. There must be some misunderstanding. We'll find a chance to clear things up. Yifan gently patted Yulinglong's back in reassurance. Yifan had never heard about Yulinglong's past from his grandfather, nor had she ever mentioned it herself. To the outside world, she was simply the adopted daughter of Commander Xuanwu Gufeng, said to be the descendant of an old friend. But who would have guessed that Yulinglong's biological father lived in the outskirts of Guangxing? And not only did he refuse to see her, he even chased her away with a blade every time. What could possibly be the reason? Loving her meant sharing her burdens. Since this weighed on his beloved wife's heart, Yifan was determined to help her resolve it. We should still bring gifts. Do you remember what your father likes? Yifan asked softly. Yulinglong tilted her head in thought. Aside from knowing a bit of martial arts, he never seemed to have many hobbies. The only thing he ever cared about was tinkering with medicinal herbs. Sigh. She knew her father carried some deep-seated sorrow, but for years, he had refused to speak of it, never telling her who her mother was or where she might be. Now that she had broken through to the martial emperor level, surely he would finally acknowledge her, right? Got it. Yifan immediately called Song Yang. Patriarch Song, gather the finest medicinal herbs from the Tiankue base, enough to fill a truck. I need them urgently. After hanging up, he dialed Guoli. Old Gua, mobilize the Tianji Pavilion's herb reserves. Prepare another truck of the highest grade medicinal ingredients. Then Chun Yao Ho Tianji. A few calls later, Yifan had arranged for 10 truckloads of top-tier herbs to accompany them to the outskirts of Guangxing. Along with the herbs, he also brought several master-forged alchemy cauldrons. As Yifan drove intently toward their destination, Yulinglong sat in the passenger seat, fidgeting nervously as she glanced at the convoy behind them and the list of herbs in her hands. Xiao Fan. Isn't this too extravagant? 1,000-year-old snow lotus seeds. 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. Millennial Ganoderma. Countless rare, life-saving herbs that couldn't even be bought with money. And they weren't measured in grams but by the truckload. If these herbs were to be valued in currency, they'd easily be worth trillions. All this, just to meet her father who might not even see them. Extravagant? Nothing could ever compare to your worth, my love. Yifan turned to her with tender affection. What you mean to me can't be measured by material things. If anything, these are just a fraction of the betrothal gifts I'd give to marry you properly. His words melted Yulinglong's heart. Her chest tightened with emotion. Did she, once just his sister-in-law, really hold such a precious place in his heart? To be Yifan's woman, she had no regrets. Xiao Fan, thank you. Her eyes misty, Yulinglong gazed at him with deep affection before suddenly leaning over, wrapping her arms around his neck, and pressing her lips passionately against his. If they hadn't been in a moving vehicle, she might have shed her armor right then, even if it meant completing their union in the car. Feeling her love, Yifan knew that while Yulinglong had initially married him out of loyalty to the Yi family, from this moment on, she had given herself to him body and soul. Then thank me properly tonight. Grinning mischievously, Yifan tugged at the collar of her robe while keeping one hand on the wheel. The fabric slipped, revealing the snowy depths beneath. Instinctively, Yulinglong moved to adjust her clothes, but seeing the desire in his eyes, she paused. Instead, she shifted slightly, giving him a better view. Go ahead. Look all you want. After all, I'm yours now. Humph. You little rogue. Though she didn't cover up, she still playfully chided him. No wonder Ishu said you're anything but well-behaved. Heh. Yifan smirked. A man's got to be a little bad for his woman to love him. Yulinglong watched his roguish charm with adoration. You may be wicked, but I love it. At one point, she had even wondered if Yifan had been pretending to be foolish all along, just waiting for his 7 sisters-in-law to declare they'd marry him. But now, none of that mattered anymore. An hour later, their convoy entered a mountain village and stopped before a small cottage in the wilderness. We're here. Yulinglong stepped out of the car, took a deep breath, and strode toward the house. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The moment she and Yifan crossed into the courtyard, an earth-shaking roar erupted from inside. Get out! Yulinglong, how many times must I say it? Are you deaf? Leave now! A ragged old man burst out, gripping a sickle as he charged toward her. Go! If you're not gone in 3 minutes, I'll... Mid-threat, his eyes darted nervously toward the wilderness beyond, as if fearing something unseen. His voice faltered. Swallowing hard, he changed his tone. If you don't leave, I'll kill myself right here. With that, he pressed the blade to his own throat, drawing a thin line of blood. The old man was none other than Yulinglong's biological father, Yu Jianfeng. Huh? Seeing this situation before him, Yifan couldn't help but feel helpless. Was there really such a hot-tempered old man? Why was he so opposed to women stepping into martial arts? Uncle, don't be angry, could there be some misunderstanding here? Yifan spoke up, offering a placating explanation. Linglong has incredible talent in martial arts. At such a young age, she's already broken through to the emperor level. Why won't you let her pursue this path? Emperor level? Hearing Yufan's words, Yu Jianfeng froze for a moment, glancing at Yulinglong with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. But the next second, he erupted in fury again, shouting at her. So, what if she's emperor level? I've long severed ties with her. We're no longer father and daughter, we're strangers now. Stay out of my life. If you really care about me, then leave me alone, that's the best way to help me. Get out. Yulinglong, do you want me to die in front of you? Yu Jianfeng pressed a sickle against his own throat, roaring at her as he advanced step by step. Though Yu Jianfeng hit it well, Yifan noticed his eyes darting nervously toward the mountains behind them as if he feared something lurking there. Yifan sensed Yu Jianfeng's aura. He was a martial sovereign, a top-tier expert in the entire Great Xia Empire. A warrior of that caliber could dominate a region with ease. Yet Yu Jianfeng had chosen to hide in this remote village for over 20 years? Something was definitely wrong. Activating his demon eye, Yifan scanned Yu Jianfeng and was shocked to find dozens of hidden injuries riddling his body. Some wounds even pulsed with a thick aura of death, slowly devouring his vitality. The dark energy resembled the soul-locking curse used by Pan Shi. The more Yifan observed, the more alarmed he became. Yu Jianfeng had been sabotaged, and the culprit was likely connected to the mastermind behind Prince Jin. Uncle. Yifan pieced everything together, realizing why Yu Jianfeng had been refining medicinal herbs all this time. He was trying to heal himself. In that case, the herbs and cauldron Yifan brought today were exactly what Yu Jianfeng needed. Shut up. I know who you are, Yi family's so-called monstrous genius, aren't you? If Linglong wants to marry you, that's her business. But this is between me and her, stay out of it. Yu Jianfeng showed no mercy, berating Yifan before turning back to Yu Linglong, still pressing the sickle to his throat. Dad. Why? For 13 years you've refused to let me practice martial arts. Tears streamed down Yu Linglong's face as years of pent-up frustration burst forth. I've reached emperor level now. If you're hiding something, just tell me, we can face it together. Why are you doing this to me? From a little girl desperate to prove herself to her father, she had grown into the Great Xia's most renowned female warrior. No matter how cold and domineering she appeared to the world in front of her father, she was still just a daughter longing for his love. Yu Jianfeng's face twitched at the sight of her tears. He nearly relented, but the thought of those terrifying forces hardened his resolve. Enough nonsense. Yu Linglong, remember this, the moment you secretly started learning martial arts, we ceased being family. Forget you ever had a father, and I'll forget I ever had a daughter. And starting today, if you ever step foot here again, I'll disappear to a place you'll never find. His eyes betrayed his pain, but for Yu Linglong's sake, he had no choice. Yu Linglong had retreated until she was nearly outside the courtyard. Thud. The proud warrior dropped to her knees. Dad, please don't do this. I know you're hiding something, just tell me. If I can't handle it, my husband Xiao Fan can. Do you know he's already a 4th-rank martial saint? In the entire mortal world, who can stand against him? Ha! 4th-rank martial saint? Yu Jianfeng's pupils dilated. Just days ago, he'd heard Yi Fan was only at emperor level. How had he broken through so quickly? If Yi Fan truly was a martial saint, then perhaps they could stand a chance against those people. For a moment, Yu Jianfeng wavered. Should he tell them the truth? But then he thought of the Yi family's massacre, the threats from Prince Jin and his powerful backers. If he dragged Yi Fan into his own troubles, wouldn't that just burden the Yi family further? No. Even if those people came for him, he'd face them alone, even if it cost him his life. Better not implicate Linglong and Yi Fan. His expression darkened as he snarled, so what if he's a martial saint? I told you cutting ties is the best thing for me. Get out. Now. He pressed the sickle harder, deepening the cut as blood trickled down. Stop. Dad. I'll go, okay? I'll leave. Yu Linglong's face was ashen, her vision blurred by tears. A suffocating weight crushed her chest. Her father was definitely hiding something. His vehement opposition to her martial arts, his insistence on disowning her, it felt like his words weren't meant for her, but for someone else, as if he was desperate to prove they were no longer related. Seeing Yu Linglong stagger, Yi Fan's heart ached. He pulled her into his arms. Leave this to me, my love. Whoosh. A surge of martial energy shattered Yu Jianfeng's sickle into fragments, scattering on the ground. Uncle, stop tormenting Linglong. Whatever's troubling you, let's face it together. Yi Fan's move was so swift that Yu Jianfeng barely registered it before his weapon was destroyed. Yu Jianfeng gaped in disbelief. Was this the power of a martial saint? To disarm a martial sovereign without warning? Before he could react, a booming voice echoed from the mountains. Ha! Yu Jianfeng, drop the act. Did you really think we believe Yu Linglong isn't your daughter after all our investigations? Several middle-aged men charged toward the cottage. At the sound of their voices, Yu Jianfeng's face paled. Go! Why are you still here? He roared in desperation. Whoosh! With a wave of the middle-aged men's hands, a group of youths clad in white robes swiftly appeared, surrounding the courtyard. The leader of the group sneered coldly, Leave? Yu Jianfeng, where do you think you're going? Humph. You've hidden the truth from the palace master for 20 years. If not for Yu Linglong's battle in the Pinglai Gorge where we happened to notice her, we would have remained deceived forever. Did you really think the palace master's bloodline could just slip away? Upon hearing this, Yu Jianfeng closed his eyes in despair and let out a long sigh before turning to look at Yu Linglong. So it's finally come to this. He had warned her against practicing martial arts, but she had insisted. And now this. Palace master? Bloodline? Yu Linglong frowned in confusion, staring at her father. Dad, what's going on? Yu Jianfeng glanced at the middle-aged man and the surrounding youths before forcing a bitter smile. Linglong, we've reached this point at last. I'm sorry, my child. As he spoke, he opened his arms and embraced her warmly. The sudden hug left Yu Linglong momentarily stunned. It had been 13 years since they'd last embraced like this. When she was little, Yu Jianfeng had doted on her endlessly, holding her countless times a day. But the moment she began training in martial arts, his attitude had changed drastically. He'd even tried to cripple her dantian. If not for Gu Feng's timely intervention, who knew what might have happened? All these years, Linglong. I've always been by your side. Yu Jianfeng's voice was soft but firm. When you were 16, fighting the 10 assassins of the East alone at the southern border, I was there in the shadows. At 18, when you infiltrated a royal palace in Europa, I followed you in secret. You even stole a bite of the princess's cake. And during the battle at Pinglai Gorge, I was hidden nearby. He shot a glance at Yu Fan. If this brat hadn't stepped in, I would have fought to protect you myself. One by one, Yu Jianfeng recounted every major and minor struggle Yu Linglong had faced over the years. Her eyes widened in shock as she listened. So that was how she'd miraculously triumphed in so many seemingly hopeless battles. It had felt like divine intervention. Now she understood. Her father had been silently watching over her all along. Her rise as the first Valkyrie of the Xuanwu domain, her status as a candidate for the chief's seat, half of it was due to his unseen protection. His love had never left her. She just hadn't realized it. Dad! Tears streamed down her face as she clung to him. Why didn't you tell me? I thought you'd abandon me. Yu Jianfeng stroked her hair tenderly. Silly girl, how could I ever abandon you? You're my most beloved daughter. When you chose the path of martial arts, I may have yelled at you, even threatened to bind you, but every wound you suffered hurt me just as much. His voice grew somber. But if I hadn't acted that way, they would have found you sooner. They'd have taken you by force, just like they took your mother. We only wanted you to live an ordinary life, free from these struggles. But now, from his grave tone, Yu Linglong pieced it together. These powerful intruders were connected to her mother. Who are they? Why do they want to take me? She glared at the group. The white-robed youths surrounding them were all at the master level, while the 4 middle-aged men were at least emperor realm, 2 even at the saint realm. They serve your grandmother. Your mother, she wasn't from this mortal world. She ran away, met me, and we fell in love. You were born from that love. A wistful smile crossed Yu Jianfeng's face as he spoke of her. Then where is she? Why have I never seen her? Though she already suspected the answer, she needed confirmation. Yu Jianfeng sighed. When you were 2, they took her by force. You were spared only because you were visiting a neighbor that day. Now everything made sense. Yu Jianfeng had forbidden her from martial arts to keep her hidden. And all those years, while she carried out missions, he, a venerable realm expert, had been her unseen guardian. Dad! Overwhelmed, Yu Linglong hugged him again, her heart aching. She could only imagine his suffering. The pain of losing his wife. The constant fear for her safety. The agony of hiding their bond, unable to openly acknowledge her as his daughter, lest she be taken too. As the misunderstandings melted away, warmth filled the air until the lead enforcer, a stout middle-aged man, shattered the moment. Enough, Yu Jianfeng. Save the theatrics. You know the rules. Out of respect for the young mistress, we'll spare your life, but Yu Linglong must come with us. The palace master's bloodline cannot remain in the mortal world. And she has other plans for the girl. With that, he reached to seize Yu Linglong's arm. Bastards! Yu Jianfeng roared, shielding her like a furious mother hen. 20 years ago, you stole my wife. Now you'll take my daughter too? I'll fight you to the death. The man smirked, unimpressed. Don't waste your breath. You were once a prodigy, even reaching the emperor realm, but your meridians were ruined. You'll never surpass the saint realm. You're no match for us. With a flick of his wrist, he immobilized Yu Jianfeng effortlessly, leaving him helpless as the man's hand closed in on Yu Linglong. You think you can take my wife without my permission? A deep voice cut through the tension as Yu Fan's hand snapped out, gripping the man's wrist. A seemingly casual motion, yet within it surged the force of a thunderstorm. And who the hell are you? What does your opinion matter? Let go. The middle-aged man didn't even spare Yi Fan a glance. While shouting, he unleashed a surge of energy from his palm, intending to blast Yu Fan away. But to his shock, despite channeling the power of a martial emperor, he couldn't budge Yi Fan's arm in the slightest. The man frowned, eyeing Yi Fan. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it or you won't be able to handle the consequences of crossing us. He had already sensed that Yi Fan was no ordinary opponent, forcing a direct confrontation might be troublesome. Nothing to do with me? Linglong is my wife. You're trying to kidnap my wife and you say it's none of my business? Should I be clapping and cheering for you instead? Yi Fan glared coldly at the man and his group. I don't care where you're from, don't lay a finger on my wife. Otherwise, when I lose my temper, I might even cut myself. With a surge of energy from his wrist, Yi Fan unleashed the power of a martial saint, forcefully flinging the man away. Thud! 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 The middle-aged man, named Ding Xiu, was a core elder of the Mirror Moon Palace, his strength already at the 3rd tier of martial saint. Yet, he was being overpowered by a mere youth from the mortal world? Humiliated and stunned, Ding Xiu's face darkened. You've got some nerve, kid. Which of the 4 great holy lands do you hail from? The Imperial Extreme Holy Land? Or the Profound Heaven Sect? Ding Xiu flexed his arm, glaring at Yi Fan. No matter which one it is, none of them dare oppose any sect from the immortal domain. Think carefully about the consequences. As he spoke, he shot a glance at his 2 companions, signaling them to flank Yi Fan from behind. They intended to seize Yu Linglong by force. Ding Xiu was certain that Yi Fan couldn't be just some disciple from an ordinary family in the mortal world. In the mortal realm, cultivation resources were scarce. Breaking through to the Grandmaster realm was already a near impossible feat, let alone reaching Martial Saint. Aside from a few ancient martial families with deep legacies, only the 4 great holy lands relying on ancient formations could produce such talents. Consequences my ass. I, you fan, represent only myself. Enough of your yapping. If you want to fight, then let's see whose fists are harder. Yi Fan sneered. The moment the 2 flanking experts moved, he had already locked onto them. Phantom Shadow Clone. With a low shout, Yi Fan struck before the 2 could reach Yu Linglong. A violet afterimage, swift as a ghost, darted past her and pierced through the chests of the 2 martial saints. Whoosh! The 2 stealthy attackers, though only at the first and second tiers of martial saint, were genuine experts. Their perception of energy and space was on an entirely different level. The moment Yi Fan's violet shadow approached, they sensed danger, but it was too fast. Before they could react, the phantom had already passed through them. Strangely, there were no visible wounds. For a brief moment, they even felt lighter, as if something inside them had been swept away. Huh? I'm fine? Scared me. I thought that was some deadly technique. Yeah, probably just a bluff. What can a brat from the mortal world do? Even if he's a martial saint, without high-level martial techniques, his power is useless. The 2 chuckled in relief, thinking they were unharmed. So what if a shadow passed through them? What harm could it do? A nobody from the mortal world couldn't possibly possess the heaven-defying techniques of the immortal domain. By all logic, he shouldn't be able to touch them. After a brief pause, they lunged forward again, aiming to grab Yu Linglong. After all, the palace master was waiting. They had to bring her back at all costs. But after just 2 steps, splat, splat, both spat out mouthfuls of blood, staggering as if about to collapse. What the hell? Old Duan, my strength just dropped by 30%. I'm almost falling below Martial Emperor now. Same here. What the was it, that shadow? That damn thing stole 30% of our power? How? Panic set in as their vitality and cultivation rapidly drained. They frantically activated their energy, trying to retreat, but when they looked back, Yi Fan was no longer where he had stood. Instead, he had teleported behind them, following the violet afterimage. Before they could react, Yi Fan seized their necks like chickens and hurled them straight at Ding Xiu. Fatso. Since you didn't kill my uncle earlier, I'll go easy on you this time. But next time, you won't be so lucky. As the 2 flew through the air, crimson threads shot from Yi Fan's fingers, drilling into their bodies and sealing all their meridians in an instant. Boom. Boom. When Ding Xiu caught his 2 subordinates, the impact cratered the ground beneath him. Just from being thrown, they carried such terrifying force. Ding Xiu was utterly shaken. What kind of monstrous world was this? Since when did mortals produce such freaks? Old Duan. Xiaolu. Are you all right? He shook them, but the 2 martial saints were already unconscious, limp in his arms like dead dogs, barely breathing, completely unresponsive. Hiss! A chill ran down Ding Xiu's spine. The white-robed disciples around him began murmuring in fear. Yi Fan's strength was this terrifying? Not only did he block Elderding, but he also countered 2 martial saints' ambush and crippled them in return? Was this even human? Beside them, Yu Jianfeng, who had already resigned himself to despair and prepared for a heart-wrenching farewell, was stunned. To his astonishment, Yi Fan had effortlessly stopped Elder Ding Xiu and even knocked out the 2 other supervisors from Mirror Moon Palace? Yu Jianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed today would end the same way as 20 years ago, watching helplessly as Yu Linglong was taken away, powerless to act as her father. But now a glimmer of hope emerged. With Yi Fan here, perhaps the outcome would be different this time? Linglong, where on earth did you find such a treasure of a man? Yu Jianfeng couldn't help but ask excitedly. Yu Linglong gazed at Yi Fan's commanding presence, admiration flashing in her eyes. He's the foolish, young master of the Yi family. Originally, he was supposed to be my brother-in-law, but after the eldest Yu brother died, I and my 7 sisters chose to marry him instead. Recalling those events, Yu Linglong felt a surge of pride. Perhaps this was the best decision she had ever made in her life. For an unwed sister-in-law to marry her younger brother-in-law required immense courage and resolve. Back then, when she and her 7 sisters decided to marry Yi Fan, they had never imagined such a reward. They had even prepared for the possibility that Yi Fan might remain mentally impaired for life. Yet, Yi Fan had awakened far sooner than expected and his rise had been meteoric. Now, his strength had reached the 4th rank of Martial Saint. His backing included the Tianji Pavilion, the Zhenwu Division, the Wandering Soul Squad, the Tiankue Base, the rapidly expanding Fan Alliance, and even the newly established Grand Preceptor's Mansion with Imperial support. Whether in terms of his personal martial prowess or the forces behind him, Yi Fan had already elevated the Yi family to a level several times greater than before its downfall. Now, anyone who dared to target the Yi family, even a mere servant, would have to think twice. Ding Xiu examined his two subordinates, confirming they were incapacitated, then turned to Yi Fan with a dark expression. "So, you're Yi Fan? It seems you're determined to oppose Mirror Moon Palace." A prodigy of this caliber appearing in the mortal world was beyond Ding Xiu's expectations. But today, Yu Linglong had to be taken back, otherwise he would have no way to answer to the palace master. Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Elder Ding, you've got it backward. It's not me who's being stubborn, it's you. Trying to take my wife by force? What kind of man would allow that? Put yourself in my shoes. If I were to drag your wife into a room for a wedding night, would you cheer and applaud?" "Well said." Before Ding Xiu could respond, Yu Jianfeng burst out in approval. This was cathartic, absolutely cathartic. 20 years ago, it was Ding Xiu who had forcibly taken Yu Jianfeng's wife. Now, he was trying to take his daughter too. Yu Jianfeng had long harbored a deep hatred for Ding Xiu, but lacking the strength to fight back, he had been forced to endure the humiliation. Yi Fan's retort, while not physically damaging, was deeply insulting, and it gave Yu Jianfeng a much-needed sense of vindication. Now, Yu Jianfeng regarded Yi Fan with growing admiration. "You are courting death." Ding Xiu's face flushed with rage. With a stomp of his foot, his body blurred into an afterimage as he lunged at Yi Fan. Ding Xiu's true strength was only at the third rank of martial saint, but with the advanced techniques of the immortal realm, his combat power far surpassed that of a fourth-rank martial saint. Before Ding Xiu even reached Yi Fan, his palms multiplied into countless phantom hands, each radiating a deadly aura. "Thousand-hand guanyin?" Yu Jianfeng's expression tightened. "Young Master Yi, be careful. Don't let even a single phantom touch you. Once it latches on, it'll cling like a parasite, continuously draining your strength." Having once had a wife from the immortal realm, Yu Jianfeng had heard of such techniques, though he couldn't practice them himself. Initially, Yi Fan had planned to block the attack with his 3,000 crimson threads. But upon hearing Yu Jianfeng's warning, he instantly teleported away. As he moved, he activated his puppet paper talismans, conjuring 7 puppet clones of himself that scattered in different directions. Meanwhile, his true body reappeared beside Yu Jianfeng, stealthily undoing all the restraints on him. "Trying to run? Too late." Ding Xiu sneered. "Young man, my thousand-hand guanyin rarely makes an appearance. Consider it an honor to be defeated by this signature move of mine. Whether you conjure 7 clones or 100, my 1,000 hands will find you. Once even one touches you, you're finished." Heh. The thought of subduing a prodigy from the mortal world filled Ding Xiu with pride. If he could bring Yi Fan back to Mirror Moon Palace, it would be a great service. Perhaps the palace master wouldn't even need to proceed with the arranged marriage. Instead, they could leverage Yi Fan's relationship with Yu Linglong to recruit him as a son-in-law. Boom. Boom. The thousand-hand guanyin's power was indeed terrifying. The attack split into 7 waves, each pursuing one of Yi Fan's puppet clones. The valley trembled as explosions sent debris flying, leaving massive craters in their wake. From the looks of it, none of the fleeing Yi Fans had escaped the assault. In other words, no matter which was the real Yi Fan, he would have been struck. The true horror of the thousand-hand guanyin lay in its ability to latch onto its target. Once a single palm made contact, it would continuously drain the victim's vitality and suppress their martial power, making escape impossible. That was why Yu Jianfeng had been so alarmed when he recognized the technique. "Young Master Yi, just surrender. All 7 of your clones are trapped. I'm about to activate the absorption." Ding Xiu focused his mind, preparing to drain Yi Fan's vitality and suppress his strength. However, out of respect for Yi Fan's talent, Ding Xiu held back, careful not to inflict permanent damage. But after testing 3 of the Yi Fan clones, his expression darkened. Something was wrong. Not only did these clones lack any trace of vitality, but they also carried a thick aura of death, one that was now surging back along the thousand-hand guanyin's energy, attacking Ding Xiu himself. Was this a counterattack? Ding Xiu's heart pounded. Damn it! Was he, a cultivator of the immortal realm, about to be bested by a mere mortal? Ding Xiu frantically channeled his martial energy, attempting to block the invasive aura of death from seeping into his body. To his horror, his ordinary martial energy proved utterly ineffective against the eerie, deathly aura. It couldn't even resist its corruption. The sinister energy seemed capable of infecting even martial power itself. A chill ran down Ding Xiu's spine as every hair on his body stood on end. With no other choice, he summoned his golden energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. Only then did he barely manage to keep Yi Fan's deathly aura at bay. How terrifying! How could a mere mortal from the secular world possess such horrifying techniques? Some of these methods aren't even known to me, a heavyweight from the immortal domain. Is this kid really just a commoner? Could he be the illegitimate son of some immortal domain bigshot? The deathly aura Ding Xiu had sensed was, in fact, a mystical technique Yi Fan had inherited from the dragon seal ring. According to the ring's records, this aura could corrode and devour all things. However, Yi Fan's previous strength had been too weak, limiting its potency. But now, with Yi Fan's bones evolving to spirit bone level and his cultivation breaking through to the martial saint realm, both the deathly aura and his crimson thread overlord body had undergone a terrifying upgrade, far more formidable than before. Strangely, the golden energy Ding Xiu summoned was nearly identical to the golden threads within Yi Fan's body. Ding Xiu thought he had successfully blocked the deathly aura's invasion. But what he didn't realize was that the originally inky black aura, upon encountering the golden barrier, paused for only a moment, then began changing. Its color shifted, its essence adjusted, and within seconds it had transformed into golden energy, indistinguishable from Ding Xiu's own. The deathly component had vanished, seamlessly merging with Ding Xiu's power. It had become one of his own. Yi Fan's deathly aura had evolved yet again, now capable of chameleon-like mimicry, altering its form and essence to blend into its surroundings, silently infiltrating its target. This was beyond terrifying. Wiping sweat from his brow, Ding Xiu reactivated his thousand-armed guanyin technique, launching a furious assault on Yi Fan's remaining 4 clones. Young Master Yi, don't think these petty tricks can stop me. Just wait, soon you'll be begging for mercy. How hard can it be to crush a brat from the secular world? Boom. 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 Not wanting to risk delay, Ding Xiu unleashed his thousand-armed guanyin in rapid succession, smashing all 4 clones to the ground simultaneously. If even one of them was Yi Fan's true body, the battle would be over. The energy released by the thousand-armed guanyin shared a similar corrosive property to Yi Fan's deathly aura. Once contaminated, the victim would be slowly consumed. Yet, to Ding Xiu's shock, even after obliterating all 4 clones, he detected no trace of Yi Fan's life force. Instead, the surrounding deathly aura grew even more violent, thickening in the air. Though his golden barrier kept the aura at bay, Ding Xiu couldn't shake the unnerving feeling that it had already infiltrated his body. But where was Yi Fan's real body? He had seen Yi Fan split into 7 clones. All 7 had been crushed, so why was there still no sign of the original? Everything had happened right before his eyes. If Yi Fan had fled, how could he have sensed nothing? Meanwhile, it's over, it's all over. Ding Xiu's captured them all. Ling Long, your husband is in serious trouble now. Yu Jianfeng, watching from the sidelines, wore a grim expression as all 7 of Yi Fan's clones were subdued. In that moment, he made a decision, even if it cost him his dignity, his life, or even using Yu Linglong as leverage, he had to save Yi Fan. A prodigy like this, given time to grow, would have an unimaginably bright future. Just then, Yu Jianfeng felt a mosquito bite his cheek. Annoyed, he instinctively swatted at it. Slap! The mosquito died instantly, but Yu Jianfeng froze. Wait, that's not right. My bloodline was sealed. How can I move now? What the? He turned to Yu Linglong in shock. Linglong, did you break the seal? But she had tried multiple times earlier, failing each time due to her insufficient strength. And the seal couldn't have lifted on its own before Ding Xiu's departure. Then who? As Yu Jianfeng glanced around, he suddenly found himself face to face with Yi Fan, so close that the young man's features loomed large, startling him. Holy! You! But just now! Yu Jianfeng's jaw dropped. He had seen all of Yi Fan's clones, including his supposed true body, captured by Ding Xiu. Yet here Yi Fan stood, right beside him. There was only one explanation. Yi Fan had hidden himself before Ding Xiu even attacked. And as for who had broken the seal, the answer was obvious. Uncle, it's me. You're free now, Yi Fan said with a faint smile. Don't worry. Once I deal with them, I'll restore your damaged foundation, bones, and even heal your old injuries. With luck, you'll make a full recovery and then some. Wah! Hope ignited in Yu Jianfeng's eyes, long dulled by despair. He had dreamed of regaining his peak strength, only then could he break through to realms beyond Martial Saint and rescue his wife. Father, trust him, Yu Linglong chimed in. Yi Fan's bones have already evolved from mortal bone to spirit bone. Yu Jianfeng's heart raced. Bone evolution? His wife had always said bone quality was innate, unchangeable. Yet Yi Fan had defied that? When Yi Fan revealed his spirit bone traits, Yu Jianfeng was utterly stunned. What a son-in-law! Truly a blessing. My daughter's judgment is impeccable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ding Xiu finally located Yi Fan's true body and his face twisted in dread. Holy shit. Ding Xiu's thousand-armed Guanin's full power strike was effortlessly dodged by Yi Fan, without so much as a scratch. Earlier, the phantom clones were already indistinguishable from the real thing, and now his true body had slipped away right under Ding Xiu's nose. How the hell was this possible? Were these techniques Yi Fan was using even from the mortal world's cultivation methods? Though shocked and bewildered, Ding Xiu knew now wasn't the time for curiosity. He had to subdue Yi Fan quickly. The longer this dragged on, the worse things would get. Who knew what other terrifying tricks Yi Fan had up his sleeve? Boom! Ding Xiu unleashed the full force of his martial saint, third-grade energy, his aura exploding outward. He even activated his golden radiant chi, preparing to unleash his strongest combat power for a life-or-death battle against Yi Fan. Whether for pride or to force Yi Fan into submission, he had to get serious now. But the moment Ding Xiu took a single step forward, he sensed something was wrong. Wait, why were his ankles so weak? The surging martial energy and golden radiance within his body instantly receded. No, they were being suppressed by another force. Death energy. The death energy hidden within Yi Fan's clones earlier. But hadn't Ding Xiu blocked it all with his golden radiance? That golden radiance was a trace of immortal power he had painstakingly cultivated. Even immortal power couldn't resist the death energy on Yi Fan? What kind of monstrous existence was this? Elder Ding, I wouldn't move if I were you. The more you struggle, the faster the death energy spreads. Once it reaches your heart and core organs, not even the gods can save you. Yi Fan's calm voice echoed beside Yu Jianfeng. Those words froze Ding Xiu in place. He could already feel it. The more he moved, the more the death energy surged, relentlessly breaking through his immortal power's defenses and creeping toward his dantian. You little bastard, you played dirty? Seems I underestimated you. Ding Xiu could only watch helplessly as the death energy spread through his body. Even his immortal power couldn't expel it. Heh, Elder Ding, you're trying to kidnap my wife? And you expect me to fight fair? Yi Fan smirked coldly. Now take your men and leave. And if you ever come after my wife or father-in-law again, well, I can't guarantee what'll happen to you. With a flick of his hand, a wisp of black death energy seeped into Ding Xiu's body. Instantly, all the death energy inside him quieted down, vanishing as if it had never existed. His body returned to normal, his martial energy and immortal power fully under his control again. But Ding Xiu knew the truth. The death energy hadn't disappeared. It was still lurking within him. Yi Fan could manipulate it at will. A powerhouse from the immortal realm. His life now held in the palm of a mere mortal brat. This was beyond humiliating. Ha! Good son-in-law, no. Call me father or dad from now on. That's my boy. Yu Jianfeng, the most thrilled person present, clapped Yi Fan's shoulder and gloated at Ding Xiu. Still think it's 20 years ago? The tides have turned. Back then, I was powerless, you took my wife. But now, with my son-in-law here, you're not taking my daughter. Dad! Yu Linglong flushed at her father's shameless boasting. They weren't even married yet, and he was already demanding Yi Fan call him father? He was even more impatient than she was. Ding Xiu's expression darkened. 2 of his martial saint experts were already down. He himself was indirectly controlled by Yi Fan. Of the remaining 4 men, only 1 was at the martial saint level, and he was barely at that realm. No match for Yi Fan. But the palace master's orders had to be fulfilled today. Yu Jianfeng, Yi Fan, don't celebrate too soon. The Mirror Moon Palace has never failed to retrieve who we seek. Did you really think we'd come with just this handful of men? Ding Xiu's eyes burned with fury. You've forced our hand. Now, the Mirror Moon Palace's true strength in the mortal world will be revealed. Screech! A sharp whistle tore from Ding Xiu's lips. From the distant mountains, over 100 powerful auras surged toward them. Among them were at least 10 martial emperors and 4 or 5 martial saints. Combined with the Mirror Moon Palace experts already present, the entire area was instantly drowned in an oppressive, suffocating pressure. The sheer force of their combined auras completely overwhelmed Yi Fan. The hidden D family, one of the reclusive clans rivaling the 4 great holy lands, is actually a vassal of the Mirror Moon Palace. Yu Jianfeng's face paled as he spotted the crescent moon sigils on the newcomers' foreheads. Above the mortal world lay the ancient martial realm, and above that, the 4 great holy lands. But hidden within the mortal world were certain reclusive families, their strength on par with the holy lands, though they rarely made their presence known. Yet no one dared underestimate them. And the D family was one such clan, lurking in the southern wastelands. Yi Fan, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight nearly 10 martial saints at once. And with so many martial emperors, do you really think you can protect Yu Linglong and her father? Ding Xiu's voice was icy. Surrender. Let me take Yu Linglong and I'll spare you. Better yet, I'll even offer you a deal you can't refuse. Join the Mirror Moon Palace. Serve us. If you prove yourself worthy, the palace master might even allow you to marry into our ranks. Becoming an immortal without enduring the tribulations of ascension, isn't that what every cultivator dreams of? Boom! As Ding Xiu spoke, the surrounding martial artists unleashed their auras, pressing down on Yi Fan with crushing force. At that moment, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on as he assessed the situation. Sure, he had the formidable 3,000 Scarlet Threads Overlord body, the Heavenly Punishment Lightning, and the Evil Slaying Formation, plenty of trump cards. But the problem was, there were simply too many enemies. There were 7 or 8 experts at the Martial Saint level alone, not to mention the numerous Martial Emperor tier fighters among them. Some were even dignitaries from the Immortal Domain, wielding advanced martial techniques. Dealing with such overwhelming odds would be anything but easy for Yi Fan. Seeing his hesitation, Yu Jianfeng grew uneasy. Son-in-law, what now? If it's really too much, just take Linglong and run. I'll handle these bastards. Yu Linglong bit her lip, worry clouding her features. Xiao Fan. She knew Yi Fan was powerful, but the sheer number of enemies was staggering. What if he couldn't win? Would she really be taken away? Separated from Yi Fan forever? No. The thought sent a shudder through her, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Yi Fan's arm. Gently patting her hand, Yi Fan reassured her in a soothing voice, "Relax, my dear. Everything will be fine." Earlier, when Yi Fan heard mention of the reclusive D family, he had mentally cross-referenced the list of allied clans from the Tiankue base. And as luck would have it, the D family was among the SSS tier support factions. Call for SSS tier reinforcements. Before Yu Jianfeng could even finish speaking, Yi Fan had already sent the distress signal. And sure enough, moments later, the leader of the D family frowned as his phone buzzed. After reading the message, his eyes widened in shock before flickering with exhilaration as they snapped toward Yi Fan. If not for Yi Fan's subtle gesture stopping him, the man might have dropped to his knees right then and there. Confirmed, the D family was still loyal to his mother's divine gate. With that, the situation took a sharp turn. Ding Xiu, smugly believing his reinforcements had sealed Yi Fan's fate, had no idea these allies were actually Yi Fan's staunchest supporters. Yi Fan, don't be ashamed of being a live-in son-in-law. This is your chance to enter the Immortal Domain. Stop dragging your feet, you have 3 seconds to decide. Ding Xiu gloated, seemingly forgetting that Yi Fan could snuff out his life at any moment with the death energy coiled inside him. One of Ding Xiu's subordinates, a martial saint expert, scoffed impatiently, "Elder Ding, why waste time? With so many reinforcements, we can just crush them and take Yu Linglong by force." Silence. Ding Xiu shot him a glare. Deep down, Ding Xiu knew Yi Fan could have killed them all earlier, yet he hadn't pushed things to the extreme. That was why Ding Xiu still hoped to resolve this without unnecessary bloodshed, even with the D family's backing. 3, 2, 1. Ding Xiu began counting down, his eyes locked on Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, we're acting under orders, don't make this difficult." Patriarch D, proceed. His plan was straightforward. Let the D family restrain Yi Fan and Yu Jianfeng, clearing the way to seize Yu Linglong. He never intended to kill Yu Fan. Ironically, that very reluctance saved Ding Xiu's life. Buzz. The D family's experts erupted with martial energy, surging into action, but not as Ding Xiu expected. Instead of targeting Yi Fan and his group. Clang. In a flash, blades rested against the necks of every single one of Ding Xiu's subordinates, including his own. Patriarch D. What are you? Ding Xiu choked, feeling the cold steel kiss his throat. Apologies, Elder Ding, D Long, the D family's patriarch, declared icily. Our young master has returned. Loyalty to him supersedes all else. Consider the D family's alliance with Mirror Moon Palace hereby dissolved. With that, every D clansman bowed deeply to Yifan. Members of the Divine Gate's subordinate D family paying respects to our young master. Pardon our delayed SSS tier reinforcement, we await your punishment. The abrupt reversal stunned everyone into silence. The D family, Mirror Moon Palace's supposed allies, had just sworn fealty to Yifan and instantly betrayed Ding Xiu's forces. You, release me. Now. Ding Xiu thrashed, humiliation and fury boiling in his chest. As an immortal domain elder, he instantly grasped the truth he'd been played. From start to finish, Yifan had outmaneuvered him. Even the D family had turned coat without warning, leaving him utterly humiliated in the mortal realm. Damn it all. Gritting his teeth, Ding Xiu tried to break free using martial arts, only for D Long, a 4th-grade martial saint, to tighten his grip mercilessly. Elder Ding, D Long chided mockingly, stop moving. Wouldn't want my knife to slip? The words struck a familiar chord, because they were exactly what Yifan had said to him earlier, now tossed right back at him. God damn it. Elsewhere, Yu Jianfeng's jaw dropped. Guh? He gaped at the scene, brain scrambling to process it. The legendary reclusive D family was Yifan's underling. Just how terrifying was his son-in-law's background? Whipping his head toward Yu Linglong, Yu Jianfeng mouthed, explain, but she merely shook her head with odd pride. Xiao Fan always has a way to turn the tables. Meanwhile, Yifan sauntered up to the immobilized Ding Xiu, smirking. So, Elder Ding, thoughts? He gestured at the 10+ martial saints encircling them. How's your odds against these overwhelming numbers? Pfft. Ding Xiu nearly spat blood. These were the exact words he'd thrown at Yifan, now tossed back in his face with devastating irony. I concede. Defeated, Ding Xiu slumped in surrender. The new generation surpasses the old, this old man admits defeat. All forces withdraw. But, Elder Ding, what about the task assigned by the palace master? We can't just leave without an explanation. Everyone, hold your positions. No retreat. Ding Xiu's deputy was still yammering on. Ding Xiu was utterly exasperated. He shot Yifan a meaningful glance. Young Master Yi, in the mortal world, how do you usually deal with such chatterboxes? Yifan smirked, immediately grasping his intent. Usually, we chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Bam! The next moment, before the deputy could react, Yifan's fist slammed into his chest, caving it in. The man vomited blood and collapsed, instantly knocked unconscious. He wouldn't die, but he wouldn't be leaving his bed for months. Ding Xiu had already backed down, but this deputy just had to keep stirring trouble. The only solution was to shut him up, permanently. It also served as a warning to the others. With that single strike, the 4 middle-aged men who had arrived with Ding Xiu, all martial saints, were now reduced to just Ding Xiu himself still standing. The surrounding white-robed experts, though some were martial emperors, were no match for Yifan and his martial saint-level companions. They kept their heads bowed, none daring to provoke further trouble. After all, Yifan had single-handedly taken down 3 martial saints, and even Elder Ding had surrendered. Why would they seek their own doom? Not to mention, the D family's forces were poised to strike at any moment. Young Master Yi, what should we do with these people? Kill them all. D Long, ever ruthless, kept his blade pressed to Ding Xiu's neck, ready to silence Mirror Moon Palace's entire group. Ding Xiu's face twisted in dismay. Patriarch D, isn't that too harsh? The D family once collaborated with Mirror Moon Palace. Have you no regard for past ties? D Long snorted. Spare me the act, Ding Xiu. You came here to kidnap our young mistress and murder our young master. What past ties are you talking about? The D family has never acknowledged being your vassals. We merely cooperated when needed in the mortal world. Now that our young master has returned, we owe you nothing. Ding Xiu sighed deeply, studying Yifan with curiosity. Just who is this young man? Yifan waved a hand. Patriarch D, let them all go. Though Ding Xiu had seemed aggressive, Yifan sensed he wasn't entirely malicious. By sparing Yu Jianfeng, Ding Xiu had also secured his own chance to survive. Whoosh! The D family sheathed their blades, freeing Ding Xiu's men. You may leave, Yifan said, locking eyes with Ding Xiu. Tell your palace master this. I will visit Mirror Moon Palace, but on my terms, not yours. His mother had founded the divine sect in the mortal world, suppressed evil, and left him hidden legacies. Combined with the footage Nangong Aoyue had shown him, Yifan suspected his mother might not be from the mortal world at all. Perhaps she, too, hailed from the immortal realm. Sooner or later, he would venture there. Ha! Ding Xiu sighed, eyeing Yifan. This prodigy would be hard for Mirror Moon Palace to subdue. At such a young age, he was already a fourth-rank martial saint. Breaking through to the peak or even beyond would be effortless for him. For Mirror Moon Palace's sake. Should I act? Though the conflict over Yu Linglong had angered Yifan, both sides had shown restraint. There was still room for negotiation. Yu Jianfeng? Ding Xiu turned with a smile. 20 years ago, you didn't even invite me in for tea when I was at your doorstep. Now's your chance. Won't you offer me a cup? The situation had twisted and turned until Yu Jianfeng's brain nearly short-circuited. But the outcome was clear. Yifan had crushed Ding Xiu. With the D family backing him, taking Yu Linglong today was impossible. You shameless bastard! Yu Jianfeng, who had earlier been deflated, now stood tall again. You tried to steal my wife and daughter, and now you want tea? Dream on. He glanced around, then snatched a blade from a D family guard and charged at Ding Xiu. Give me back my wife. I'll chop you to pieces. As a martial venerate, Yu Jianfeng was no match for Ding Xiu. But with his son-in-law's intimidation, why should he fear? Yu Linglong face-bombed at her father's antics. But this is the epitome of a petty man reveling in borrowed power. Unfazed, Ding Xiu calmly pulled out an envelope and raised it high. Yu Jianfeng, still the same hothead after 20 years. Go ahead, swing that blade, see if I care. I suppose you don't want this letter from Shui Qingru? Might as well tear it up. He made a show of preparing to shred it. What? Qingru sent a letter. Yu Jianfeng froze mid-swing, his eyes glued to the envelope. His hands trembled as he reached out. Don't tear it. Please, don't. Clang. His blade clattered to the ground. His lips quivered. Qingru wrote to me. After all these years, Ding Xiu had only been bluffing. Humph. Now about that tea. Yes, of course. Right this way, Elder Ding. I've got premium Westlake Longjing. Yu Jianfeng bowed deeply, ushering Ding Xiu inside with sudden enthusiasm. Elder Ding, why didn't you mention the letter sooner? You gave me a chance to speak? You're as stubborn as a mule. Ding Xiu sighed. 20 years ago, if I hadn't turned a blind eye, would you have had these 2 decades with your daughter? But no, you had to cut ties with her and pretend she didn't exist. What were you thinking? Yu Jianfeng's face fell. It was true. If Mirror Moon Palace could track Shui Qingru and him so thoroughly, how could they not know about Yu Linglong? Ding Xiu had let her stay behind deliberately. I've been a fool. A complete fool. Elder Ding, thank you. After piecing together the entire logic, Yu Jianfeng bowed respectfully to Ding Xiu. Ding Xiu waved his hand. There was no other choice. The truth about Linglong couldn't be hidden any longer. That's why I was sent here. Strict orders from the palace master. His words left both Yifan and Yu Linglong momentarily stunned. Yifan's lips twitched. So, it turns out, this Ding Xiu isn't a bad person after all. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan unleashed 3,000 crimson threads, enveloping Ding Xiu and instantly dispelling the aura of death clinging to him. Ding Xiu glanced back at Yifan and shook his head. You two truly cut from the same cloth. TSK. Once inside the room, Yu Jianfeng's attitude shifted dramatically. He poured tea for Ding Xiu with deference, after which Ding Xiu handed him a letter. Then, Yu Jianfeng lost all composure, alternating between wild laughter and anguished sobs. Ha ha ha. Qingru hasn't forgotten me. Oh, Qingru suffered so much. Father, Yu Linglong watched her father's breakdown with concern. Ding Xiu took a sip of tea and reassured her, Don't worry, your father will be fine. Setting down his cup, he rose to his feet, his expression grave as he addressed Yu Linglong and Yifan. Today, I failed to take you back. Young Master Ye's strength is formidable. But Mirror Moon Palace won't wait long. At most, within 3 months, they'll send stronger forces after you. Be prepared. With that, he clasped his hands in farewell and strode toward the door. I must go now. Thud. Just as Ding Xiu stepped outside, a pouch slipped from his robes and hit the ground. Strangely, despite being a martial saint, Ding Xiu seemed entirely unaware of it. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Yu Linglong frowned. Elder Ding, wait. You dropped something. Whoosh. Outside, the Mirror Moon Palace forces withdrew like a receding tide. By the time Yu Linglong picked up the pouch and rushed out, Ding Xiu was already gone. From the distance, his voice faintly echoed. Dropped something? I don't recall. If anything fell, it must have been during the earlier battle. Then all traces of him and his men disappeared. This? Yu Linglong clutched the heavy pouch, her brows knitted in confusion. It just fell. How could it be from the battle? Before she could say more, Yi Fan gently squeezed her hand. Don't call out, Linglong. Elder Ding left this for us on purpose. A martial saint-level expert wouldn't miss something falling from his robes, let alone fail to hear the loud thud of impact. From Ding Xiu's actions, Yi Fan had already deduced his intentions. The pouch likely contained precious cultivation manuals, martial techniques, and elixirs from the immortal realm. 3 months. That was the grace period Ding Xiu had bought them. Whether Yi Fan and Yu Linglong could grow strong enough in that time, potentially reaching beyond martial saint, would determine if they could withstand Mirror Moon Palace's next assault. Yi Fan opened the pouch. Inside were 3 handwritten manuals, 5 elements power, sword unity, and wind blade art. All were top-tier immortal realm techniques, though Ding Xiu, limited by his own aptitude, had only grasped less than 10% of their essence. A mere glance at the introductory pages and cultivation diagrams sent shockwaves through Yi Fan. Though he already possessed the Dragon Seal Ring's legacy and the Tiankue base's teachings, the logic and execution of these immortal realm techniques were on an entirely different level. Mortal world techniques might amplify one's power 10-fold at best. But these, 100-fold. As for the supplementary elixirs and herbs, their value was beyond measure. Straightening his posture, Yi Fan bowed deeply in the direction Ding Xiu had departed. This debt is immense. Previously, the Shin family's Celestial Path Guide had only hinted at the Immortal Realm's existence and the disciple recruitment trials. Now, thanks to Mirror Moon Palace's interference, he'd been gifted 3 supreme manuals. It was like installing a turbocharger on his cultivation path. Progress would skyrocket exponentially. He left these for us? Yu Linglong stared at the treasures in disbelief before mirroring Yi Fan's bow. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Ding Xiu sensed 2 golden threads of energy weaving toward him. A faint smile touched his lips. Faith power. The threads were manifestations of Yi Fan and Yu Linglong's gratitude. Catching them, he let the strands coil around his fingers and sighed. This is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. A nearby captain voiced his concern. Elder, we mobilized so many yet failed to capture Yu Linglong. How will we explain this to the palace master? You'll surely face punishment. 20 years ago, Ding Xiu had deliberately let Yu Linglong escape. Only Shui Qingrou's intervention had spared him consequences. This time, there'd be no reprieve. Yu Linglong, Ding Xiu smirked. Who saw her? Our mission yielded no trace of her or Yu Jianfeng. Understood. The white-robed warriors exchanged glances before chorusing. None. We found nothing. Back at the cottage, after bidding farewell to Ding Xiu, Dilong, patriarch of the hidden D clan, bowed to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, the crisis is temporarily averted. We must withdraw now. Our stronghold lies on the desolate islands of the southern waters. Every few years, mortal world disciples venture there for training, causing complications. We need to oversee things. Southern waters, desolate islands? Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Ho Tianji of the Vermilion Bird Domain had mentioned military exercises. One segment involved those very islands. Could it be the Vermilion Bird Domain's war games, their free-for-all point battle, would take place on the D clan's territory? However, Yifan was currently unaware of the specific location and details of the military exercise, so he refrained from asking further. Given all the groundwork Yifan had laid for this military drill, there shouldn't be any issues. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Yifan couldn't afford to do too much, lest he scare it off. After all, the message he had deliberately spread to the outside world was that he had only just broken through to the Martial Saint realm, making his enemies believe that with enough effort, killing him was still within reach. All right, thank you, Patriarch D. I appreciate your help today. Yifan bowed slightly to D Long and the others. Inwardly, he marveled at the sheer power of the SSS tier support his mother had left behind. Even Martial Saint level experts were among his reinforcements. And this was only the initial reactivation of the Divine Gate's basic permissions. What kind of forces and support would he gain if the higher, or even the highest, permissions were unlocked? Yifan was beginning to sense that his mother had been orchestrating an enormous scheme. Dealing with evil spirits and the Divine Gate's old enemies in the mortal world might just be the appetizer. The real show would likely begin only after he avenged the massacre of the Yi family. Everything up to this point seemed to be paving the way for him, serving as stepping stones for his rise. But for now, Yifan's strength was insufficient to unlock higher permissions, and his mother's trail had gone cold. He had no way of uncovering more information. Today, the D family's timely intervention had been crucial. D Long's last-minute reversal, decisively suppressing Ding Xiu and his men, had saved Ling Long. Had she been taken away right before his eyes, Yifan would have been devastated. Young master, there's no need for formalities. We are all part of the Divine Gate, and serving you is our duty. D Long hurriedly returned the bow. Our return to the family's headquarters is to settle affairs there. The lady once said that once the Divine Gate is reactivated, it would be our time to reemerge. We are destined to stand by your side and forge a new golden age. So-called hidden families were only hidden from outsiders. Now that the young master had returned, there was no need for them to remain in the shadows. Understood. After bidding farewell, D Long and his men departed, taking most of their forces with them. However, once they were dozens of kilometers away, D Long turned to the 3 martial saints beside him and ordered, "The 3 of you will remain hidden near the young master. Protect him at all costs." A profound glint flashed in D Long's eyes. The reactivation of the Divine Gate has undoubtedly threatened many. Not only will the Divine Gate's old enemies target him, but even within our own ranks, some may already be plotting. Your task is to eliminate any threats before they reach him. Understood. Understood. With Ding Xiu and D Long's forces gone, the valley returned to tranquility. In the room, Yu Jianfeng, who had been agitated earlier, gradually calmed down. His eyes lit up when they landed on Yifan, and he turned to Yu Linglong with an eager grin. "Linglong, so, how far have you and my son-in-law gone? Have you consummated the marriage yet? If not, you'd better hurry." Peft! Yu Jianfeng's sudden remark left both Yifan and Yu Linglong speechless. "Dad, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Linglong stomped her foot in embarrassment. Was this really something a father should say? Most fathers feared their precious daughters being plucked by some unworthy suitor. But Yu Jianfeng seemed more worried about his daughter failing to secure Yifan's affection. Yu Jianfeng waved a hand dismissively. "You don't understand. A catch like my son-in-law has countless women throwing themselves at him. While I trust his character, that doesn't stop others from being persistent. Daughter, don't be naive. You must act fast. Take it from me. This is how I won your mother's heart back in the day. Strike first or suffer later." Yu Jianfeng spoke with utter seriousness, yet his words were utterly absurd. The awkwardness was palpable. Yu Linglong felt like she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with her toes. She shot Yifan an apologetic glance. Though her father's words were exaggerated, she knew all too well about Yifan's appeal. In just over a month since his awakening, aside from his 7 fiancées, rumors had already linked him to Princess Chu Lanwei of Shangjing, the Empress of Seduction, who had openly declared her feelings, the future imperial consort Ji Ningxuan, who had shared multiple intimate moments with him, and even Princess Area of Panglai Valley, who had thrown herself into his arms. If not for Gu Chongqing's interference, Yu Linglong would have already secured her place with Yi Fan. Perhaps her father wasn't entirely wrong. She did need to act fast. Uncle, don't worry. When my family was on the brink of annihilation, Linglong and my 7 fiancés married me without hesitation. Even if the world were to end, I would never betray her trust. Yi Fan spoke with sincerity, then gestured toward the distance. The room, Guali, Songyang, and the others drove in, escorting carts laden with rare medicinal herbs and alchemy equipment into the courtyard. Uncle, since it's my first visit, I wasn't sure what you'd like. I heard you enjoy refining medicines, so I gathered some herbs and a furnace. I hope they meet your expectations. Sniff, sniff. Yu Jianfeng's nose twitched, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. 10,000-year-old fleeceflower root, millennial lingji, even ink dragon grass. And you're delivering them by the cartload? Son-in-law, this is beyond extravagant. Truthfully, Yu Jianfeng had caught whiffs of these herbs the moment Yi Fan and Yu Linglong arrived. Due to old internal injuries, his cultivation had been suppressed below the martial venerable realm for decades. He had spent years searching for rare herbs to concoct healing elixirs, but he dared not purchase them openly for fear of exposing Linglong. Moreover, some ingredients were simply priceless. No amount of money could buy them. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Son-in-law, you've read my mind. With these, I can definitely refine a recovery pill, maybe even one to break through to the martial emperor realm. Yu Jianfeng kept praising, though it was unclear whether he was more impressed by the herbs or Yi Fan himself. Yi Fan nodded to Guali and the others, instructing them to unload the carts. Uncle, there's no need for you to trouble yourself with your injuries. As I said, healing them would take me mere seconds. I can even enhance your bone structure. Seconds? Son-in-law, I know you're strong, but my injuries are over 20 years old. Some of the lingering dark energy is so stubborn that even special elixirs struggle to purge it. Worse, it seems contagious. You shouldn't risk it. Before Yu Jianfeng could finish, Yi Fan activated his Crimson Silk Overlord physique, sending threads of energy into Yu Jianfeng's body. The enhanced crimson threads acted like precision-guided scouts, instantly marking all 23 injury sites contaminated by dark energy. Then, guided by the ember flame, they incinerated every trace of corruption into nothingness. A surge of potent vitality followed, completely repairing all damage in an instant. Uncle, it's done. Yi Fan smiled faintly, withdrawing the crimson threads in just 2 or 3 seconds. What's done? Yu Jianfeng blinked in confusion. Could his son-in-law really have healed injuries that had plagued him for 2 decades? That was impossible. No need to doubt me. I mean it, your hidden injuries are completely healed and all traces of that dark energy you mentioned have been purged. Yi Fan nodded, confirming Yu Jianfeng's suspicions. Son-in-law, stop joking. As much as I'd love to believe it, you're telling me those red threads, like embroidery floss, just swept over me and cured all my hidden injuries? I'd never believe that even if you beat me to death. Yu Jianfeng shook his head. If healing were that easy, wouldn't my 50 or 60 years of life have been wasted? What's going on? Even as he muttered in disbelief, Yu Jianfeng suddenly felt the long-dormant martial energy in his dantian stir on its own, surging through his meridians. The overwhelming power suggested his strength had instantly rebounded to the peak of the martial venerable realm, just 1 step away from a breakthrough. Was this an illusion? Yu Jianfeng shook his head, trying to clear his mind, but the pulsating martial energy within him remained undeniably potent. Had he truly regained peak martial venerable strength? Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the courtyard. Boom! A deafening explosion later, a massive crater appeared in the ground, the residual shockwaves irrefutably proving his restored power. I'm really back. Overjoyed like a child, Yu Jianfeng scanned his body with his perception. Every hidden injury had vanished and the dark energy was entirely gone. In his excitement, he grabbed Yi Fan, pulling him into a bear hug and nearly planted a kiss on his cheek, before abruptly remembering he was a grown man and should probably save such gestures for his daughter. Once he calmed down, Yu Jianfeng coughed awkwardly, recalling his earlier skepticism. Ahem. Good son-in-law, I truly never expected you to possess such godly methods. Seems my decades of life really were wasted. Yi Fan smiled faintly, refraining from mockery. Uncle, I've assessed your condition. Your body can now withstand the power of the martial emperor realm. I have a method to rapidly elevate you to that level, even multiply your future cultivation speed by dozens. However, the process will be excruciating. Would you do it? Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? Yu Jianfeng agreed without hesitation, now fully trusting his son-in-law's miraculous capabilities. Even if my bones are shattered, I'll endure it. His eyes darkened with resolve. Once I break through to the martial saint realm and beyond, I'll take back Qingru. Little did he know within 5 minutes he'd regret those words and eat them. Yi Fan nodded. Good. But uncle, brace yourself, the pain really is comparable to having your bones crushed. As he spoke, crimson flames flickered to life in his palm. The method to enhance bone constitution, inherited from the Shin family's ancestor, involved tempering marrow with the primordial flame, purifying mortal bones into spiritual-grade ones, much like forging steel. Bring it on. I'm ready. Yi Fan smirked. Minutes later, the valley echoed with Yu Jianfeng's howls of agony. Ah, damn it, son-in-law. Are you sure this is bone tempering and not sending me to the afterlife? Holy. I feel like I'm on fire. My marrow, You sadist. Yi Fan, are you getting revenge on me? Stop it. From a distance, Yu Linglong stood guard, her face twitching at her father's vulgar shrieks. I don't know him. The torture lasted over an hour before Yu Jianfeng's screams gradually morphed into other noises. Oh. Ah. Ha wahaha. Iku. Even Yi Fan was speechless at the shameless moans. What a freak. Finally, after several hours, the bone refinement concluded. Done. Uncle, you should now be at the 3rd tier of the martial emperor realm. I've also infused medicinal energy into your body. It'll sustain your cultivation up to the 9th tier without issue. Train well. With that, Yi Fan hastily dragged Yu Linglong away. This future father-in-law was too much to handle. Who knew what other antics he'd pull? Leaving so soon? Stay for dinner. Or overnight. Daughter, seize the opportunity. If you're shy, I can sleep in the cave out back. Yu Linglong covered her face in embarrassment, urging Guili, their driver, faster, old Gua. Step on it. Since when was her father this wild? What dignity do I even have left in front of Yi Fan now? As Guili sped toward the city, Yi Fan flipped open the 5 elements power manual left by Ding Xiu, immersing himself in its teachings. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, represented fundamental forces. Most cultivators aligned with just one attribute. But when Yi Fan tested his affinity, he was stunned to discover compatibility with all 5. 5 virtues body? According to Ding Xiu's notes, this physique marked a true chosen one. Mastering 5 elements power would allow him to harness the primal energies of all elements in battle, a crushing advantage over single affinity cultivators. Realizing this, Yi Fan dove deeper into the manual's techniques. Just as their vehicle neared the city outskirts, several disheveled young women burst from the cornfields, frantically waving them down. Big brothers. Help us, please. Guili braked sharply. Yi Fan's eyes snapped open. His senses had already detected 4 or 5 smirking men with thin mustaches chasing the girls, their lewd voices carrying. Yaha little flowers, where are you running? Come play. Japs? The Battle of Penglai Gorge. The Eastern Shadow Black-Clad Society had mobilized nearly all their elite operatives hidden in Great Xia, joining forces with Xuanwu Zhouyao in an attempt to eliminate Yu Linglong. However, due to Yi Fan's intervention, the Black-Clad Society's deputy leader, Matsumoto Birin, Elder Koizumi, and others were completely wiped out. As a result, even after all this time, the Eastern Shadow Black-Clad Society still hasn't recovered from the blow. Now, with Eastern Shadow Dogs appearing near Guang City, there's only one possible explanation. They're here to participate in the Vermilion Bird Domain's military exercise. But Yi Fan couldn't help but wonder, are the younger generation really this formidable now? Among the elite youths of the great empires, were they all martial emperor-level experts? Of the 4 Eastern Shadow men chasing the girl, 2 were actually martial emperors. Or was it that the Eastern Shadow Dogs were also involved in the grand scheme of that big fish in the Vermilion Bird Domain? Were they planning to indiscriminately slaughter Great Xia's young elites? Guili, stop the car. Before Yu Linglong even spoke, Guili had already slammed on the brakes. He, too, had spotted the Eastern Shadow Dogs in pursuit. As children of Great Xia, their hatred for Eastern Shadow was innate. Did these bastards really think they could bully Great Xia's women on their own soil? Did they believe this was still 100 years ago? Outrageous! What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? After stopping the car, Guoli and Yu Linglong swiftly shielded the girls behind them, glaring at the Eastern Shadow men with their disheveled clothes. From the vehicles behind, Songyang, Yu Chong, and others also stepped out, gathering around. The Eastern Shadow youths glanced at Guoli and Yu Linglong. One a martial venerable, the other a martial emperor, nothing they couldn't handle. It's Yu Linglong. She's one of our targets. One of the youths brightened upon seeing her, nearly blurting it out before his companion clamped a hand over his mouth. What are we doing? Well, we're here to enjoy your Great Xia women, the leader sneered, his gaze icy as it lingered on Yu Linglong. If you know what's good for you, scram. But leave this beauty behind, we'll have some fun with her. Don't worry, we'll return her in one piece. After a wash, of course. Yu Linglong was on their kill list, a priority target. After the disastrous battle at Panglai Gorge, where she had crippled the black-clad society's forces, their leadership had issued a standing order. Eliminate Yu Linglong at all costs. They had merely been out looking for flowers to pluck, but stumbling upon an isolated Yu Linglong? This was a golden opportunity. Go to hell! Yu Linglong, never one for patience, grabbed a boulder-sized rock and hurled it at the four men with a furious roar. Clang! Two of the Eastern Shadow youths, both martial emperors, reacted instantly. Their hands blurred as they formed a series of seals, conjuring a glowing circular pattern resembling a Tai Chi diagram. The barrier pulsed with energy, effortlessly deflecting the boulder. Boom! Only for the redirected rock to hurtle toward Songyang and Yu Chong's vehicle. Fortunately, being martial emperors themselves, they shattered it with a single punch. But the display made Yu Linglong wary. Eastern Shadow sorcerers? Royal family? Though sorcery had originated in Great Xia millennia ago, its practice had declined there while flourishing in Eastern Shadow, eventually becoming a secret art of their royal family. Sorcery was versatile: teleportation, redirection, counterattacks, illusions. What they had just witnessed was redirection sorcery, capable of diverting an opponent's attack elsewhere. A terrifying ability, especially when wielded by martial emperors. On the battlefield, they'd be human reapers. Yu Linglong's expression darkened. So did Guoli's. Humph. General Yu, you're well informed. Pity it's too late. The scrawny leader smirked, his fingers weaving another seal. Since fate has delivered you to us, we'll spare you the humiliation on the training grounds. Die now. In the next instant, he blinked beside Yu Linglong, inhaling deeply near her neck. So fragrant. I wonder how you'd taste. His tongue flicked out, aiming for her skin. You bastard! Yu Linglong tried to resist, but another sorcery seal struck her, locking her body in place. A martial emperor immobilized just like that. Horrifying. Humph! A cold snort cut through the air as Fan materialized from the void, seizing the scrawny leader by his hair and hoisting him like a ragdoll. Bastard! Who the hell? Let go! The man flailed, stunned. There was someone else in the car? And they hadn't sensed him at all? Given this man's power, at least beyond martial emperor, this fight just got complicated. Whoosh! Desperate, the leader formed another series of seals, conjuring an advanced sorcery attack aimed at Fan. Fan didn't even glance at it. A phantom hand materialized, crushing the formation like paper. Trash. You dare show off in front of me? Boom! The meticulously crafted sorcery shattered under sheer force. At Martial Saint Tier 4, all tricks were meaningless before absolute power. You bastard! Release our captain. Another Eastern Shadow warrior charged, sword raised. Fan simply pivoted, using the scrawny leader as a human shield. Slash! Despite protective chi, the blade carved a bloody gash across the leader's back. You idiot! Why the hell did you cut me? He howled. Ha! The Eastern Barbarian Emperor-level expert who had just struck couldn't believe his eyes. His surekill slash had somehow landed on his own captain instead. Captain, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. The Eastern barbarian emperor expert was so frustrated he could tear his hair out. He turned and barked at his comrades. What the hell are you all standing around for? Attack now while we have the chance. Yes. The three other Eastern barbarian experts, though only at the martial venerable level, were bolstered by arcane techniques. In an instant, they flickered forward, appearing beside Yu Fan without hesitation. Their blades thrust straight toward his waist. Thud. Thud. The crisp yet muffled sound resembled a watermelon being split open. The Eastern barbarian attackers gaped in shock. Had they really succeeded? That guy had just effortlessly subdued their captain, yet they, mere martial venerables, had managed to land a hit? Ah, damn it. Are you blind? You all stabbed me instead. Ouch, you idiots. Before the Eastern barbarian experts could process what had happened, their captain's agonized wails rang out. Blinking in confusion, they finally saw the truth. Yu Fan stood completely unharmed, still holding their captain up as a human shield. Their blades had instead pierced multiple gaping holes in the scrawny captain's chest and abdomen, staining his clothes crimson. Just as the remaining emperor-level expert was about to strike again, he suddenly recognized Yu Fan's face. Damn it! It's Yu Fan, the great Xia's #1 monstrous genius, that terrifying freak. Oh God! The Eastern barbarian emperor staggered back in terror, nearly collapsing on the spot. Yu Fan's recent exploits in Great Xia had already spread throughout the global martial world. Despite Prince Jin's countless schemes and the combined efforts of Great Xia's martial families, even orchestrating the globally infamous Yi family massacre, this so-called fool had risen against all odds, now crushing Prince Jin under his heel. Rumors even claimed Yu Fan had already broken through to the martial saint realm. Before this mission, the Eastern barbarian imperial family had repeatedly warned them, do not provoke Yu Fan under any circumstances. And yet, here he was. Humph. You picked the wrong place to cause trouble. Bullying women of Great Xia? You're digging your own graves. Yu Fan strode forward, still gripping the scrawny captain, his eyes sharp and murderous. The restrained captain finally realized the situation. Against Jade Linglong, they might have stood a chance, but against Yu Fan? According to intel, resistance was futile. Yu Fan, what do you want? We're members of the Eastern barbarian imperial family, here for the military exercises. If you kill us, how will Great Xia explain this to our empire? As the leader, the scrawny captain was quick-witted. Knowing they were no match, he resorted to intimidation, hoping Yu Fan would back down. That's right. I'm an Eastern barbarian prince. I'm the grandson of General Kobe from the Eastern barbarian military. The 5 Eastern barbarian sorcerers, too terrified to resist, hastily flaunted their prestigious backgrounds, princes, generals' descendants, all high-ranking nobles in their homeland. If such imperial members were harmed in Great Xia, it could spark an international incident. Even with Yu Fan's current influence, killing them would bring unnecessary trouble. Seeing Yu Fan fall silent, the Eastern barbarians mistook it for fear and grew smug. Scared now, huh? Yu Fan, you'd better release us immediately and pay us 10 billion in compensation. Otherwise, the Eastern barbarian empire will pressure Great Xia and you'll regret it. Exactly. So what if we slept with a few of your women? It's an honor for them. How dare they run? Run all you want, you bitches. You think you've found protection? Useless. Hee, tonight, you'll all get a taste of my little flying rod. Emboldened by Yu Fan's silence, the Eastern barbarians grew bolder. The wind had calmed, the rain had stopped, they thought they were back on top. Guili, standing beside Yu Fan, frowned. Boss, this is tricky. These Eastern barbarian dogs deserve to die, but their status makes killing them complicated. Behind them, the disheveled young women trembled in fear. Big brother, please save us. These beasts, they'll torture us to death. Yu Fan's gaze hardened as he looked at the girls. On Great Xia's soil, no one will harm you under my watch, especially not Eastern barbarian scum. Don't worry. They'll all die today. His icy words silenced the Eastern barbarians. Yu Fan, you know who we are. You'd still dare kill us? Are you insane? A sinister smile curled Yu Fan's lips. Who said I'd kill you? But if you slaughter each other, that's not my problem, is it? With that, he tossed the scrawny captain to the ground. The 5 Eastern barbarians stared in disbelief, then scoffed. Yu Fan, have you lost your mind? We're sworn brothers. We'd never turn on each other. That's right. We stand together. Listening to their bravado, Yu Fan smirked. How you resolve this is your business. But since you're in my hands, I'll offer you a chance. Only one of you walks away alive. You have 10 minutes. The last man standing lives. What? Jade Linglong, Guili, and the arriving Song Yang and Yu Chong were stunned. 2 peaches killing 3 warriors? What a masterstroke of manipulation. Yu Fan, what nonsense is this? Do you think we'd betray our brothers for survival? The scrawny captain righteously denounced Yu Fan, then, in the next instant, reversed his blade and plunged it into the Emperor expert beside him. Everyone was stunned. The leader of the group, the scrawny captain, had been the loudest earlier, swearing up and down that he would never turn on his brothers to save his own skin. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he struck the hardest, plunging his blade straight into his comrade's chest. Yi Fan had been about to remind Guoli to quickly pull out his phone and record their mutual slaughter, but when he turned, he found Song Yang had already done so. He had positioned himself at the perfect angle, intently filming the scene of these Japanese disciples turning on each other. Noticing Yi Fan's glance, Song Yang flashed him an okay sign. Yi Fan smirked. This Song Yang, he's quite the character. Had fighting alongside him a few times taught him the routine? Had he already prepared the camera, just waiting for Yi Fan to make his move? Bastard! Kobe Hizo, you heartless traitor. How dare you attack your own brothers? The scrawny leader had launched a surprise attack, but due to his earlier injuries, his strike wasn't immediately fatal. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining martial disciples, 1 martial emperor and 3 martial kings, immediately turned on him, thrusting their blades into Kobe Hizo's body. Thud! Thud! For against one, and a heavily wounded one at that, the outcome was inevitable. Within seconds, Kobe Hizo had been stabbed dozens of times. His organs spilled out, his body riddled like a sieve, blood draining rapidly. With a final look of resentment, he collapsed, twitched a few times, and fell still. He's finally dead. Brothers, we must stick together. The remaining martial emperor tried to rally the 3 surviving martial kings, but he had underestimated the power of human nature. Before he could finish, 3 blades plunged into his back. Squelch! 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 Fresh blood gushed like a fountain from the new wounds. You. His face twisted in disbelief before he crumpled into a pool of his own blood. Ha ha! The last 3 martial kings, now completely blood-crazed, hacked wildly at each other. Moments later, 4 of the 5 royal disciples lay dead. The sole survivor, barely standing, leaned on his sword for support, his body riddled with wounds. Heh! Young Master Yi. I'm the last one standing. Does that mean I get to live? Despite having slaughtered his own comrades, the young man showed no remorse, only relief at his survival. Of course. I keep my word. Yi Fan smirked, addressing the dying man. You may go. Thank you. A glint of malice flashed in the disciple's eyes as he shot Yi Fan one last glare. Staggering away, he fumbled for his phone and dialed with trembling fingers. Sano, sir, Before he could speak further, black blood gushed from his mouth. His body convulsed, then collapsed lifeless. Hello? Hello? Meguro, what's going on? You all disappeared without a word. We've been searching everywhere. Meguro. The phone clattered to the ground, Sano's frantic voice still audible. Yi Fan gave Song Yang a look. Understanding immediately, Song Yang picked up the phone and adopted a panicked tone. Hello. I'm just a concerned citizen. We were driving near the southern outskirts of Guangqing when we saw these guys fighting over a woman. Damn, they went at it like animals. Have they never seen a woman before? Oh. Hang on, I actually filmed the whole thing. Let me send you the video. Song Yang's natural gift for gab made the performance flawless. Boom. Sano's mind exploded as if struck by lightning. 5 core royal disciples, dead? Fighting over a woman? Killing each other? And some random bystander just happened to film it? How convenient. Who are you? Sano demanded, suppressing his panic. Damn it all. He had been entrusted with a critical mission, leading Japan's elite into Huaxia for the military exercises. His tasks were twofold. 1. Assist Prince Jin's faction in assassinating Huaxia's young talents. 2. Keep tabs on Yu Linglong and avenge the Black Robe Society's fallen members. But above all, he was responsible for the safety of these royal disciples. Now, before the competition even began, all 5 were dead. How the hell was he supposed to explain this to the imperial family? The princes and generals would skin him alive. Like I said, just a good Samaritan. Song Yang replied breezily. I've sent you the location and video. You'd better hurry, this area is crawling with wild dogs. If you're late, there might not be much left to collect. Gotta go. And don't thank me. I just love helping out. Wait, don't hang up. Even an idiot could tell something was off. This concerned citizen was the only lead. But before Sano could press further, the line went dead. Back at the Japanese delegation's quarters near the Vermilion camp, Sano watched the video in horror. Kobe and Meguro slaughtering each other like rabid dogs. Over a woman? Had they lost their minds? Send men immediately. Secure the scene and investigate. I want answers. He smashed his fist through a table in rage. Damn it. How could this happen? Before the competition even starts, our core team wipes itself out. Worse yet, this couldn't be made public. In this day and age, a group of Japanese youths brawling over a woman in broad daylight, killing each other like savages? Whether true or not, if word got out, the imperial family's reputation would be obliterated. Furious, yet powerless to expose the scandal, Sano could only swallow the bitter pill. Bullshit. If this wasn't a setup, he'd eat his own sword. Who the hell was behind this? Boss. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. On the highway south of Guangqing, Guoli stared at the fallen Eastern Island disciples and was utterly awestruck by Yi Fan's tactics. With Yi Fan's current strength, crushing those Eastern Island disciples would have been as easy as flicking a finger. Yet, without lifting a hand, he had made them turn on each other, effortlessly shifting the blame. There was video evidence proving their deaths were self-inflicted. Though the Eastern Island authorities might suspect foul play, the footage clearly showed their own men killing one another. No matter how much they twisted the facts, they couldn't pin this on Yi Fan. Most importantly, Yi Fan hadn't even touched them. Young Master Yi, what should we do with the bodies? Yu Chong frowned. Should we burn them? Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Do nothing. Notify the local police to secure the scene, then we leave. The Eastern Island side would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. But no matter how deep they dug, whether examining the wounds or analyzing martial energy traces, they'd find no evidence linking Yi Fan to the deaths. Any unnecessary action on his part, however, might give them leverage. After a quick cleanup, Yi Fan and his group, including Yu Linglong, bypassed the scene and returned to Guangqing as dusk fell. The skirmish with the Eastern Island disciples had confirmed one thing: the mastermind in the Vermilion Bird domain had indeed allied with hundreds of foreign delegations participating in the military drills plotting against the elites of Great Xia. And Yu Linglong was on their hit list. Glancing at the valiant beauty beside him, Yi Fan smirked. Earlier that day, he'd kissed her fiercely, boosting her strength to the Emperor realm. Should he stoke the flames tonight and push her even higher? If she reached the 3rd or 4th tier of the Emperor realm, she'd have a greater edge in the military drills. Moreover, after the incident with the Immortal Domain's Ding Xiao attempting to abduct Yu Linglong, Yi Fan had grown uneasy. He'd already enhanced Yu Jianfeng's bone constitution, now it was time to elevate Yu Linglong's to spirit bone quality. That would exponentially accelerate her cultivation. Just as they entered the city, Song Yang called. Young Master Yi. The Qi family has arranged a banquet tonight to celebrate the reopening of the Tiankue base. Several super clans interested in the base's merit point system also wish to meet you. Will you make an appearance? A celebration for Tiankue's revival? More importantly, it was the perfect opportunity to promote the merit point system. By using enchanted weapons as rewards, he could mobilize ancient martial clans to serve Tiankue's cause. If successful, this would be a game-changer for Yi Fan. Go? Of course I'll go. Yi Fan grinned devilishly and turned to Yu Linglong. Wife, care to join me? But she shook her head. I'll pass. I need to acclimate to my Emperor-level strength for tomorrow's drills. Fair enough. Breaking news, 5 core Eastern Island royal disciples kill each other in Guangqing. A video went viral on short-form platforms, instantly trending nationwide. At the Vermilion Bird camp, Wei Hang received the report from Soya and frowned. What? 5 core members of the Eastern Island delegation turned on each other before even making a move? That's absurd. Were their brains smashed by a door? 2 Emperor-level experts and 3 martial venerables killing each other over women? Wei Hang slammed his fist on the table in fury. Emperor-level experts weren't common globally, they were rare. Even with the combined forces of the Eastern Island, the Dark Alliance's Prince Suth, and other factions under Prince Jin's banner, they had fewer than 20 Emperor-level fighters. Losing the Eastern Island delegation, a key strike force, before the operation even began was an ill omen. Advisor, I refuse to believe they'd kill each other over women, Wei Hang's secretary sighed. But those Eastern Islanders, picking fights with Great Xia women under Yi Fan's nose? Reckless. Should we investigate? With 5 royal disciples dead on our soil, Soya will face backlash. The Eastern Island royals will blame His Highness. Wei Hang waved him off. Investigate what? Even a fool knows Yi Fan's behind this. Time's running out, I've always suspected he's scheming something. Tell the others to move fast. No more blunders. Understood. Guangqing Grand Hotel. Led by Qi Yuan and Qi Debao alongside core members of the Song family and representatives of Tiankue's allied clans, hundreds stood in solemn formation at the hotel entrance. Hail young Master Yi. The synchronized bow was a sight to behold. Qi Jiao, standing beside Qi Yuan, didn't hesitate. She strode forward and looped her arm through Yufan's. Hubby, finally freed up? Or have you forgotten you've got another wife here craving attention? Huh? Her words stunned the martial clan representatives. Qi Jiao was Yufan's wife? Even Yufan was baffled. Miss Qi, let's not spread rumors. There's nothing between us. With Xin Mange and Yu Linglong and Guangqing, adding Qi Jiao to the mix would be chaos. The incident with Daya and Xiaya had already earned him an ear-pulling from Yu Linglong. Humph. You can't just deny it. Qi Jiao pouted. At the Qi estate, I swore to marry whoever saved Grandpa. A Qi never breaks her word. Besides, she lowered her voice. You've kissed and held me. Shouldn't you take responsibility? During their last encounter, Qi Jiao had sensed something familiar in Yifan's aura, especially when he played that celestial melody. She'd even murmured, "My king, after 10,000 cycles, have I finally found you?" Though she couldn't explain it, she was certain their connection ran deeper than this life. So, no matter what, she'd cling to him. I kissed you? When? Yifan scrutinized her. Just then, he glimpsed the dragon-shaped phantom around her, now more vivid, nearly materialized. Right, now. Before he could react, she yanked him down and pressed her lips to his. There. My first kiss, you're welcome. Plop. A deep, passionate kiss, right in front of so many people. Qi Jiao's body practically melted into Yufan's chest. As the sweet fragrance lingered on his lips, Yifan couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. This little minx is bold, kissing me in front of everyone like this. Whether she forced it or I did, everyone must already think Qi Jiao is my woman now, right? While Yifan's mind was still racing, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the air. A dragon-shaped stream of light emerged from Qi Jiao's body, swirling around Yifan, and in response, the 9 dragon auras within Yifan surged forth, intertwining with Qi Jiao's radiant energy. The sensation was like long-lost friends reuniting, filled with warmth and familiarity. In that instant, fragmented memories flooded Yifan's mind once more, scenes of armies clashing, countless lives in turmoil. It was almost identical to the visions he had experienced while playing celestial music at Xin Mange's concert, except this time, some fragments were even clearer. Among them, he seemed to see Qi Jiao clad in phoenix robes, riding a dragon through the skies, fighting valiantly by his side across thousands of miles. Holding Qi Jiao's delicate body in his arms, Yifan suddenly felt an inexplicable closeness, as if she had always been meant to be his woman. But the moment he tried to focus on those memories, they vanished like a receding tide. From their joined lips, a powerful surge of warmth flowed into both of them, transforming into dense martial energy that rapidly enhanced their strength. Qi Jiao's abilities had originally been modest, barely at the Grandmaster level. But ever since encountering Yifan and absorbing the energy radiating from him, she had skyrocketed like a cheat code, breaking through to the martial venerable realm. And now, after this kiss, she had reached the peak of martial venerable, on the verge of stepping into the martial emperor tier. Sigh. Yifan could only exhale helplessly. Whether it was due to their intimate contact or the fragmented memories in his mind, his fate was now irrevocably tied to Qi Jiao. Since he couldn't escape it, he might as well embrace it. With that thought, he playfully nipped Qi Jiao's tongue. MMPH. Qi Jiao shuddered and hastily pushed him away, her face flushed. Fan good, you're so mean. How could he do that? She had been the one to kiss him first, yet he had the audacity to bite her. So shameless. From the side, Qi Yuan watched their interaction with the satisfaction of a proud father. Finally, the first step is taken. The rest would depend on whether this old man could pull his weight. Tonight, I'll make sure to get Yifan drunk, then it'll be a done deal. Qi Yuan had already booked the room. His thoughts mirrored Yu Jianfeng's. With Yifan's rising prominence, he feared that if Qi Jiao didn't seize this chance, she might lose him forever. So he would do everything in his power to create opportunities for his daughter. All right, little troublemaker, did you really think I didn't see through your little scheme? Yifan chuckled and affectionately booped her nose. Let me make it clear, you're now one of my little wives. Happy now? Truthfully, he had never really disliked this fiery little spitfire. From their first encounter on the streets, to their bet that led her to jump into a lake, drenching herself, to their shared experiences during the Tiankue base takeover. Most importantly, the vivid fragments of memories involving Qi Jiao gave him the unshakable feeling that she was deeply connected to him. Wah! Qi Jiao's heart swelled with joy. Had her persistence finally paid off? But then she pouted. Why little, wife? I'm not little at all. As if to prove her point, she deliberately thrust out her chest. Very, very impressive indeed. Everyone, please come inside. Yi Fan wrapped an arm around Qi Jiao and led the way into the hotel, greeting the guests. As they followed, some couldn't resist asking about the Tiankue base's point system. Yi Xiao, it's been days. When will the mission list for the Tiankue base's point system be released? My blade is itching for action. Yeah, Yi Xiao. Our family is especially interested in those rune weapons you mentioned. 10 points for one, and each mission gives 3 to 10 points? We're all eager to get started. While Qi Yuan had organized this celebration partly for his daughter's sake, the main reason was pressure, not just from the Tiankue base's affiliated families, but also from independent factions. They all wanted to start earning points to exchange for the base's coveted spirit weapons. Yi Fan glanced at Guoli beside him. Old Gua, how's the mission list coming along? Should we announce it today? Guoli nodded. The point exchange system was finalized last night. We were just waiting for the right moment. Today works. Minutes later, in the banquet hall, despite the 6-star cuisine, none of the hundreds of martial elites present cared about the food. Their eyes were locked onto Yi Fan and Guoli on stage. By now you all know I, Yi Fan, am the new overseer of the Tiankue base. Due to upgrades, we can now produce rune weapons, but their high cost led us to create this point-based mission system. Complete tasks, earn points, and exchange them for spirit weapons. Now my brother Guoli will explain the details. Guoli pulled up the mission list on the screen. Everyone, the Tiankue base's first mission batch consists of 100 tasks. The lowest reward is 5 points, meaning completing just 2 will earn you a rune weapon. As the list unfolded, the martial families studied it intently, only to fall into stunned silence. Mission 1, destroy a Class S Jin Wang stronghold in the northwest. Reward, 10 points. Note, this outpost is guarded by a martial emperor. Mission 2, infiltrate the capital and assassinate Jin Wang's 2 top bodyguards. Reward, 10 points. Note, both are at least martial emperor tier 6. Mission 3, crush Jin Wang's Scarlet Leaf group. Reward, 8 points. Note, the conglomerate is worth over 300 billion, plan carefully. The once excited crowd now wore grim expressions. The rewards were generous, but the missions were no joke, and every single one was a direct attack on Jin Wang. Had Yi Fan just openly declared war? Some families are already having second thoughts. No one here is a fool. Judging by the tasks Tiankue base has just released, every single one targets Prince Jin's operations. If these ancient martial arts families accept these missions and take action, it means they've chosen to side with the Yi family, binding themselves to the Yi faction from now on. Though Yi Fan has risen to power with formidable momentum, and the Yi family, backed by the imperial court, has established the Grand Preceptor's office, with Yi Fan also founding the Fan Alliance. Supported by the Jinwu Division and the Tianji Pavilion, Prince Jin has been scheming for a long time. Daring to move against the Yi family means he's no pushover either. Ordinary superfamilies, though powerful in their own right, would likely become cannon fodder if caught in the crossfire between the Yi family and Prince Jin's factions. Yet, everyone knows this is a rare opportunity. Accepting these missions and earning rune spirit weapons is just one benefit. More importantly, completing these tasks could put them in Yi Fan's favor, elevating them to core vassal families under the Yi conglomerate. This is a tough choice. Our family could take on a C-rank mission and earn 5 points. But after attacking Prince Jin's base, how do we deal with his retaliation? I'm torn too, but I trust young Master Yi. If he dares to post this mission board, he must have countermeasures in place. Besides, think about it. If even 30 of these 100 missions are executed simultaneously, how could Prince Jin possibly handle them all? You're right. Let's do it. After a brief silence, families began stepping forward. The ancient Marshal Zhang family accepts A-rank mission number 13, to be completed within 3 days. The ancient Marshal Lu family accepts B-rank mission number 38, to be completed within 2 days. Representatives from various families stepped up, claimed their missions, and signed agreements. Within minutes, over 30 of the 100 missions had been claimed, mostly B and C rank, with only 3 or 4 A-rank tasks taken. Guo Li and Yi Fan exchanged glances, frowning slightly in dissatisfaction. Guo Li had expected the missions to be snatched up in a frenzy. That way, Yi Fan's pressure against Prince Jin would ease significantly. In fact, Yi Fan might not even need to march on the capital. Prince Jin's vassal families could be nearly wiped out just by the Tiankue base's mission board. Any more takers? Gwali barked from the stage several times. But though the crowd hadn't dispersed, no one else stepped forward. Some families hesitated, unsure of their own strength. Yifan smiled faintly, took the microphone from Gwali, and added, "Since this is the first day of mission releases, there's an additional rule. For the remaining tasks, if any family feels their strength is insufficient, multiple families may collaborate. Points earned will be doubled accordingly." Boom! The announcement sent shockwaves through the remaining representatives. Double points? And joint missions? This changes everything. The Wang and Li families jointly accept C-rank mission number 67. The Sun and Chen families jointly accept C-rank mission number 89. In moments, another 20 or so missions were claimed through alliances. Gwali was stunned, utterly impressed by Yifan's tactics. This boss of mine really knows how to play the game. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner, a group of representatives glared at Yifan with dark expressions. Yifan is too cunning. With minimal effort, he's forcing these ancient martial and superfamilies into an alliance with the Yi family, pushing them directly against Prince Jin. Worse, it's an open scheme, no way to counter it. This is disastrous for Prince Jin. What do we do? If today's mission board succeeds, Tiankue base will keep releasing more, bleeding Prince Jin dry through attrition. A scar-faced man at the lead snorted coldly. That's exactly why we're here. We need to sow discord, make them doubt Tiankue base, and erode their trust. At the very least, we'll make these families hesitate before committing fully, easing the pressure on Prince Jin. How? By the second wave of mission claims, over 60 tasks had been taken, enough to cripple Prince Jin's foundation. Satisfied, Yifan nodded to Songyang at the side, preparing to announce the next phase. When the scar-faced man suddenly spoke up, "Young Master Yi, I have a question. Tiankue base has been shut down for years. Why reopen now with so many missions targeting Prince Jin? Are you just using us as pawns?" Silence. Every family present knew this was the case, but none had voiced it outright. The scar-faced man's bluntness created an awkward tension. "Young Master Yi, it's not that we doubt Tiankue base's capabilities, but I have to ask, if we complete these missions, will you really honor the agreement and exchange points for rune spirit weapons?" His words struck at their deepest fear. These families were willing to fight, but not if they bled themselves dry only for Yifan to renege on his promises. Exactly. We're risking our lives. What guarantee do we have? Right? Yifan, are you just scamming us? A wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't believe him. If we get caught in the Yijin conflict, we'll die for nothing. Led by the scar-faced man, dozens of families rallied, stirring dissent. Even some who had accepted missions wavered. They're right. What if Yifan doesn't deliver? Points are just numbers. Yifan scanned the crowd and replied calmly, "You're correct. I can't give you guarantees. But the fact that I'm still standing here is proof enough. Those willing to gamble may take the missions. Those who aren't, you have 5 minutes to withdraw." Chaos. A dozen missions were quickly revoked. The scar-faced man sighed inwardly. Yifan's influence is too strong. My psychological warfare barely made a dent. Still, he'd planted seeds of doubt that would have to suffice. But then, Yifan's next move shattered his plans entirely. "All clan leaders, are you certain about accepting these 50-plus missions? Once you do, you're bound to the Yi family. Young Master Yi, we believe in you. I'm betting on your victory. Win or lose, we're all in." Their resolve was unshaken. Yifan nodded. "You won't regret this. Patriarch Song, bring them in." As Tiankue base guards carried in several ancient-looking chests, Yifan declared, "I've prepared in advance. Every family that accepted a mission will receive their rune spirit weapons up front, regardless of whether they complete the task. Those with fewer than 10 points will be credited as 10. Clang. Song Yang opened the chests, spilling gleaming rune spirit weapons onto the stage. Gasps. The entire room was stunned. Upfront payment. Watching the ancient rune weapons shimmering with an aura of primal power on stage, every representative and clan leader from the superfamilies present burned with fervent desire. The rune weapons previously produced by the Tiankue base could already amplify combat power several times over. But these rune spirit weapons? They could unleash at least tenfold the strength. The archaic inscriptions engraved upon them were nothing short of a lifeline on the battlefield. And now, before the mission was even completed, Yi Fan was offering to distribute these rune spirit weapons in advance to the clans that had accepted the task, even rounding up the points. Those with fewer than 10 mission credits would be counted as having 10. In other words, every family that had taken on the mission would receive at least one rune spirit weapon. Was this for real? A free windfall from the heavens? Lord Yi, you're not pulling our legs, are you? These rune spirit weapons, you're really giving them to us now. That's right. Can we claim them immediately? The most excited were naturally the representatives of the clans that had firmly committed to the mission. Yi Fan nodded. Of course. I, Yi Fan, never deceive my own people. Old Gua, distribute the weapons according to the list of families who signed the agreement, now. Yes, sir. Guoli acknowledged the order and immediately began calling out names from the registry. Ancient Martial Zhang Clan, 3 rune spirit weapons. Ancient Martial Lu Clan, 2 rune spirit weapons. As Guoli read the names, Song Yang swiftly handed out the corresponding weapons. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 rune spirit weapons had been distributed to the 60 or 70 clan representatives who had accepted the mission, now solidly in their grasp. Some clan leaders couldn't contain their excitement and immediately channeled their martial energy into the weapons. Feeling their combat power surge, they couldn't help but gloat. The power of these runes is incredible. My strength has increased at least 8-fold. This is terrifying. Haha, who dares to fight me now? Same here. I was only at the martial venerable level, but now I can unleash strength comparable to a martial emperor. This is amazing. Clan leader phone, you must be jealous, huh? If you'd held out just a little longer, your family could have gotten 2 of these. With these, who in the Northwest would dare cross you? Some representatives, not satisfied with their own boasting, even taunted the clan leaders who had withdrawn from the mission earlier. What a shame. How could you all be so weak-willed? Thud. The dozen or so clan leaders who had backed out of the mission now looked as dark as a cast-iron pot. The murderous glint in their eyes was unmistakable. They were practically choking on regret. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been handed to them on a silver platter, and they had pushed it away with their own hands. They wanted to slap themselves silly. Their faces twitched violently as they sighed in despair. Damn it! Was I out of my mind? I was this close, and I threw away my clan's chance to rise. I deserved to die. After wallowing in self-reproach, they suddenly remembered someone, the scar-faced man. That's right. It was all that son of a bitch's fault. If he hadn't tricked them, would they have withdrawn? If they hadn't backed out, those rune spirit weapons would already be in their hands. The enraged clan leaders scanned the crowd with razor-sharp eyes, quickly locking onto the scar-faced man standing not far away. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man himself was also reeling from shock. Yi Fan had actually distributed the rune spirit weapons in advance? What a ruthless move. This guy really had guts. You doubted I'd keep my promise and hand out the weapons? Fine, I'll give them to you now whether you complete the mission or not. A masterstroke with 3 victories in one move. First, it shattered all doubts and dispelled the rumors. Second, it was a classic buying goodwill with gold tactic, cementing the prestige of Tiankue base's mission point system. And most importantly, it won hearts. With such bold generosity, how could these clans not fight tooth and nail for Yi Fan? No wonder everyone else avoided crossing him. Time to get the hell out of here. A chill ran down the scar-faced man's spine as he motioned to his companions, preparing to slip away unnoticed. But before he could move, the furious clan leaders who had been duped into withdrawing lunged at him. Stop that bastard! Don't let him escape. Damn it! Because of this piece of trash, my clan lost its chance to rise. I'll strangle him to death. Before the scar-faced man could react, the mob of enraged clan leaders had already tackled him to the ground. Thud! 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 Fists and kicks rained down without mercy. Despite being a martial venerable himself, the scar-faced man stood no chance against so many powerful attackers. Within moments, his bones were shattered and he was left gasping for breath, more dead than alive. His companions, who had initially tried to intervene or defend him, were also beaten to within an inch of their lives. The rest of the onlookers trembled in fear, not daring to step in lest they suffer the same fate. Once the clan leaders had vented their rage, the scar-faced man's barely breathing body was dragged away, his followers slinking off in disgrace. Call the authorities? Are you kidding? These people had shady backgrounds to begin with. If they fell into the hands of the law, their fates would be even worse. So even though they'd been humiliated, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. As for the scar-faced man's death, it had nothing to do with Yifan, and the Gene Prince wouldn't stir up trouble over a mere underling. Yifan watched the scene unfold with calm detachment before speaking again. Everyone, the mission board for Tiankue Base's point system remains open. However, from now on, rune spirit weapons will no longer be distributed in advance. Sigh. Though the best opportunity had passed, the clans had seen Yifan's sincerity. In no time, the remaining missions on Tiankue Base's board were all claimed. A few weaker clans eyed the tasks longingly but didn't dare take them on, their hearts itching with helpless frustration. Exchanging a glance with Guili, Yifan continued, "For those who missed out, don't worry. The earlier missions were from the Heavenly Rank task list. Now, I'm introducing the Earth Rank missions, simpler objectives, targeting foreign enemies beyond our borders. You don't even need to kill anyone. Those interested can report their clan's strength to Guili and sign up." He paused, then added with a faint smile, "Rest assured, though these missions are easier, the points you earn won't be any less than the Heavenly Rank tasks." Targeting foreigners? No killing required? What was Yifan planning? Why the secrecy with missions now requiring private registration? A few clan representatives frowned in thought, their minds racing to the upcoming military exercises in the Vermilion Bird domain. The only major event involving foreign powers was the joint military drill. Had Yifan uncovered something? Was he preparing to strike outside the official arena? However, the subsequent task assignments were conducted privately and background checks were performed on each family. Several opportunistic families attempted to claim tasks, but Yifan's intelligence network revealed their close ties to foreign entities and suspicious connections to Prince Jean. As a result, they were outright rejected. In the end, only families with impeccable backgrounds were approved. When the representatives of these families saw the specifics of their assigned tasks, they were both shocked and overjoyed. Was their mission really this simple? No bloodshed was required, yet the rewards were incredibly generous. This was almost too good to be true. With the task assignments finalized, the event transitioned into a lively banquet. Families that had received rune-enhanced weapons took turns toasting Yifan, congratulating him on the revival of the Tiankue base and expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Despite being a fourth-tier martial saint capable of purging alcohol with his internal energy, Yifan's head still grew heavy after so many drinks. By the time Song Yang, Qi Yuan, and other core representatives of the Tiankue base came to toast him, Yifan was already slightly dazed. "Young Master Yi, this one, Qi Yuan, salutes you. Tonight, we drink until we drop." Qi Yuan was far more straightforward than Song Yang. Without unnecessary words, he simply kept refilling Yifan's glass, matching him cup for cup. In the end, Qi Yuan collapsed before Yifan did, but even in his stupor, he managed to instruct his family's bodyguards, Escort young Master Yi to his room, it's already prepared." Song Yang, who had been drinking alongside them, was merely playing wingman for his friend. Watching Qi Yuan's state, he couldn't help but sigh. Back when the young miss was alive, the four great families jointly managed the Tiankue base, yet they had never achieved such glory. Now, under the young master's leadership, it had taken only a few days to mobilize forces beyond what even the young miss had ever commanded, all through the task and reward system. If the Tiankue base's hidden forces were factored in, the revival of the Divine Gate and its return to prominence was now unstoppable. In all of Great Xia, who could possibly stand against young Master Yi now? Once all enemies were dealt with, the young master would finally have the bandwidth to confront the malevolent forces. Only then would the true might of the Divine Gate be fully unleashed. Inside the hotel suite, as the Song family bodyguards helped Yifan into the room, a petite figure suddenly threw herself into his arms. It was none other than Qi Jiao, who had been lying in wait. Dressed in a sheer pink nightgown, her delicate yet curvaceous figure exuded a unique charm. Before Yifan could react, she had already pulled him onto the bed, pressing her lips to his with a triumphant whisper. "Humph. Tonight, you won't escape my grasp." Yifan could sense the strangely familiar aura radiating from Qi Jiao, and she, too, could feel it. The ancient energy pulsating from him filled her with reverence and longing, drawing her irresistibly closer. From initial skepticism to utter infatuation, Qi Jiao had fallen hard for Yifan as he repeatedly demonstrated his overwhelming power. That was why she had orchestrated tonight's scheme, getting her father and the others to ply him with alcohol, hoping to take advantage of his drunkenness to force a consummation. But they had forgotten one crucial detail. As a fourth-tier martial saint, mundane alcohol could never intoxicate Yifan unless he allowed it. Even a ton of liquor wouldn't faze him if he resisted. Feeling the girl squirming in his arms, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Qi Jiao harbored monumental secrets. Every time they touched, fragmented memories surged in his mind. He was now certain she had been someone profoundly significant to him in a past life. It was precisely because of this that he had agreed to take her as his wife when she kissed him earlier. But there was a problem. At his current cultivation level, Martial Saint Tier 4, he feared his spirit bone constitution might not withstand the flood of ancient memories and techniques if fully unlocked. Following Ding Xiu's advice, he had resolved to wait until reaching Martial Saint Tier 9 before taking the final step with Qi Jiao to safely unseal those memories. Thus, despite their current intimacy, tonight would end in futility for her. Ugh! Why are you so heavy, you idiot? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Despite being a martial venerate, Qi Jiao couldn't even roll Yi Fan over. After struggling fruitlessly to remove his clothes, she stamped her foot in frustration, her chest heaving dramatically, a sight that made Yi Fan's pulse race. This feisty little spitfire was dangerously well endowed. As she turned her back to him, Yi Fan secretly channeled a wisp of energy into her body. My head, so dizzy. I didn't drink. Why? Her eyes fluttered shut as she collapsed onto the bed, confusion etched on her face before unconsciousness claimed her. Of course, this was Yi Fan's doing. As tempting as this Lolita-esque firecracker was, he wasn't ready. Until he reached Tier 9, he dared not risk his mind and body being overwhelmed by eons of inherited memories. Sigh. Being a man is suffering. After tucking Qi Jiao in, Yi Fan straightened his clothes and leapt out the window. Now that he'd been brought halfway up the mountain, who should he visit next? Yuling Long. Though yesterday's kiss had already elevated her to Martial Emperor tier, tomorrow's military exercises warranted every possible advantage. Another power boost wouldn't hurt. But when he arrived at the Eastern Grand Hotel, he found Yuling Long deep in meditation, her cultivation actually advancing autonomously. Now wasn't the time to interrupt. Fortunately, Shin Mange called at that very moment. Xiao Fan, when are you coming home? I miss you. That tender whisper melted his heart. Tonight, he'd definitely need to reinforce his mange wife's constitution again. Qiankue Base Mission Leaderboard released. The missions were all publicly announced, so within the martial world, they were no secret at all. In just 2 hours, the news had spread throughout the entire martial arts community of Great Xia. In the capital, at Prince Jin's residence, the prince nearly fell out of his chair when his assistant, Xiao Zhang, handed him the mission list. Holy shit! This Yi Fan might as well just say my name outright. Damn it. 100 missions. All targeting Prince Jin. From listed companies to martial arts bases, intelligence centers, martial family liaison points, and elite warrior training camps. Yi Fan's mission leaderboard covered almost half of Prince Jin's remaining forces. Originally, Yi Fan's rampage in Tiannan province had already wiped out all of Prince Jin's arrangements in the southwest. Then, his chaos in Guangxing destroyed the most crucial secret base in the south, and his actions in the Vermilion Bird domain had thoroughly dismantled Prince Jin's schemes there. By now, Prince Jin had already lost half his strength. If Yi Fan's mission leaderboard were fully executed, the remnants of Prince Jin's forces would be utterly annihilated. If all his hidden operatives were destroyed, what could he even do? How could he still contend with the Yi family? His backer, seeing him lose all value, would likely discard him like a useless pawn. These missions, it won't be easy for those families to make a dent, right? Surely not many will take them. Though shocked that Yi Fan's intelligence network had uncovered his forces so thoroughly, Prince Jin still clung to hope. Even if Yi Fan knew about those bases, he couldn't possibly dismantle them. After all, among these 100+ bases and intelligence centers, many were guarded by martial emperor experts. Though Yi Fan had gathered quite a few martial emperors around him, they weren't exactly common in Great Xia. Even among ancient martial families, martial emperors were rare treasures. A family's martial emperors were its core assets, its foundation. Would they really risk their most vital strength just for Yi Fan's mission points? Sigh. Prince Jin, I'm afraid the results will disappoint you. Take a look, Your Highness. Assistant Xiao Zhang sighed and handed over a tablet. After Pan Shi's death, Xiao Zhang had risen to take his place, originally planning to leverage Prince Jin's remaining forces to crush Yi Fan and his allies. In the northwest, Xiao Zhang had even arranged for several families to target Yi Fan's fifth sister-in-law, Lu Yue's family. But now, many of those families, still in the preparation phase, had already appeared on Yi Fan's mission leaderboard. Things were about to get messy. Prince Jin's decline was unstoppable. Xiao Zhang didn't say it aloud, but if he weren't so deeply tied to Prince Jin, he'd have already fled. Prince Jin opened the tablet and saw footage of ancient martial families enthusiastically signing up for the missions. Within 2 time segments, the screen showed that all of Yi Fan's 100+ missions had been claimed by the superfamilies. Damn it! Are they out of their minds? Do they really believe Yi Fan will exchange those points for spirit weapons? Have they all been hit in the head? Prince Jin cursed, but Xiao Zhang fast-forwarded the video. Your Highness, keep watching. Yi Fan has already plugged every loophole we thought of. To facilitate mission completion and demonstrate Tiankue Base's stance, all rune spirit weapons will be distributed in advance, rounded up in full. Any family that accepts a mission will receive a spirit weapon immediately. Upon mission completion, points will still be awarded, and further exchanges can be made based on accumulated points. Hearing Yi Fan's irresistible declaration, Prince Jin was speechless. That damnable monster, Yi Fan, this beast, this bastard. Playing like this meant Prince Jin was finished. If the spirit weapons hadn't been handed out early, the families might have slacked off. But now, with preemptive rewards and the promise of future exchanges, even an idiot would charge in for a piece of the action. Arg! Bang! Prince Jin could no longer contain his fury. With a roar, he crushed the tablet in his grip. Quick! Immediately notify every family, organization, and intelligence center on that list. Order them to fortify defenses. Prepare for surprise attacks. Yes, sir. Before Xiao Zhang could even turn to carry out the order, the head of Prince Jin's intelligence department rushed in, face pale, clutching another tablet. It's over, Your Highness. It's too late to warn them now. Your Highness, disaster. The Zhong family in the northwest has been ambushed. 3 other families suddenly besieged them. Total annihilation. Ding. Our intelligence center in the Black Tortoise domain has been assaulted. Ding. Our embedded agents in the Heavenly Dragon domain have been eliminated. Ding. 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 The alerts kept coming, too fast for the intelligence chief to even report. Every ding meant another piece of Prince Jin's empire had been shattered. Another chunk of his painstakingly built network, gone. It was like a steel blade repeatedly stabbing into Prince Jin's heart. Enough! Stop reading them! Prince Jin snarled, gripping the table to steady himself. What was the point? Yi Fan had clearly orchestrated this. All attacks synchronized, leaving Prince Jin no time to react. He couldn't protect everything at once. A sudden, devastating counterstrike, efficient and ruthless. Thinking of his faction's recent misfortunes, Prince Jin finally snapped. A mouthful of black blood sprayed from his lips. Contact Wei Hang. Tell him to personally intervene. Ensure the Vermilion Bird Army's training operation succeeds at all costs. Even if Prince Chris demands territorial concessions, agree to it. Yi Fan must die. Arg. If that bastard doesn't perish soon, I'll be the one dying of rage. Ever since Yi Fan's awakening, nothing had gone Prince Jin's way. His son was still in Yi Fan's hands. Despite sending countless agents to locate his son's prison, they either vanished or found nothing. It was as if his son had ceased to exist. If the boy were dead, it'd be one thing. But being held hostage, Prince Jin couldn't act freely. Every ruthless plan was hamstrung by hesitation. Now, he pinned his hopes on Wei Hang's operation. Little did he know, Wei Hang's plans were also collapsing, thanks to Yi Fan's Earth Leaderboard missions. Day 2 of the military exercise begins in full swing at the Vermilion camp. A total of 304 teams from 204 countries and regions worldwide have sent their elite warriors to participate. The military exercise was scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. sharp, with all team members required to enter the grounds beforehand. Yet, at 8:55 a.m., some teams were still missing, such as Captain Sano of the East Ocean delegation. originally accompanied by 5 core royal martial experts. His team had been wiped out the previous day in a bloody internal brawl, all because of a few women from Great Xia. Now, Captain Sano sat alone in his delegation's seating area, surrounded by a dozen empty chairs. If not for the sake of his nation's dignity, he would have fled long ago. Why stay and endure such humiliation? As Yifan walked past, Sano glared at him with eyes burning in hatred, wishing he could tear the man apart with his teeth. Though Sano had found no concrete evidence, after consulting with strategist Wei Hang, he was certain Yifan was the mastermind behind yesterday's incident. What are you staring at? Keep eyeballing my boss like that, and I'll pound you and your East Ocean mutts into the ground. Beside Yifan, Wang Fugue, rejuvenated from yesterday's nourishment, strutted with confidence, his fists clenched and ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Barbarians! Savages! Sano gritted his teeth, frustration boiling inside him. He knew Yifan's people were responsible, but without proof, he had no grounds to retaliate. Who else could it be? In all of Great Xia, only Yifan would dare provoke the East Ocean delegation so brazenly. Noticing Sano's glare, Yifan paused and turned with a smirk. Ah, if it isn't Captain Sano of the East Ocean delegation. I heard your team brought 5 elite warriors, including 2 martial emperors, no less, both royal family members. I was looking forward to sparring with them. Where are they? It's almost time. Could they still be sleeping in? Feigning concern, Yifan added, Captain Sano, you'd better call them right away. If they're late, they'll be disqualified. Thud. Sano felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. This bastard. Yifan had orchestrated their deaths, and now he had the gall to feign sympathy? Adding insult to injury. Doesn't your conscience ache at all? At that moment, Song Yang, another quick-witted ally of Yifan, chimed in with perfect timing. Young Master Yi, you might not have heard, those East Ocean folks eat seafood tainted with radiation. Their brains are as dull as pigs. Apparently, 5 of them got into a fight yesterday and killed each other. Authorities only found out because a concerned citizen reported it. Captain Sano, surely you've heard? Oh, here. I've got a high-definition video of the incident. With exaggerated courtesy, Song Yang shoved his phone in Sano's face, showing footage of one royal descendant stabbing another through the chest. Thud. Another knife to the heart. They're doing this on purpose. Every word was a deliberate jab at his wounds. Were they trying to provoke him to death? Worse yet, Sano suddenly recognized Song Yang's voice. That concerned citizen from yesterday. It was him. Damn it. I'm going to lose my mind. Furious, Sano slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters with his chi. His eyes darted between Yifan and Song Yang. Even if all my team's martial experts were still alive, their combined intellect wouldn't match these 2 scheming bastards. You're bullying me too much. Wah, baka. This was a military exercise. With Great Xia's elite enforcers, the Martial Alliance and the Imperial Guard watching, Sano couldn't retaliate. No matter how enraged he was, he had to swallow his fury, until finally he broke down. A grown man, the leader of the East Ocean delegation, was reduced to tears. Seizing the moment, Yifan waved over a group of reporters. Come here. Interview our guest from East Ocean. He must be moved to tears by Great Xia's grandeur, or perhaps our hospitality. This is prime material. Dig deeper. Maybe he's crying because he saw his ancestors. Tears welled in Sano's eyes as his mind screamed. Dig my ass. I'm not touched. I want to bite your head off. But before he could protest, a dozen microphones were shoved in his face. Captain Sano, are you weeping because Great Xia's prosperity moved you? Forced to save face, Sano had no choice but to play along with Yifan's narrative. His eyes, however, locked onto strategist Wei Hang on the podium. The message was clear. Yifan must die. Meanwhile, atop the podium, Wei Hang was sweating bullets. With only 1 minute left before the official start, over 30 seats remained empty across the delegation sections. Some teams were entirely absent. Others, like Sano's, had only a lone captain waiting in despair. Wei Hang's gaze flickered to Yi Fan, now seated calmly below. A sense of dread crept into his heart. Last night, 100 of Prince Jin's institutions had been simultaneously attacked, all orchestrated through the Tiankue base's heavenly ranking mission board. Rumors said the Tiankue base also had a secret Earth ranking mission list. Could this be targeting the delegations? What the hell is going on? If his final trump cards failed to eliminate Yi Fan during this exercise, the Vermilion domain would be lost. His only option would be to flee. Strategist. His aide leaned in, whispering urgently. We just received word. Over 40 of our allied teams in Guangxing were ambushed last night. Some were wiped out entirely. Others had their martial arts crippled. Those empty seats. They're not coming. Crack. Wei Hang's grip shattered his teacup. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Can't make it. Damn it. Wei Hang's mustache trembled violently as he struggled to suppress the fury boiling inside him. Yi Fan's heaven-ranking mission targeted Jin Wang's intelligence agencies, bases, and training camps, his core forces. Meanwhile, the Earth-ranking mission focused on the foreign teams collaborating with Jin Wang to slaughter the elites of Great Xia. A two-pronged attack, executed simultaneously. The key was that Yi Fan hadn't even mobilized his own forces. Neither the Tianji Pavilion, the Jinwu Division, nor the Wandering Souls. Instead, he had leveraged ancient martial families and the rune-enhanced weapons from the Tiankue base, effortlessly dismantling the enemy's strength with minimal effort. Was this brat sent by the heavens to be my nemesis? Brother Wei, what's gotten into you? You were fine just a moment ago and now you're… Why did you crush your teacup? What's the point of taking it out on a cup? If something's bothering you, just say it. This old brother can help you analyze it. Beside Wei Hang sat Ho Tianji, the commander of the Vermilion Bird domain. Noticing Wei Hang's reaction, he narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke with a faint smile. Damn it all! Wei Hang glared at Yi Fan, his murderous intent undisguised. The foreign groups, along with the elite forces he had painstakingly planted within the Vermilion Bird domain over decades, some even at unimaginable costs, were his last remaining assets. And now Yi Fan had crushed them, crippled them. How could Wei Hang not be provoked? He wanted to vomit blood. But now wasn't the time to reveal his hand. He still had to play the act. It's nothing. I just lost control of my energy for a moment. My mistake. Wei Hang forced himself to remain composed. Old Ho, thanks for your concern. I think it's about time for the military drills to begin. No? Ho Tianji had some understanding of the situation, but since Wei Hang didn't address it directly, neither would he. As long as you're all right. Today, you're the keynote speaker, representing the Great Xia Empire. You need to be in good spirits, understand? Think happy thoughts. We can't let those foreign pigs see us lose face. As he spoke, Ho Tianji patted Wei Hang's shoulder, sighing inwardly. Sigh. Things had reached this point. Ever since Ho Tsuehua was manipulated into seizing a spot yesterday, the game within the Vermilion Bird domain had been laid bare. Ho Tianji had desperately hoped that the traitor lurking in their ranks wasn't Wei Hang, but reality was cruel. He never imagined that his old comrade had been hiding in the Vermilion Bird domain all these years, orchestrating schemes. Most of the moves that had sidelined Ho Tianji himself had come from this very friend. But with the military drills imminent and investigations still incomplete, now wasn't the time to expose the truth. Besides, Yi Fan and Ho Tianji were setting a trap, waiting for Wei Hang, the big fish, to surface on his own. Happy? Wei Hang gritted his teeth. Do I look like I'm in the mood for happiness right now? Watching his forces being picked off one by one, like a frog slowly boiled alive. Now, with the last of his men wiped out in an instant, how was he supposed to keep playing? His final trump card was the killing array he had arranged on the desolate island in the southern domain during the points battle. If he could trigger it, perhaps he could deliver a fatal blow and eliminate Yi Fan for good. So, even though everyone knew this was all an act, they had no choice but to keep performing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wei Hang, strategist of the Vermilion Bird domain. On this splendid day, on behalf of the Great Xia Imperial family and the Vermilion Bird Domain, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all. Pleasure my ass. Standing at the podium, Wei Hang felt like he was reading a script that said, I love work. I enjoy working. Who the hell enjoys work? Are you out of your mind? He could barely force the words out. His men had been slaughtered, yet here he was, pretending to be thrilled, enthusiastically welcoming foreign delegations. Below the stage, the Great Xia delegation was the largest in attendance. Representatives from the 6 major war domains, elite fighters from ancient martial families, and sect disciples who had signed up for the drills, all were present. As Yi Fan and Wang Fuguei took their seats, a group of about a dozen young men quickly approached. Generals of the Heavenly Dragon Domain, paying respects to the young marshal. These were the martial experts from the Heavenly Dragon Domain participating in the drills. Among them, the strongest was a white-robed youth, a martial emperor. While the others bowed, this young man remained upright, coldly staring at Yi Fan. Zhang Jiwei, what are you doing? Why aren't you saluting the young master? The others noticed his defiance and tried to remind him, but Zhang Jiwei's expression didn't change. He's your young master, not mine. I don't acknowledge his authority. His voice was icy. And all of you, where's your backbone? The Heavenly Dragon Domain fights for Great Xia, not the Yi family. Its million-strong army doesn't belong to the Yi family. One day, I'll tear down the Yi banner myself. Zhang Jiwei, commander of the Dragon Cavalry, one of the Heavenly Dragon Domain's 7 elite divisions. The Flying Dragon Cavalry of the Northern Wastes was the absolute pinnacle of the Heavenly Dragon Domain's forces, capable of facing 100 enemies alone on the battlefield. Yet Zhang Jiwei had always been a rebel. Even after Old Master Yi appointed him to succeed his father as the cavalry's leader, he remained determined to remove the Yi family's influence. So you're Zhang Jiwei? Yi Fan stood, his gaze steady. You're right. The Heavenly Dragon Army doesn't belong to the Yi family. It belongs to Great Xia. But I'd like to see how you plan to tear down the Yi banner. There was no hesitation in Yi Fan's eyes. Now at the 4th rank of Martial Saint, he completely overpowered Zhang Jiwei in presence alone. Zhang Jiwei clenched his jaw under the pressure but refused to back down. By defeating you, or killing you, once you fall, the Heavenly Dragon Army will change. The army had once been united under the Yi family's 10 prodigies, who held key positions and ensured absolute control. But now, with only Yi Fan left, maintaining that grip wouldn't be so easy. Yi Fan studied Zhang Jiwei intently, searching for any hint of deception. Did he have a hand in the deaths of my 7 brothers and 3 uncles? Is Zhang Jiwei the traitor? If so, even if Zhang Jiwei commanded the Flying Dragon Cavalry, the Heavenly Dragon Army's most critical force, Yi Fan wouldn't hesitate to execute him on the spot. Boom! 2 overwhelming martial auras clashed, sending visible ripples through the air. Though Wei Hang was still speaking on stage, most eyes had shifted to Yi Fan and Zhang Jiwei. The Heavenly Dragon Army's rightful young marshal versus its most renowned young general. Were they about to come to blows the moment they met? Fight! Fight already. The more you kill, the fewer there'll be. Wei Hang, who was still delivering his speech on stage, grew visibly excited when he saw Yi Fan and Zhang Jiwei, the commander of the Flying Dragon Cavalry from the Heavenly Dragon Army, clashing head-on. Wei Hang knew Zhang Jiwei was no match for Yi Fan in terms of strength. But if Zhang Jiwei actually fought Yi Fan, the symbolic impact would far outweigh the practical outcome. A public rift between the Flying Dragon Cavalry's commander and the young marshal would deal a devastating blow to the Heavenly Dragon Army's unity and influence. Wei Hang could already imagine the propaganda value. This would work out perfectly. Feeling a rare flicker of joy, Wei Hang glanced at his assistant, who immediately understood. The strategist wanted someone to fan the flames, to provoke Zhang Jiwei and Yi Fan into an open brawl. However, after last night's attacks on multiple delegations, there weren't many usable hands left. The assistant's gaze eventually settled on Sano from the Eastern Islands delegation. Since the Eastern Islands delegation had been nearly wiped out yesterday, Sano was practically useless now, Might as well let him serve one last purpose. Receiving the order, Sano smirked, shoving aside the reporters crowding him. Stop bothering me. Can't you see the real news is over there? Go cover that. As he spoke, he strode toward Yi Fan and Jiang Jiwei, sneering. Young Master Yi, never thought you'd see this day, huh? Ha! What's the point of bringing so many people if you're just going to turn on each other? Baka! He laughed wildly, then turned to Jiang Jiwei, goading him further. General Jiang, you're absolutely right. The Heavenly Dragon Army shouldn't be under the Yi family's thumb. For the sake of Great Xia, you must resist. Don't hold back. If you need anything, the Eastern Islands will support you fully. His brazen provocation made both Yi Fan and Jiang Jiwei frown. Was this idiot really trying to force a fight between them? Just as Yi Fan was considering how to handle Jiang Jiwei, his phone buzzed with a message from his grandfather. Xiao Fan, be careful with Jiang Jiwei at the military drills. The boy's stubborn and hasn't come around yet. He might cause trouble for you. But no matter how angry you get, do not kill him. 20 years ago, his father, then the Flying Dragon Cavalry commander, died saving your parents in a carefully orchestrated ambush. He took 23 fatal slashes shielding your father, then blocked a bullet meant for your mother with his last breath. Hiss! Yi Fan sucked in a sharp breath. Jiang Jiwei's father had died protecting his parents? That made him a benefactor. The revelation instantly dispelled Yi Fan's suspicions. Though Jiang Jiwei opposed the Yi family's leadership, his intentions were likely honorable, similar to Su Wandao's student, Jiang Xiuming. Before Yi Fan could think further, Sano piped up again, impatient. General Jiang, quit hesitating. Strike now. I'm sure many in the Heavenly Dragon Army will back you once you make a move. You can do this. The man was hopping around like a deranged monkey. Jiang Jiwei's brows furrowed, and he finally snapped. Shut your mouth. Since when do outsiders meddle in Heavenly Dragon Army affairs? Get lost. With a roar, Jiang Jiwei swung his fist, smashing it into Sano's face. At the martial emperor level, Jiang Jiwei's strength utterly overwhelmed Sano's mere martial master rank. Dodging was impossible. Crunch! A surge of martial energy shattered Sano's gold teeth, spraying blood and fragments across the floor. His jaw dislocated, and the force ravaged his internal organs. He coughed up blood, staggering until he caught a chair to steady himself. Baka! How dare you attack me? Is there no law? Sano wheezed, clutching his chest in fury. Damn it! He'd only come to spectate. How the hell had he ended up getting beaten? What kind of twisted logic was this? Humph! I hit you, so what? Still not leaving? Or do you want me to kill you? Jiang Jiwei glared coldly. I may oppose Yi Fan leading the Heavenly Dragon Army, but whether I kill him is my business. You, an Eastern Islands mutt, dare dictate terms here? Are you begging for death? His voice boomed, drowning out even Wei Hang's speech from the stage. Jiang Jiwei, have you lost your mind? Openly assaulting an Eastern Islands delegation leader? What are you trying to do? Sano, still defiant, tried to provoke him further. Bam! Jiang Jiwei didn't tolerate nonsense. His spear swept out, sending Sano sprawling face-first into the dirt. Planting a foot on Sano's chest, Jiang Jiwei pressed the tip of his overlord spear against the man's throat, his killing intent palpable. Think I won't kill you? An Eastern Islands representative openly inciting conflict within Great Xia's military. That's interference in our sovereignty. In any empire, that's more than enough reason to take your head. Don't you think? Wah? Sano's retort died in his throat. Realizing the gravity of his earlier words in this setting, he paled. If Jiang Jiwei insisted on this charge, his death would be justified. No one would bat an eye. Desperate, Sano looked to Wei Hang on the podium, but the strategist was trapped in his own dilemma. He couldn't openly intervene now. At the critical moment, Hou Tianji stepped in, grasping Jiang Jiwei's spear and easing it back. Jiwei, killing him here isn't urgent. The night, for instance, would be a much better time, wouldn't it? If Jiang Jiwei executed Sano in front of everyone, Even the Vermilion Bird domain's influence might struggle to smooth over the fallout. With Hou Tianji mediating, Jiang Jiwei relented. Terrified out of his wits, Sano scrambled away, gathering his belongings before fleeing the venue entirely, not even waiting for the opening ceremony to end. Hou Tianji's words had been clear. Not now, but tonight? Damn it. Knowing the Xia people's ruthlessness, they'd absolutely follow through. He had to catch the first flight home. Even if he'd face severe punishment upon return, at least he'd survive. Yi Fan, I'll spare you today. But if we meet in the military drills, don't expect mercy. Jiang Jiwei shot Yi Fan a cold look, planted his spear into the ground, and took his seat. The crisis had been narrowly averted. Hou Tianji initially wanted to speak with Yi Fan, but noticing two young women approaching from behind, his face twitched. Young Master Yi, you're on your own now. Ha! Before Yi Fan could react, his arms were seized by two stunning women. None other than Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan and his sister-in-law, Yu Linglong. Miss Ji? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? You're the future Imperial Consort, yet you're clinging to my husband's arm like this. It's hardly good for your reputation. Let go. As she spoke, Yu Linglong reached out and pried Ji Ningxuan's hand off Yi Fan's wrist. Yu Linglong had already heard about the entanglement between Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan. Back in Huadu, their connection had only revolved around the Netherblood parasite, and perhaps nothing more had happened between them. But in Guangxing, Ji Ningxuan had followed Yi Fan again, even joining him in infiltrating the Jin Wang's secret base, risking life and death together. In fact, she had done more for Yi Fan than Yu Linglong, his rightful wife, had. The Yu Linglong was broad-minded, she still needed to assert her claim. However, Ji Ningxuan, as the holy maiden of Yuqi and the daughter of the prime minister's household, was no pushover either. She and Yi Fan had been through life and death situations together. In the car on the way to Jin Wang's base, they had kissed, shed their clothes, everything short of the final act. Despite knowing that her status and position might prevent any future with Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan wasn't about to give up so easily. Linglong, it's true that Fan Ji is your husband, but he could also be mine. As for reputation? I don't care. Ji Ningxuan smirked, tightening her grip on Yi Fan's arm and pressing herself even closer against him. Back in that humble house in Huadu's eastern suburbs, Yi Fan had even sucked the venom from the wound on her chest, a place so private. If that could be dismissed as medical necessity, what about their time in Guangxing? In the car, with their clothes off, they had done everything except the final step. By now, she was practically half his woman. Besides, Yi Fan had promised her he would find a way forward for the two of them. So when Emperor Ji Yuchen suggested she attend the military drill, she came without hesitation. The emperor had spies all across Great Xia. Ji Ningxuan refused to believe he was unaware of what had happened between her and Yi Fan. Yet, knowing full well he was being cuckolded, he kept pushing her toward Yi Fan. If that was the case, then he had no one to blame but himself. As for Yi Fan, he hadn't initially intended for things to go this far. His early teasing of Ji Ningxuan had been nothing more than revenge against the royal family, retaliation for Ji Yuchen's tacit approval of Jin Wang's schemes. But as they spent more time together, their bond deepened. After all they'd shared, Yi Fan would never let her go. Now, however, sandwiched between two peerless beauties, Yi Fan felt more than just physical pressure, his heart was weighed down too. On one side was Yu Linglong, his rightful wife. On the other was Ji Ningxuan, the imperial consort who had faced death alongside him. A real headache. Boom. Ji Ningxuan's bold declaration instantly sent shockwaves through the martial artists gathered for the military drill. What? The future imperial consort had just publicly declared that Yi Fan might be her husband. Wasn't this too brazen? If Yi Fan was her husband, then what did that make Emperor Ji Yuchen? After all, the imperial wedding was set for next month. Ji Ningxuan's status as the imperial consort was already set in stone. Wasn't this a slap in the face of the royal family? Yu Linglong stared at Ji Ningxuan in disbelief. This was the holy maiden of Yuqi, the prime minister's daughter, a woman of unparalleled intellect and skill. How could she say something so reckless? But Yu Linglong didn't realize Ji Ningxuan had become utterly love-struck. Her heart and mind were wholly consumed by Yi Fan. Nothing else mattered anymore. Hou Tianji, standing nearby, grimaced and covered his ears. Damn it! Can I just pretend I didn't hear any of this? As a loyalist to the royal family, he was duty-bound to report such matters to Emperor Ji Yuchen. But with Yi Fan, the imperial consort, and Yu Linglong all involved, how was he supposed to explain this? Matters of the heart were never simple. Besides, Ho Tianji couldn't help but wonder if Ji Yuchen already knew about Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan's relationship. Why did he keep sending her to Yi Fan's side? Almost as if the emperor was deliberately pushing them together. Sigh. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiwei's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull upon hearing Ji Ningxuan's proclamation. The imperial consort calling Yi Fan her husband. What kind of sick joke was this? But then it hit him, Yi Fan must have seduced her somehow. Scumbag. Jiang Jiwei sneered. You already have Yu Shuai and so many other women, yet you still go after the imperial consort? Shameless. Humph. Is the young marshal of the heavenly dragon army nothing but a leech hiding behind women? As the commander of the flying dragon cavalry, Jiang Jiwei was hot-tempered and fearless, a man who lived by the creed of fight first, think later. During the Yi family's funeral, he had been away on a mission. When he heard about the 7 sisters-in-law protecting the Yi family, he had admired their loyalty. But after Yi Fan woke up and pretended to be weak, always hiding behind his sisters-in-law, Jiang Jiwei lost all respect for him. In his mind, Yi Fan was nothing but a soft rice-eater, a man who lived off women. You dare insult my boss? I've had enough of you. Wang Fugue, standing beside Yi Fan, had been itching for a fight earlier, but Sano's interruption had stalled him. Now, with Jiang Jiwei provoking Yi Fan again, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw down. Slap! But before Wang Fugue could move, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Jiang Jiwei, who the hell do you think you are? Insulting my man, you're asking for death. The one who struck wasn't Wang Fugue, but Ji Ningxuan herself. Her palm had landed squarely on Jiang Jiwei's face, leaving him stunned. The fuck? Who dares? Jiang Jiwei roared, raising his spear, but the moment he saw Ji Ningxuan, his weapon froze midair, its tip hovering inches from her throat. Ah, imperial consort. Miss Ji Yu. Ji Ningxuan was defending Yi Fan. This was beyond bold. First, she called Yi Fan her potential husband, now she outright declared him her man. Was she trying to flip the table and openly defy the royal family? That's right, it's me. What, you want to attack me? Go ahead. My neck's right here, try laying a finger on me. Ji Ningxuan was fearless. She stepped forward, pressing her throat against the tip of Jiang Jiwei's spear. I wouldn't dare. Jiang Jiwei's face burned from the slap, his anger flaring like wildfire. But when imperial consort Ji Ningxuan stepped directly toward the tip of his spear, he recoiled in terror, hastily retracting his weapon and bowing deeply to her, his face pale with fear. Jiang Jiwei was a rigid thinker. His loyalty lay solely with the great Xia royal family, not the Yi family army. To him, Ji Ningxuan, as the imperial consort, was an absolute sovereign. Stubborn, proud, and ruthless, had anyone else in the heavenly dragon domain dared to slap him, Jiang Jiwei would have run them through with his spear 100 times over. But against Ji Ningxuan? He cowered. Because she represented imperial consort Ji Yuchen. She represented the royal family. Wouldn't dare? You seemed plenty bold just now. Ji Ningxuan's piercing gaze locked onto him. If I ever see or hear you insult my man again, I'll kill you. With Yi Fan's assistance, Ji Ningxuan's strength had already broken through to the martial emperor level. Combined with her innate aura as the holy maiden of Yaoqi, her presence alone froze the atmosphere in the hall. Paper cups and ornaments on nearby tables were sent flying. Understood. The once arrogant Jiang Jiwei now knelt before her, docile as a kitten. Behind Ji Ningxuan, Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth. She might be a hopeless romantic, but she's undeniably touching. Still, why did the women around him always assume he was weak? I'm plenty strong, damn it. Nearby, Ho Tianji turned his head away, sighing internally. Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. Earlier, when Ji Ningxuan had casually mentioned Yi Fan might be her husband, Ho Tianji could still pretend he hadn't heard. But now, with her openly declaring Yi Fan as her man in front of everyone, feigning ignorance was impossible. If I report this to Emperor Ji Yuchen, how will he react? Wang Fugue stood frozen while Guoli shifted awkwardly. Both knew the complicated history between Ji Ningxuan, Yu Linglong, and Yi Fan. With both sisters-in-law present, whose side do we take? They could only stare at their noses, lips, and hearts, silent as statues. Yu Linglong, who had been about to retort, closed her mouth. Ji Ningxuan's bold declaration, Yi Fan is my man, was even more audacious than her own past vow to marry him. And that slap? So damn satisfying. Yu Linglong had wanted to strike Jiang Jiwei herself for insulting Yi Fan, but Ji Ningxuan had beaten her to it. Who is Ji Ningxuan? The imperial consort of Great Xia, set to marry the emperor next month, yet here she was openly defending Yi Fan as her man. That sheer courage, that devotion to Yi Fan, it dissolved most of Yu Linglong's anger. As she pondered how to resolve the situation, Ji Ningxuan turned and bowed slightly. Sister Linglong, would you like to slap him too? For Fanna's sake? Brilliant. By addressing her as Sister Linglong, Ji Ningxuan offered a graceful olive branch centered on their shared love for Yi Fan. Yu Linglong had no reason to refuse. The holy maiden of Yi Qi, the daughter of the prime minister, not just a peerless beauty, but a woman of sharp wit. No fool. Humph. You struck him for me as a warning. If there's a next time, we'll drag him out and cut him down together. Yu Linglong's words were deliberate, acknowledging Ji Ningxuan's action and hinting at future cooperation. The message was clear, she no longer rejected Ji Ningxuan. She glanced at Yi Fan and sighed inwardly. This little rascal gets all the luck. Some things were inevitable. If she couldn't stop it, she might as well be magnanimous. Still, she wondered how will Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan's relationship unfold. One earth-shattering secret remained. Emperor Ji Yuchen was actually a woman. Ho Tianji didn't know. Yu Linglong didn't know. Even Prince Jin was unaware. And Yi Fan? Clueless. No one could predict how the emperor's grand wedding next month would truly end. Thank you, Sister Linglong. Ji Ningxuan exhaled in relief. Though she and Yi Fan had already shared intimate moments, in her heart Yu Linglong was the rightful partner. Being with Yi Fan had always felt illicit. Like she was hiding from both Emperor Ji Yuchen and Yu Linglong. Today's public declaration was her way of laying her heart bare to Yi Fan and to Yu Linglong. At least now she wouldn't have to fear Yu Linglong's disapproval. Yi Fan too relaxed. Has the tension finally diffused? Ow! The moment his guard dropped, two pairs of slender fingers pinched his waist, twisting mercilessly. You villain! Their voices were sweet, but the pain was real. Still, Yi Fan accepted it. A sore waist was better than a headache. Ji Ningxuan had passed Yu Linglong's test. On the stage, Wei Hang finally finished his speech. He'd hoped for a spectacle, but once again his plans fizzled. Sano had fled, and Jiang Jiwei, that coward, hadn't even fought Yi Fan. Boring. Now, the rules of the military drill, he announced. 3 rounds. Today's first round is a duel tournament. 5 groups, random assignments, round-robin format. Win, 3 points. Draw, 0. Loss, -3. Each group's top fighter advances to finals, where the top 3 are chosen. The rest continue within their groups for rankings. The groupings were soon decided. Though Wei Hang's faction had rigged the system, many of their allied factions hadn't shown up, ruining their planned encirclement strategy. In the end, Gu Changsheng, Yu Linglong, Jiang Jiwei, Ji Ningxuan, and Yi Fan were each placed in separate groups. Yi Fan scanned the competitors. Aside from a few minor threats, most posed no real challenge. Barring surprises, the finals would likely be a showdown between these 5. Wei Hang surely had other schemes, but not for the duel tournament. Here, the goal was merely to drain Yu Linglong and the others' stamina. The real trap lay in the later, points-based melee. Gu Changsheng, seeing Ji Ningxuan's closeness with Yi Fan, wilted. When their eyes met, he sighed inwardly, I'll have to throw the match. As everyone dispersed to prepare, Ji Ningxuan clung to Yi Fan's arm. Fanner, if Sister Linglong and I end up fighting, who do you want to win? The dreaded life-or-death question had arrived. Yi Fan gave a bitter smile. This championship means nothing to you. As soon as he spoke, Ji Ningxuan's expression dimmed. Fine. I understand. Though disappointment flickered in her eyes, she knew the truth in her heart. Yu Linglong had announced her marriage to Yi Fan during the Yi family's most desperate hour. Her place in Yu Fan's heart was unshakable. If she were being honest, as the so-called imperial consort, she was probably the other woman in this scenario. Given how things had turned out, Ji Ningxuan was already content. In that case, she might as well give Yu Linglong a grand gift, a way to make up for her own guilt. As Wei Hang declared the official start of the arena battles, the 5 matches commenced simultaneously. While the other 4 arenas proceeded with their assigned matchups, Yi Fan's side took a different turn. When it was his time to step onto the stage, he didn't rush into the fight. Instead, he swept his gaze over the nearly 100 martial artists below and said indifferently, all of you, come at me together. I can't be bothered to fight you one by one, because in this group's arena battle, I'll be taking first and second place. Whoosh! The moment Yi Fan's words left his mouth, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Who the hell does this guy think he is? So damn arrogant. Yeah. Does he think he's some kind of god? There are at least 4 martial emperor-level experts here. Does he really believe none of us can stand against him? You don't recognize him? That's Yi Fan, the former idiot young master of the Yi family, the one who's been making waves in Daxia lately. Rumor has it his strength surpasses even the martial emperor level. He's got the right to be this cocky. As the crowd gradually quieted, the Italo-military representative standing opposite Yi Fan on the stage, Catherine, scowled. Yi Fan, aren't you being a little too disrespectful? I may only be at the martial venerable level, but I'm not so weak that I can't even last 3 moves against you. Italo was a small nation with limited military strength. For Catherine to reach the martial venerable level was already an impressive feat in her homeland. Moreover, their intelligence on Yi Fan's abilities was at least half a month out of date. As far as many foreign organizations knew, Yi Fan had only recently awakened from his idiot state and reached martial emperor-level strength. It was precisely this miscalculation that had led many external forces to collaborate with Prince Jin, plotting to eliminate Daxia's military elites and Yi Fan along with them. Yi Fan smirked. You're overthinking it. In my eyes, it's not just you who's trash, I mean every single one of you here is garbage. That's why I don't want to waste time. Just come at me all at once. He had zero interest in this tedious competition, so he decided to cut straight to the chase. Boom. The nearly 100 martial artists below couldn't take it anymore. Damn it. This guy's gone too far. Who the hell does he think he is? Fine, let's all gang up on him and kick him out of the competition. I can't stand the sight of him. Prince Chris, what do you say? Why don't you lead the charge? Let's teach him a lesson, show him there's always someone stronger. Amid the clamor, the crowd's attention gradually shifted to a hook-nosed man, Prince Chris of Britannia, the younger brother of the current king and a core member of Europa's Dark Alliance. He was one of the key figures Wei Hang had relied on for this operation to eliminate Daxia's elites. Chris stared at Yi Fan on the stage, his eyes glinting with calculation, before turning to the referees. Honorable referees, if we all attack at once as Yi Fan requested, would that count as a violation? The referees, all loyal to Ho Tianji, hesitated. In principle, if a participant voluntarily requests such a battle format, it isn't against the rules. However, one of them turned to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, you should reconsider. If all these military representatives attack at once, you'll be facing nearly 90 opponents, including several martial emperors. The pressure would be immense. Everyone was well aware of Yi Fan's recent exploits in Daxia. The elders of the Vermilion Bird domain held deep respect for Yi Changfeng. As the last surviving heir of the Yi family, they wanted to protect Yi Fan at all costs. No need for concern. Let them come. At the 4th-tier martial saint level, defeating these opponents one by one held no meaning for Yi Fan. He wanted to make a statement to crush the arrogance of these foreign forces scheming against Daxia in one overwhelming strike. Sigh. The referees could only nod helplessly and grant Chris's request. Everyone on my command attack together. Spare no effort. Kill him. Chris barked, a sinister smile curling his lips as he signaled the hidden assassins in the crowd. These assassins weren't particularly strong, but their weapons, blades, and specially crafted talismans forged by the Dark Alliance were another matter. Their goal wasn't to kill Yi Fan in one strike but to slowly erode his defenses. A trace of dark energy marking Yi Fan would be enough. One tiny mark at a time, unnoticed, lying dormant, until the critical moment when they could be activated in unison, achieving an unexpected effect. Kill! 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 Nearly 100 martial artists surged toward Yi Fan from all directions. Standing calmly at the center of the stage, hands behind his back, Yi Fan waited until his attackers were within 3 feet of him before lightly stomping on the ground. In an instant, an overwhelming martial aura erupted from him, rippling through the air in visible waves and forming a hemispherical barrier that halted the onslaught. It was like watching a slow-motion replay. Boom. Boom. The next moment, a devastating shockwave blasted outward, sending 80% of the attackers flying off the stage. Most coughed up blood, their combat capabilities instantly neutralized. Effortless. Dominant. Yi Fan hadn't even lifted a finger, just a single stomp had unleashed such terrifying power. How could anyone hope to compete with that? Wei Hang, who had been closely watching the arena battle, let out a resigned sigh at the scene before him. Sigh. Sparing that fool from the Yi family back then was a colossal mistake. Who could have imagined that 5 years later, that very fool who had fallen from genius status would attain such terrifying strength? Across the entire Great Xia, there was virtually no one left who could rival him. Coupled with the formidable institutional forces backing Yi Fan, the ever-expanding Fan Alliance and the Grand Preceptor's estate, Prince Jin's power now seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. And Wei Hang hadn't even accounted for the hidden forces behind the divine gate of the Tiankue base. At this moment, Wei Hang couldn't shake the illusion that Yi Fan already possessed enough strength to engage in a final showdown with Prince Jean. Yet, Yi Fan seemed to be deliberately delaying, as if waiting for Prince Jean to exhaust himself through futile struggles. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. Not in a hurry to kill it, but playing until the mouse collapses from sheer exhaustion. Another suspicion gnawed at Wei Hang. Yi Fan might also be waiting for the shadowy figures behind Prince Jean to reveal themselves. After all, when the evil spirits emerged in Huadu, traces of Yi Fan had been spotted at the scene. No, originally, Wei Hang had planned to wait until the final mixed-point battle concluded before deciding whether to flee. But now it was clear he had to act early and prepare everything in advance. Yet, one thing troubled him. His close friend in the Blood Demon Division, Commander Nanba, hadn't responded to his messages for a long time. Had something happened to the blood demons again? Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood calmly at the center of the arena. With a single stomp, he sent 80% of the martial artists flying. The remaining fighters, all at or above the Grandmaster level, stayed on the platform but wore grave expressions. It seemed Yi Fan's arrogance was well-founded. "Prince Chris, what should we do?" The 20 or so remaining experts hesitated before turning to Chris for guidance. "Throw everything at him. Talismans, formations, the Dark Alliance's weapons. Use it all." Chris barked the order, yet he himself made no move to advance. Instead, he lingered at the edge of the arena, ready to leap out at any moment. According to the rules, once a combatant stepped outside the arena, opponents could no longer attack them. Prince Chris had come to kill Yi Fan, not to be killed by him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of hidden weapons, talismans, and formations rained down. The combined might of Europa and other foreign factions was formidable. Some martial venerable level participants, bolstered by these enhancements, could even rival martial emperor-level fighters. Against an ordinary Great Xia martial artist, such an assault might have been overwhelming. But to Yi Fan, at the 4th-tier martial saint level, with his crimson silk overlord body, absolute domain, instant teleportation, the newly mastered 5 elements power, myriad swords return to origin, phantom demon form, evil slaying formation, and frozen seal, any single technique could effortlessly neutralize the attacks. Hell, even if Yi Fan stood completely still, their combined assault wouldn't even breach his protective aura. Boom, boom, boom. All the formations, hidden weapons, and blades disintegrated into dust the moment they entered a 2-meter radius around Yi Fan, scattering harmlessly to the ground. 2 waves of attacks from over 100 fighters, and not a single thread on Yi Fan's robes had been touched. From a distance, Hou Tianji watched the match and sighed helplessly. Was such a monstrous talent truly a blessing for Great Xia? The imperial court's ruler, Emperor Ji Yuchen, was still young. Could he possibly control a prodigy like Yi Fan? Elsewhere, Hou Tsuehua, who had accompanied Wang Fuguei and even challenged Yi Fan for a spot the previous day, boasting she'd sit on him to death, now gaped in shock. "Strong, too strong," she stammered, her jaw nearly hitting the floor as Yi Fan sent the foreign martial artists flying without lifting a finger. "See? That's my boss for you." Wang Fuguei puffed his chest out proudly. Hou Tsuehua nodded, her 200-pound frame nestling against him like a delicate bird. "Young Master Yi is incredible, but my little Fuguei isn't far behind. If we can't catch up, we'll just make a bunch of mini-Fuguis and train them to surpass him." Hee. The two were a perfect match, obliviously drowning everyone around them in their affection. Even Guo Li, sitting nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Boom! Yi Fan unleashed a second surge of martial energy. A single punch sent the remaining 20-plus fighters soaring off the platform, the shockwave nearly blowing away the referee's seat. Dominance. Absolute dominance. He's upholding Great Xia's honor. All our earlier worries were pointless. With young Master Yi here, first place is already locked in. The referees beamed with satisfaction. For 20 years, Great Xia's younger generation of military talents had languished in mediocrity. In recent international drills, their poor performances had been a national embarrassment. But this time, with a monster like Yi Fan, the championship was as good as theirs. Only two figures remained on the arena. The unshakable Yifan and Chris, barely clinging to the edge. Prince Chris? You're the last one. How would you like to be thrown off? Yifan's eyes narrowed. Though he hadn't caught every word, he knew Chris was no ally. And no, I surrender. No need for you to lift a finger. I'll throw myself out. Terrified of provoking Yifan, Chris punched himself in the chest. Hard. Cough. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he catapulted backward, landing outside the arena. The moment his feet touched the ground, relief flooded him. Thank God I escaped. Had Yifan acted, Chris doubted he'd have survived the day. On paper, Chris was only a 6th-tier martial emperor. But with certain enhancements, his true strength could reach martial saint level. Yes, he'd struck a deal with Prince Jean to kill Yifan, but today wasn't the main event. Moreover, this military drill in the Vermilion Bird domain served another purpose. A certain evil spirit lurking in Miaojiang. According to Britannia's royal archives, one could merge with such entities through sacrificial rites, gaining power beyond martial limits. For that plan, Chris needed to conserve his strength. Snap! Snap! The reporters on site were stunned by the unfolding scene. It wasn't until Yifan's first wave of attacks that they snapped out of their daze, frantically snapping photos to capture his domineering stomp that shook the entire arena. The final image of Prince Chris punching his own chest and flying backward, juxtaposed with Yifan standing tall, hands behind his back, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was a resounding display of national pride. Whoosh! What was expected to be a prolonged battle against 100 opponents ended in just 3 moves. The matches across all 5 arenas came to an abrupt halt as every eye in the venue turned toward Yifan. At arena number 2, Gu Chongqing let out a resigned sigh. Sigh. My ceiling turns out to be someone else's floor. This is downright demoralizing. As the brightest talent among the younger generation of the Crimson Tiger domain, Gu Chongqing had always been a prodigy in his own right. Without Yifan, he would have shone brilliantly. But in Yifan's presence, he suddenly felt insignificant. At arenas number 3 and number 4, Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan gazed at Yifan with tender admiration, both thinking the same thing. Our husband's strength has grown again. Meanwhile, at arena number 5, Zhang Jiwei's expression was complicated. After interacting with Yifan today, he realized that the man was nothing like the spoiled, unreasonable heir others had described. Yifan was loyal to Great Xia. Yifan was righteous to the Yi family. Zhang Jiwei recalled his mother's words. His father's dying wish had been to pledge unwavering allegiance to the Yi family. Yet now, others were urging him to serve the Great Xia royal family instead. Loyalty or righteousness, which should I choose? For the first time, Zhang Jiwei wavered. But one thing was certain. Today, he would have to face Yifan in a direct clash. Yifan had already secured first place in arena number 1. The remaining matches held no relevance to him. Who came in second or third in his group didn't matter. As expected, the other arenas also saw predictable outcomes. Gu Chongqing, Yu Linglong, Ji Ningxuan, and Zhang Jiwei each claimed first place in their respective groups. During the finals draw, Yu Linglong received a first-round bye. The subsequent matchups were Ji Ningxuan versus Gu Chongqing and Yifan versus Zhang Jiwei. What was supposed to be a global military exercise had turned into an all-domestic showdown. The participants couldn't help but sigh at the irony. Meanwhile, Wei Hang had quietly slipped away from the venue. From a secluded hill, he dialed Prince Jin's encrypted line. Your Highness, the first day of the military exercise didn't go as planned. I suspect Yifan has already uncovered our entire scheme. Worse, Crimson Tiger's Gu Chongqing and Ji Ningxuan, along with Azure Dragon's Zhang Jiwei, seemed to be coordinating with him. Wei Hang's concern stemmed from the uneven distribution of injuries during the matches. Logically, the damage should have been evenly spread. But upon closer inspection, Wei Hang realized that Prince Jin's allies and his own men had suffered far worse. Broken limbs, internal injuries, complete loss of combat capability. In contrast, neutral parties and foreign delegations friendly to Great Xia were merely knocked back, spitting blood but sustaining no critical harm. This isn't a competition, it's a purge. By the end of the day, Yi Fan's faction remained unscathed. Great Xia's elite youth were largely unharmed, and Wei Hang's foreign allies had suffered heavy losses. Back in the capital, Prince Jin had been closely monitoring the situation. Footage of Yi Fan's one-man domination had gone viral, flooding the internet with praise. Absolute legend. Great Xia's pride. Our nation finally stands tall. Yi Fan's momentum was undeniable. The scales were tipping in his favor. If his backers didn't intervene soon, Prince Jin was doomed. Let it be. There's little we can do within the military exercise grounds. The real battleground is the final mixed points match in the southern domain. Are all the traps in place? Prince Jin was at his wit's end. His Tiannan province operations, secret bases in Guangxing, and allied families had all been dismantled by Yi Fan. With Zhang Heng and Tang Zheng, his two top lieutenants, gone, he had almost no one left to deploy. Rest assured, Your Highness. The southern domain's deserted island was personally selected by me. I've been laying the groundwork for 3 months, and recently quintupled our forces. Every available asset has been mobilized. Prince Chris, the Dark Alliance, and elite factions from Europa have all committed their deadliest contingencies. This time, even if Yi Fan doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Wei Hang's confidence returned as he envisioned his flawless trap. Yi Fan's strength was undeniable, but against the combined might of the Dark Alliance and Europa's strongest, how could he possibly emerge unscathed? The Yi family's rise hinged entirely on Yi Fan. Once he fell, their power would crumble overnight. What Wei Hang didn't know, however, was that the southern domain's island, the site of countless military exercises, was actually the territory of the reclusive D family. And the D family? They were the SSS tier reinforcements from Yi Fan's Tiankue base. Their influence dwarfed that of ordinary ancient martial clans. Did Wei Hang truly believe he could assassinate their young master on their own doorstep without consequences? Good. Handle it. Back at the Crimson Sparrow barracks, Yi Fan and Jiang Jiwei stood facing each other in the arena. With a faint smile, Yi Fan said, "You're at Martial Emperor Tier 3. I'll suppress my strength to match yours. Wouldn't want you crying foul. Though, if you'd prefer, I could drop to Martial Venerable Tier and still beat you effortlessly." Originally, Yi Fan had planned to teach Jiang Jiwei a harsh lesson. But after receiving his grandfather's message that Jiang Jiwei's father had died protecting Yi Fan's parents, his stance softened. He owed Jiang Jiwei a life debt. Still, this wild stallion needed taming. Bullshit. Who do you think you're looking down on? Enough talk. Let's fight. Fully aware of the gap between them, Jiang Jiwei refused to back down. With a fierce thrust, his spear shot straight for Yi Fan's throat. Although Jiang Jiwei's strength surpassed even Emperor Wu's, his movements were lightning fast. So swift that to outsiders, he seemed like a blur. Yet in Yi Fan's demonic eyes, Jiang Jiwei's attacks were as slow as a replay in slow motion. From Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan's perspective, Jiang Jiwei's spear tip was now less than a millimeter away from Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan remained motionless, standing utterly still. "How dare you, Jiang Jiwei? If you harm even a single hair on my husband, we swear vengeance upon you." This time, Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan spoke in unison. Both were peerless beauties, apex figures of immense power within the Great Xia dynasty. One was the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, a future imperial consort. The other was the Great Xia's top female war goddess, one of the Xuanwu's 4 designated war kings. Moreover, her hidden lineage traced back to the immortal realm through her mother. They wielded supreme authority, possessed breathtaking beauty, and stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet their utmost loyalty belonged to Yi Fan. For him, they were willing to fight to the death. The crowd around the arena burned with envy, their hearts crying out in anguish. Why can't such fortune ever fall upon me? Yi Fan was wildly audacious. He had even stolen the emperor's woman. How would he explain this to the sovereign Ji Yuchen? Meanwhile, on the stage, Jiang Jiwei, fully focused on combat, felt a tremor of unease seeing Yi Fan remain utterly still. Though he didn't understand the sacred dragon army's fanatical devotion to the Yi clan, Yi Fan was now Yi Chongfeng's sole grandson, the last remaining blood descendant of the Yi family. Jiang Jiwei had no intention of killing him, not yet, at least. Clang. Just as Jiang Jiwei debated whether to withdraw his spear, Yi Fan finally moved. With just 2 fingers, he flicked the tip of Jiang Jiwei's spear. A shocking force reverberated through the weapon, knocking it a full 2 feet away. Hiss! Jiang Jiwei's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. He vividly sensed that Yi Fan had suppressed his cultivation to Emperor Wu rank 2, deliberately matching Jiang Jiwei's own suppressed strength, Emperor Wu rank 3. So how could Yi Fan effortlessly deflect his overlord's spear with just 2 fingers? What kind of monster is this guy? Listen well, Jiang Jiwei. I'll say this only once. How much you grasp is up to you, Yi Fan remarked coolly. Your earlier spear thrust had adequate power and speed, but your angle was flawed. Raise the tip by 2 inches, and the strike's force would increase by 30%. And your 9 transformations of the Overlord's spear? You've only mastered 3? As the direct descendant of its lineage, are you a damn pig? How can your comprehension be so pathetic? The audience erupted in shock. Gathered here were thousands of elite martial artists from across the globe, and Yi Fan had just openly called Jiang Jiwei a pig. This was pure humiliation. A slap to the face. You! Yi Fan, don't push your luck. Jiang Jiwei snarled, though his mind involuntarily dissected Yi Fan's advice. Tilt the spear tip up by 1 inch, then reverse the wrist's torque by 2. Jiang Jiwei wasn't lacking in talent. Yi Fan's insults were merely a means to provoke him. Running through the revised motions mentally, Jiang Jiwei froze, because Yi Fan's adjustments actually made sense. Executed this way, the Overlord spear's lethality would indeed amplify. Whoosh! Without warning, Yi Fan's energy rippled outward, summoning a spear from the weapon racks beside the arena. He lowered into stance, eyes sharp, and commanded, watch closely, Hu, Shu, Hum. Yi Fan deliberately slowed his movements threefold, performing the Overlord spear's first form. When his spear thrust toward Jiang Jiwei, its trajectory defied all conventional logic. And at the instant the tip closed within 1 inch of Jiang Jiwei's throat, 9 spear points materialized, morphing into 9 roaring dragon phantoms that surged forward with deafening fury. Boom! Rumble! The 9 draconic energies spiraled skyward, churning the very clouds above the arena, shaking heaven and earth. This was the spear's mere demonstration, not even a true attack. If Yi Fan had genuinely aimed for Jiang Jiwei's throat, could he have survived? This was the legendary spear strikes like a dragon, in its truest form. In that moment, Jiang Jiwei felt the cold grip of death, his vitality suppressed, his martial energy frozen. Is this what the genuine Overlord spear technique embodies? Though Jiang Jiwei's lineage possessed this ancestral art, his father had died too young, leaving behind only fragmented notes. He had never grasped its true essence. Now, witnessing Yi Fan's flawless execution, Jiang Jiwei's mind reeled. How does Yi Fan know the Emperor Dragon Spear technique, a classified Jiang family legacy? And despite being younger than Jiang Jiwei, why was Yi Fan more proficient at it than its rightful heir? Done staring? Had I meant to kill you, you'd have died 9 times already? Yi Fan scoffed, tapping Jiang Jiwei's forehead with the spear's blunt end. Don't touch my head. Jiang Jiwei exploded like a scalded cat, leaping back in outrage. This was his infamous quirk. No one was allowed to so much as brush a single strand of his hair. The entire heavenly dragon domain knew this. Really? Then attack me with the moves I just taught you. Go all out. Wasn't your goal to flatten me? To kill me? Put every ounce of strength you have into it. Yi Fan smirked, deliberately provoking him. Aya! You asked for this, Yi Fan. Roaring, Jiang Jiwei unleashed the revised spear technique with newfound precision. Wham! Instantly, Yi Fan knocked him flat with a single kick. Only focusing on offense? Why is your footing so weak? Again! Spitting blood, Jiang Jiwei charged once more, only to be hurled back by a punch. Did you skip breakfast? Pathetic strength. Bam, bam, bam. Like a stubborn mule, Jiang Jiwei kept rushing forward, only to be pummeled relentlessly. After over a dozen attempts, Jiang Jiwei managed to conjure 6 of the 9 dragons, yet still failed to even graze Yifan's sleeve. Finally, battered and utterly defeated, Jiang Jiwei staggered, leaning on his spear for support. Blood trickled from his lips as he gasped. "You, what the hell are you? After all this, aren't you even tired?" "Tired? Is this all you've got? With such pitiful skills, you still dream of killing me? Come on, keep going, use your best attacks." "Ha! Are you even a man? Already giving up so soon?" Jiang Jiwei was a man who cared deeply about his image, especially in front of someone he considered a rival like Yifan. The humiliation reignited Jiang Jiwei's fury. He discarded his spear, switching to a warblade, then a sword, a battle-axe, a dagger. No matter what weapon or technique Jiang Jiwei used, Yifan would master it in an instant, not only replicating it but refining and enhancing it, extracting its very essence. Then, using Jiang Jiwei's own moves against him, Yifan would crush him effortlessly. The feeling was like swallowing a fly, disgusting, unbearable. It was as if Jiang Jiwei boasted, "I'm a master carpenter," only for Yifan to reveal himself as Liu Ban, the legendary craftsman. Or if Jiang Jiwei claimed, "I excel in physics," Yifan would turn out to be Einstein. Or if Jiang Jiwei declared, "I'm a peerless painter," Yifan would unmask himself as Van Gogh. Jiang Jiwei had exhausted all his trump cards, yet Yifan loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, just as the Monkey King could never escape the Buddha's palm. The military drill spectators who had initially gathered for entertainment now watched with furrowed brows. What the hell kind of drill is this? It's like a master schooling his disciple. Exactly. Yifan suppressed his strength to Emperor Tier Level 2, yet he's still dominating Jiang Jiwei. His control over power and technique is flawless. Is Daxia rising? All 5 arenas are dominated by their elites. Are we just here to make up the numbers? On the judges' platform, Ho Tianji observed the match with a faint smile while Wei Hang's face darkened. Yifan's performance radiated the aura of a grandmaster, unstoppable, undeniable. "Stop. Enough. You win, all right?" After cycling through 40 or 50 fighting styles and being utterly humiliated, Jiang Jiwei finally snapped. "Yifan, you're toying with me." His resentful glare resembled that of a jilted lover. Jiang Jiwei knew he stood no chance against Yifan's true strength. But even with Yifan suppressing himself to Emperor Tier Level 2, Jiang Jiwei had expected at least a fair fight, not this one-sided slaughter. Have I wasted my life? Was all my training for nothing? His confidence shattered. For the first time, a man had shaken his very Dao heart. As Jiang Jiwei spiraled, Yifan stepped forward, gripping his arm. "Don't give up yet, young Master Jiang. I'm still waiting for you to kill me. There are 2 more rounds, no need to despair." The moment their skin touched, a surge of vitality energy flooded Jiang Jiwei's body, clearing his mind. Alongside it came a searing warmth, martial energy that rapidly amplified his power. Emperor Tier Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. Level 6. Yifan held nothing back for this wild stallion. Infused with divine fragment energy and the flame of civilization's essence, Jiang Jiwei's strength skyrocketed from Emperor Tier Level 3 to Level 7 in seconds. The transformation was cataclysmic. A tempest swirled above the arena as a tornado of energy funneled into Jiang Jiwei. "What? He broke through mid-battle?" Wei Hang's face twisted in shock and dread. An Emperor Tier Level 3 warrior was formidable enough. But now Jiang Jiwei had leapt 4 sub-levels, commanding the elite Sky Dragon cavalry of Tianlong domain. If he allied with Yifan, who in Daxia could oppose them? A breakthrough indeed. Another tiger joins Daxia's ranks. Ho Tianji cheered, though a sliver of concern lingered. The Tianlong army's unchecked growth was risky, but he trusted Yifan and the Grand Elder. Their goals aligned, Daxia's prosperity. The energy shockwave blasted weaker fighters off their feet. But no one was more stunned than Jiang Jiwei himself. "Yifan, you." Only he knew the truth, his sudden ascent was Yifan's doing. That surge of vitality had stabilized his mind, while the energy infusion catapulted him to unimaginable heights. In martial cultivation, each step forward demanded years, even decades, of toil. Reaching Emperor Tier Level 7 naturally might have taken Jiang Jiwei a lifetime. Can Yifan truly turn stone into gold? I came to kill him, yet he grants me this boon. How can I strike him down now? Time reveals all truths, young Master Jiang. Remember, we need not be enemies. Yifan patted his shoulder, then turned to the judges. Shall we proceed? While Yi Fan battled Jiang Jiwei, Gu Chongxing and Ji Ningxuan dueled on another arena. Unsurprisingly, Gu Chongxing fell to Ji Ningxuan. Thus, the final trio emerged, Yu Linglong, Ji Ningxuan, and Yi Fan contending for the top 3 spots. What a farce! They're practically family. Rules are rules. Let's see if they put on a show. The next match, Yu Linglong versus Yi Fan. Stepping onto the stage, Yu Linglong hesitated. Xiao Fan, maybe I should just forfeit? Her Emperor tier strength itself was a gift from Yi Fan, bestowed through a kiss. Against a Saint tier warrior who could clash with celestial beings, she stood no chance. Well, perhaps in a different setting, at night, elsewhere. Play along. A few moves for appearances. Yi Fan smirked. Punch me right here. He tapped his chest. Oh! Pouting like a petulant girl, Yu Linglong raised a dainty fist and tapped his chest. Arg! So powerful! Before she could react, Yi Fan flew backward, defying physics, clear out of the arena. Yu Linglong is invincible. I concede. Mid-air, he even spurted fake blood for effect. Damn! How shameless can you be? Could your acting be any faker? At the scene, thousands of onlookers followed the arc of Yi Fan's flight, with their eyes, their facial muscles twitching violently. In their hearts, they had already scorned him 800 times over. That was just a weak, playful punch, not even a ripple of martial energy. And yet, it sent a martial saint-level expert like you flying that far? Seriously, how shameless can you be? What the hell? Not long ago, Yi Fan had single-handedly taken on 100 martial arts experts. When he fought Jiang Jiwei, he suppressed his strength to Emperor Realm Tier 2 and still dominated Jiang, who was Tier 3. But now, against Yu Linglong, who was even weaker than Jiang, he suddenly folds? You can't possibly throw a match this blatantly. Yi Fan, you're insulting our intelligence. You're cheating. The military drill participants in the crowd grew restless. They had fought their way through the competition, move by move, only to realize that someone seemed to have already secured the top spot. The unfairness gnawed at them, fueling their anger, so they tried to stir up controversy. On the stage, Yu Linglong stared blankly at her wrist. Did I really just lightly tap him, and he flew that far? This idiot. Is he actually hurt? Her gaze followed Yi Fan's trajectory as he landed. When she saw him flash an okay gesture, her heart settled slightly. Then, as if remembering something delightful, the corners of her lips curled into a radiant smile. For a fleeting moment, she was like a celestial blossom in full bloom, a spring breeze rippling through the world, an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Yi Fan, he's really so good to me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Ningxuan watched Yi Fan's actions, her expression dimming. If I needed this championship, would he do the same for me? Memories flooded her mind, Yi Fan sucking the venom from her wound in Huadu's eastern suburbs, her lips swollen from the poison. Later, in Guangqing, sitting together at a street stall, sharing skewers. They had been through so much. What she shared with Yi Fan was entirely different. Why compare herself to other girls? She was one of a kind. Having resolved her thoughts, Ji Ningxuan made a decision. If she wanted to integrate into Yi Fan's world, she had to show sincerity, and if she was going to act, she'd go all out. Ji Yuchen had sent her to the military drill with a simple task, stop a few specific individuals from reaching the top 10. Yu Linglong wasn't on that list. As the Holy Maiden of Yi Qi, the Prime Minister's daughter, and the future imperial consort, the title of champion meant nothing to Ji Ningxuan. The drill participants grew increasingly unruly, demanding an explanation from the judges. They wouldn't back down without one. Everyone, may I ask, what rule did I break by cheating? Just because I'm strong, am I obligated to win? Yi Fan's voice carried an oppressive spiritual weight, silencing the crowd almost instantly. Honorable judges, is losing a match against the rules? He asked, turning to the referee panel. It is not. The competition rules do not mandate victory. Participants may win or lose as they choose, the white-bearded head judge replied stiffly, though internally he was seething. This brat. His match-fixing is downright infuriating. I'd love to whack him with a stick. But Yi Fan, you can't possibly throw a match this obviously. Are you grinding our IQ into the dirt? You defeated Jiang Jiwei and Prince Chris, how could you lose to Yu Linglong? Someone in the crowd refused to let it go. Yi Fan smirked. The rules don't forbid throwing a match, do they? Whether you feel your intelligence is being trampled, that's your problem. As for me, I just can't bring myself to hit my wife. Got a problem with that. Pfft. Damn it. Not only were they being publicly humiliated, but now they were being force-fed dog food on top of it. Arg. The drill participants were fuming, the kind of rage where you despise someone to the core but can't do a damn thing about it, forced to endure their taunts. Ahem. On the judge's platform, Ho Tianji nearly choked on his tea. Despite anticipating the outcome, Yi Fan's over-the-top theatrics still caught him off guard. Young master, you sure knows how to twist the knife. What do you think, brother Wei? He turned to his strategist Wei Hang, who had been distracted all day. Ah, yes. Excellent. Yi Fan's performance is truly outstanding, bringing glory to our great Xia. Wei Hang forced a smile, though internally he was cursing. The military drill spanned 3 days. Day 1, arena battles. Day 2, standard military drills, minor point differences. Day 3, the wildlands free-for-all, the real test of life and death. 1,000 participants would be dropped onto a desolate island in the southern territories, hundreds of miles wide, to fight for points, no rules, no mercy. The last team or individual standing would claim victory. And that island was the grave Wei Hang had prepared for Yi Fan. But now Wei Hang was sweating bullets. If not for his official role requiring his presence, he would have already fled, packed his bags, and defected to the Southern Blood Demon sect. The judges have ruled that Yi Fan's actions comply with all regulations. There are no violations. Settle down, the next match begins shortly. Yu Linglong vs. Ji Ningxuan. Contestants, step forward. The head judge's announcement finally quieted the crowd. The drill participants knew the rules, Yi Fan hadn't broken any. They were just furious that he was openly rigging the championship for Yu Linglong. But for Yu Linglong to claim the title, one final obstacle remained. Imperial consort Ji Ningxuan. Though Ji Ningxuan had publicly declared Yi Fan as her man, she was still here representing the great Xia royal family and Emperor Ji Yuchen himself. Yu Linglong versus Ji Ningxuan. Now this would be interesting. Who would win? Who dared to lose? More importantly, both women had claimed Yi Fan. 2 wives fighting, who would he support? As all eyes turned to Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan stepped onto the stage and dropped a bombshell. One so shocking it left the crowd utterly stunned. First, Yi Fan played them for fools. Now, Imperial consort Ji Ningxuan was grinding their IQ into the dirt too. Guess birds of a feather really do flock together. I forfeit. Ha! Ji Ningxuan's declaration instantly set the entire venue ablaze with shock. What? Ji Ningxuan, representing the great Xia imperial family in the competition, had just announced her forfeiture? Both Ji Ningxuan and Yu Linglong had dominated their respective groups as undisputed first-place contenders. Yet now, without even fighting the final battle, Ji Ningxuan was withdrawing? Imperial consort, are you serious? You must reconsider. Ho Tianji, seated at the judge's podium, could no longer stay still. In a flash, he appeared beside Ji Ningxuan, flustered as he tried to dissuade her. Ho Tianji hesitated, wanting to grab her wrist but wary of overstepping due to her exalted status. He fidgeted like an ant on a hot pan. Miss Ji, today's battle with Marshal Yu represents the imperial family. If you forfeit now, how will you explain it to the emperor? This would tarnish the imperial family's dignity. Ho Tianji could already imagine the emperor's expression as he watched the live broadcast. The imperial consort, the holy maiden of Yu Qi, the daughter of the prime minister, forfeiting just like that. Was this the imperial family bowing to Yu Linglong? Elder Ho, you worry too much. I'll explain it to the emperor myself. Ji Ningxuan smiled faintly. Besides, think about it, forfeiting might actually be my best option, don't you agree? Consider this, if I win as the imperial family's representative, what does it prove? That the imperial family has strong warriors to intimidate everyone? If that's the goal, my performance in the group stage and my match against Gu Changsheng already achieved that. On the other hand, if I fight Yu Linglong, regardless of the outcome, it won't be ideal. If I win, I'd be blocking the military's rising stars, making them feel oppressed by the imperial family. If I lose, it'd be an even greater humiliation for the imperial family. Of course, the most crucial reason was Ji Ningxuan's consideration for Yi Fan's wish to crown Yu Linglong as champion. She had to give her future man this face. It had to be said, when Ji Ningxuan, the holy maiden of Yu Qi and daughter of the prime minister, wasn't love-struck, her reasoning was razor-sharp. Her argument left Ho Tianji speechless. It wasn't that Ho Tianji didn't want to refute her, it was that he found her logic impeccable. Miss Ji Ningxuan, do you confirm your forfeiture? The judges glanced repeatedly at Ho Tianji, but receiving no clear objection, they had no choice but to proceed formally. I confirm my forfeiture. Ji Ningxuan's reaffirmation sent the entire venue into an uproar. What the hell? Are they just toying with us? Forfeiting now? Screw this. I place bets on this match. I wanted to see these 2 women go at it, and now they're not even fighting. Ugh, forget it. This is clearly an inside job, they must have planned it in advance. The crowd erupted, with some troublemakers shouting, "This isn't fair. Are they mocking us?" But their protests were quickly silenced. Forfeiting, like Yi Fan's earlier concession, was entirely within the rules. Why couldn't she forfeit? Though their intelligence felt insulted, the audience could only swallow their anger. We hereby declare Yu Linglong the final champion of the tournament. After a brief deliberation, the judges announced the result. Imperial Palace, Shangjing Emperor Ji Yuchen's residence. Ji Yuchen and his chief eunuch, Hong Hai, watched the live broadcast with faint smiles. From Ji Ningxuan's behavior, it seemed his plan was already halfway to success. According to intelligence, Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan had already embraced and kissed, though they hadn't taken the final step. If necessary, should he give them a little push? Heh. To outsiders, the emperor must seem insane, repeatedly delivering his own future consort into another man's arms, essentially cuckolding himself. But who knew that Emperor Ji Yuchen was actually a woman? This was the only way. Your Majesty, the imperial consort, she actually forfeited? Has she lost her mind? Hong Hai exclaimed in agitation. According to reports, she's been getting awfully close to Yi Fan lately. Ji Yuchen's face twitched slightly. I know better than you. I'm the one who orchestrated their closeness, of course I know. But outwardly, Ji Yuchen remained composed. After all, her true gender was a secret known only to herself and her mother. It could never be revealed. Calm yourself. Ningxuan made the wisest choice. Winning or losing would have both been problematic. Ji Yuchen smirked, her eyes fixed on Yi Fan on the screen. Humph. This man truly had some skills. Ji Ningxuan, the holy maiden of Yu Qi and daughter of the prime minister, a woman of such noble status, had been utterly charmed by him. Now, Ji Yuchen couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is Yi Fan's secret? Perhaps she should disguise herself and observe him up close? The seed of curiosity, like a mandrake's root, had taken hold in her heart, growing wilder by the second. Just imagining a chance encounter with Yi Fan made her pulse quicken. Hong Hai, investigate when Yi Fan's group is heading northwest. Arrange for me to meet him in person. Hong Hai nearly exploded. Your Majesty, you can't just sneak out of the palace. What if Prince Jina? Shoo! Keep this to yourself. Ji Yuchen's eyes gleamed with mischief as she stared at Yi Fan's image. You scoundrel! Since I'm practically handing myself to you, it's only fair I collect some interest first, right? Guangxing Vermilion Bird Barracks. Just as Yu Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yu Linglong crowned champion, he suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking about me? Was it Sister Wan from Huadu? Or Shuiying missing him? Little did he know, the one fixated on him was none other than Emperor Ji Yuchen herself. Congratulations, Sister Linglong. Before Yi Fan could gather his thoughts, Ji Ningxuan and Yu Linglong flanked him, each taking one of his arms. Ji Ningxuan offered her congratulations with a radiant smile. But Yu Linglong's expression remained grim. Miss Ji, let's find a place to settle this with a fight. Ha! Yu Linglong's words sent a jolt through Yu Fan. And what stunned him even more, Ji Ningxuan agreed. Let's go. A fight it is. Nearby, Wang Fugue and Guoli exchanged exasperated glances. Old Wang, didn't you say there's a great hot pot place? Let's go eat. This was a battlefield only Yi Fan could navigate. Linglong, darling, Ningxuan, maybe we should just call off this fight? How about I treat you both to something delicious? Yi Fan looked helplessly at the two stunning girls, his face twisted in frustration. Just moments ago, Ji Ningxuan had forfeited the competition, giving up the match, and Yi Fan had finally breathed a sigh of relief. But now, even though they weren't fighting on the stage, they still insisted on settling things privately. It was giving him a headache. Shut up. This time, Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan snapped at him in unison. This is between us women. It's none of your business. Even though Ji Ningxuan had conceded to Yu Linglong by not fighting her on the stage, as the holy maiden of Yaoqi and the daughter of the prime minister's household, she still couldn't swallow her pride. Why? She was supposed to be the emperor's chosen consort, a position every woman in the empire coveted. She had given up that status to follow Yi Fan, so why should she settle for being the lesser one? Even if she couldn't be the primary wife, at the very least, she deserved equal standing. Though Ji Ningxuan acknowledged Yi Fan's extraordinary talent and brilliance, she refused to accept that the other women around him, aside from their loyalty, could match her in beauty, ability, or combat prowess. They had to fight this out. On the other hand, Yu Linglong, despite winning the championship, didn't feel entirely justified in her victory. She believed her title was somewhat illegitimate. So what if Ji Ningxuan was the future imperial consort? With Yi Fan's support, Yu Linglong had now reached the martial emperor level. And last night, after returning to the hotel, she had another breakthrough. Her true strength had now reached the second grade of martial emperor. She was on par with Ji Ningxuan. If they really fought, who would win was still up in the air. Yifan was on the verge of tearing his hair out. How could they say this has nothing to do with me when they're fighting over me? If they really brawled in front of all these people, it would be a complete embarrassment. People would say Yifan couldn't even manage his own women. Ladies, look. There's no proper place to fight here besides the arena. Why don't we just drop it? His words were a subtle reminder. They had just publicly forfeited the match. If they started fighting now, wouldn't they just be making fools of themselves? Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan were both sharp. The moment Yifan spoke, they understood his meaning. They exchanged glances, then looked around at the slowly dispersing crowd of military martial artists, hesitation flickering across their faces. Just when Yifan thought he had finally talked them down, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Eldest sisters-in-law. If you want to fight, I've got the perfect place. The Vermilion Bird Cavalry has a massive training hall. I can clear it out for you. Guaranteed privacy so you can go all out. Ha! The sudden interruption nearly made Yifan explode on the spot. Who the hell? He had just managed to calm these two wild beasts, and now someone was pouring fuel on the fire? Turning his head, he saw it was none other than his most devoted follower, Jiang Xiuming, grinning obsequiously at Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan. Eldest sisters-in-law, please follow me. I'll personally escort you there. Let me tell you, I love watching fights. If you're not satisfied, I can even spar with you. As he eagerly invited them, Jiang Xiuming suddenly remembered to introduce himself. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jiang Xiuming, current deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird Cavalry, and also Yifan's most loyal lapdog. Lapdog? Licking a man? Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan glanced at Jiang Xiuming, then at Yifan, their skin crawling with disgust. If they didn't already know Yifan's preferences didn't lean that way, they might have vomited right then and there. Wang Fugue, Guali, Song Yang, and the others, who had been about to leave, nearly lost their minds when they heard Jiang Xiuming's words. This idiot. What was he thinking, jumping in at a time like this? Even if he wanted to suck up to Yifan, did he really think this was the right moment? Guali and Song Yang exchanged bitter smiles before rushing forward, each grabbing one of Jiang Xiuming's arms to drag him away. But Jiang Xiuming, completely oblivious, struggled violently. Hey, Brother Gua, what are you doing? Let me go. I'm helping young Master Yi solve his problem. The sisters-in-law want to fight but don't have a place. Their troubles are young Master Ye's troubles, and young Master Ye's troubles are my troubles. I didn't do anything wrong. Stop blocking me from serving young Master Yi. Good grief. At this point, Yifan genuinely wanted to kick Jiang Xiuming straight into the Pacific Ocean. Was this guy truly this clueless? Or was he deliberately sabotaging things? Thanks, Commander Jiang. Lead the way, then. Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan shot Yifan a teasing glance before following Jiang Xiuming toward the Vermilion Bird Cavalry's training hall. Jiang Xiuming, still not realizing his mistake, only started to feel uneasy when he noticed the murderous glare Yifan was drilling into his back. Wait, did I mess up? But his logic was sound. He was helping the sisters-in-law solve their problem. When they arrived at the training hall, Yifan tried to follow them inside to see how the fight would unfold. But the moment Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan entered, they kicked everyone out, leaving only the two of them inside. Boom! Crash! Even from a distance, the deafening explosions from the reinforced training hall were unmistakable. The surges of martial emperor-level energy made it clear these two were going all out. Young Master Yi, did I mess up? Thud. Finally, as he felt the terrifying energy waves radiating from inside, Jiang Xiuming realized he might have just poured gasoline on an already blazing fire between the two sisters-in-law. Thwack! 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 Furious, Yifan rapped Jiang Xiuming's head repeatedly with his knuckles, leaving several swollen bumps. You? Did a door slam your head or something? He was about to punish Jiang Xiuming further, but seeing the man's dopey, earnest expression, somewhat reminiscent of Wang Fuguwei in his simpler days. Yi Fan sighed and let it go. Truthfully, even if it hadn't happened today, Ji Ningxuan and Yu Linglong would have fought eventually. After nearly an hour of waiting outside, the training hall doors finally creaked open. Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan emerged, supporting each other weakly. Their clothes were torn to shreds, barely covering their bodies. Their faces bruised and swollen, lips stained with blood, yet they were both smiling. Linglong, darling, Ningxuan, was this really necessary? Heart aching at the sight, Yi Fan rushed forward, pulling them both into his arms as he channeled healing energy into their bodies. Cough, cough. The moment they collapsed against him, both girls spat out mouthfuls of blood, clear signs of severe internal injuries. Take us to the hotel, bathe us, heal us. Exchanging one last glance, Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan smiled faintly before passing out in his arms. To the hotel? A bath? Healing wounds? The muscles on the faces of Gua Li, Song Yang, and the others twitched involuntarily upon hearing Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan's words. What incredible fortune! Sigh. The scene that was about to unfold, was it something mere mortals like them could even imagine, let alone witness? Young Master Yi, the Song family owns a hotel nearby with a reserved suite. I'll take you there immediately. Song Yang was far more tactful than Jiang Xiuming. Jiang Xiuming, seeing Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan in such a state, still wanted to speak up. But before he could, Wang Fuguwei snapped, "Shut your mouth, this stubborn fool. His head's full of scrap metal. Who knows what nonsense he'll spout next." Ugh! Jiang Xiuming was fuming, but Gua Li and Wang Fuguwei held him back until Yi Fan had left with Ji Ningxuan and Yu Linglong. By Yunbian Grand Hotel, the highest-tier 6-star establishment under the Song family's banner, Yi Fan entered the suite with Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan in tow. Song Yang, ever perceptive, had the entire hotel cleared out. Meanwhile, Yu Chang and the Tianji Pavilion's elite stood guard nearby. The bathtub was already filled. Yi Fan chuckled wryly. Really? Testing my resolve like this? On the way, he had already used his formidable vitality to heal most of their injuries. Though the two women appeared semi-conscious, they could wake at any moment. Yu Linglong was already his wife, and Ji Ningxuan might as well have been. With two peerless beauties before him, and now he had to bathe them, this was practically inviting him to cross the line. But not bathing them wasn't an option. Their clothes were drenched in blood from their fierce battle. Splash! With a resigned sigh, Yi Fan undressed the two women and carefully placed them in the tub, beginning the delicate task of washing them. The sight was too much, he couldn't bear to look directly. As he focused on cleaning them, he failed to notice Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan secretly opening their eyes, exchanging a knowing glance, their lips curling into smug smiles. Humph! This scoundrel! Such beauties, lucky him. Let's see how he handles this. During the bath, the two women deliberately, or perhaps accidentally, brushed against him. Despite his experience, Yi Fan found it hard to resist. Once finished, he carried them to bed and channeled his martial energy to fully heal their wounds. Normally, with the divine energy he'd used, their strength should have surged to the 3rd tier of the martial emperor realm. They should have woken by now. Yet they lay there, seemingly unconscious. With a sigh, Yi Fan retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower to cool off. The moment he left, Yu Linglong and Ji Ningxuan's eyes snapped open. Ningxuan, the rest is up to you, Yu Linglong whispered, quickly dressing. She gave Ji Ningxuan a complicated look. But think carefully. Once this happens, there's no turning back. Memories of their earlier battle flashed through her mind. Ji Ningxuan had fought like a woman possessed, not to win, but to vent her pent-up frustrations. As the holy maiden of Yaoqi and the daughter of the prime minister, she bore too many burdens. Though she loved Yi Fan, fear and hesitation still plagued her. Their fight had been cathartic, a clash that led to tears, confessions, and an unexpected bond. Moved by Ji Ningxuan's pain, Yu Linglong had decided to help her. Hence, their injured state, the hotel, the bath, all leading to this moment. I've made my choice. No regrets, Ji Ningxuan said firmly, her resolve hardening as she recalled her time with Yi Fan. She had lived for Yao Qi and the Prime Minister's estate long enough. This time she would live for herself. As for next month's arranged marriage, she trusted Yi Fan to find a way. And even if he couldn't, as the Holy Maiden, she had her own methods. Worst case, if Ji Yuchen dared marry her despite her defiance, she'd never allow it. Very well. Yu Linglong nodded, then leaped out the window. Go! She sighed inwardly. How magnanimous of her. As Yi Fan's elder sister-in-law, not only had she and her 6 sisters married him, but now she was even helping him woo another woman? Ridiculous. But Ji Ningxuan's plight tugged at her heart. May Yi Fan treat her well. The moment Yu Linglong left, Ji Ningxuan's cheeks flushed. Shedding her nightgown, she slipped into the bathroom. Yi Fan, mid-shower, suddenly felt a silken body press against him. You! Before he could see clearly through the water, a pair of soft lips sealed his, and slender arms wrapped around his neck. When gold meets jade, the moment eclipses all worldly joys. The night was young, and passion burned brighter than spring blossoms. Silence spoke louder than words. Yi Fan, already on the brink, could hardly refuse. What kind of man would he be otherwise? Moans, gasps, whispers. The room echoed with a symphony of desire, lingering long into the night. And then a revelation. In their intimacy, Yi Fan discovered Ji Ningxuan was the reincarnation of the legendary 10,000 Beast spirit body, a rare constitution recorded in the Tiankue archives. Her bloodline held the power to command all creatures. The awakening of this power required her transition from maidenhood to womanhood, and in the process Yi Fan reaped unimaginable benefits, including a share of her primordial bloodline. This night would know no sleep. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Ji Yuchen, the reigning emperor, felt an inexplicable restlessness. What's wrong with me tonight? Did I not eat enough? Why do my eyes feel green? Damn it! Even the sky looks green. Little did he know, his future empress had just given herself to another man. Husband, I'm finally your woman now. At the Bayumbian Grand Hotel, these were the first words Ji Ningxuan uttered upon waking the next morning, wrapping her arms around Yi Fan's neck to declare her claim over him. Yi Fan held the beauty in his embrace and smiled gently. Ningxuan, don't worry. I'll take responsibility for you. Recalling his encounters with this imperial consort, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. From their first meeting in the eastern suburbs of Huadu to surviving life and death situations together, he still couldn't fathom Emperor Ji Yuchen's intentions. Was the emperor deliberately sending his consort to me? To facilitate our relationship as compensation for the Yi family? Once his mission in the northwest was complete, Yi Fan decided it was time to visit the capital. Certain matters needed to be clarified with the royal family. If Ji Yuchen refused to cooperate, Yi Fan wouldn't hesitate to crash the imperial wedding and take his woman by force. Ningxuan nestled against Yi Fan's chest and murmured, Brother Fan, you wouldn't just stand by and watch me be given to another man, would you? Yi Fan's hand wandered mischievously beneath the covers as he gazed at her affectionately. Of course not. Now that you're mine, no one else will lay a finger on you. If necessary, I'll slaughter the entire royal family. What's the big deal? Having reactivated the divine gate, even at its initial stage, the power at Yi Fan's disposal was beyond the royal family's ability to withstand. Moreover, of the 6 major military domains under the imperial court, Yi Fan already controlled the majority of the Xuanwu and Zhuke forces, while the Tianlong domain was firmly under the Yi family's command. If Yi Fan decided to move against the royal family, what could they possibly do to stop him? The feeling of being pampered intoxicated Ningxuan. With a soft murmur, she nestled deeper into Yi Fan's arms before slowly sliding downward. Much later, after several rounds of passion, Ningxuan suddenly jolted up. Oh no! It's all your fault, you devil. Today's the second round of the military competition. Even though it's just basic drills like marksmanship and obstacle courses, I still have to participate. Her lips still glistening, she scrambled out of bed, hastily dressing while urging Yi Fan to hurry. Yi Fan smirked, still craving more. You were the naughty one just now, weren't you? He never expected the imperial consort, Ji Ningxuan, to be so entertaining. Life was going to be very enjoyable from now on. You liked it, didn't you? Her coquettish pout nearly made Yi Fan lose control again, but a glance at the time reminded him they were running late. Throwing on his clothes, he swept Ningxuan into his arms and sprinted toward the Zhuke military training grounds. By the time they arrived, their disheveled clothing and Ningxuan's flushed cheeks left little doubt about what had transpired the night before. Ugh! You're the worst, Yi Fan. You'd better make it up to me later. As soon as Yu Linglong spotted him, she pinched his waist hard. Yi Fan sighed inwardly as he looked at his first wife. Linglong, my love? Why do you torture yourself like this? How can I ever repay you? I suppose the only way is to offer myself to you. Shameless. The second round, military drills. Though Yu Fan lacked formal training, his sheer combat prowess ensured he dominated the competition, eliminating numerous opponents with ease. The outcome mirrored the first round. With Gu Changsheng, Yi Fan, and Ji Ningxuan working together, they systematically eliminated the strongest competitors, securing Yu Linglong's victory in the military drills once again without a shred of doubt. By now, the other participants had gone from shock and outrage to numb resignation. Who could blame Linglong for picking such a treasure of a man? With Yi Fan shielding her, losing was impossible. The conspiracy unravels. Prince Chris, this is utterly ridiculous. Are we just here to be their punching bags? Exactly. We're nothing but props to make Linglong shine. 2 rounds in, and where's this elite assassination plan you promised? Instead of the great Xia's young talents getting hurt, our forces are the ones dropping like flies. Over the past 2 days, participants had mysteriously vanished or been incapacitated. Yesterday, a group disappeared, today another. Prince Chris, Jin Wang, and Wei Hang had conspired to destabilize Great Xia, but it seemed an invisible hand was manipulating events behind the scenes. What was supposed to be a strike against Great Xia's elites had instead turned into a graveyard for foreign warriors. Damn it! I never expected this. Clearly, Yi Fan is behind it all. If this bastard breaks through to the Saint Realm and reaches the immortal level, we're finished. Chris seethed with frustration. Their plan had hinged on killing Yi Fan, a single stroke to achieve multiple goals. Yet every attempt had failed. Worse, if they didn't eliminate Yi Fan soon, they would be the ones slaughtered. So, Prince Chris, what's your next move? Tomorrow's the final round. If we return empty-handed, how do we explain this disaster? Chris's face darkened. Don't worry. Tomorrow's island survival battle is our best chance. We've already set traps there. Once the match begins, everyone will regroup at the marked locations. The details we'll discuss tonight. The final day, island survival. Apart from slightly sore legs, Ji Ningxuan felt no ill effects from the previous night's activities. As the third round commenced, Ho Tianji approached Yi Fan with a warning. Young Master Yi, today's battle will be brutal. The mastermind behind the Zhuke domain might even make a personal appearance. Are you prepared? Yi Fan glanced at the waiting aircraft and smirked. Relax, Elder Ho. These fools are beneath my notice. Besides, if I don't go, how will we lure out the big fish? Baiting the trap. Today would be the final showdown in the Zhuke domain. Good. Be careful, young Master Yi. The entire Great Xia stands behind you. Ho Tianji's expression darkened with solemnity. I've mobilized 30,000 vermilion bird iron cavalry to surround the entire island, along with 430 warships on standby. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately. He let out a long, helpless sigh. His old comrade Wei Hang had actually betrayed Great Xia, colluding with Prince Jin to slaughter the empire's finest. Such a despicable scheme was something Ho Tianji could not tolerate. Part of him wanted to strike first, to execute Wei Hang on the spot and be done with it. Of course, he wanted to, but the problem was Wei Hang was cunning. Despite all evidence pointing to him as the mastermind behind the Vermilion Bird domain schemes, there was still no legal justification to arrest him. Understood. Yi Fan responded with a grave nod. He was already aware of the 30,000 cavalry's deployment. Though the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry's command token had been handed to Wang Fuguei, Jiang Xiuming and the other high-ranking officers had all paid their respects to Yi Fan, acknowledging him as their true commander. Naturally, such a major operation had been reported to him. Despite his confidence, Yi Fan remained cautious. The night before, while cleansing Ji Ningxuan and Yu Linglong's bodies, he had discovered traces of sinister dark energy clinging to them, like some kind of mark. With the ember flame within him, purging the dark energy would have been easy. But he chose not to. Instead, he merely suppressed it, ensuring it wouldn't harm his wives. Before departure, He sensed the same dark energy on many of Great Xia's elite warriors, precisely those on the assassination list he had obtained. Humph! If they can play dirty, so can I. Activating his teleportation ability, Yi Fan vanished in an instant, leaving behind hundreds of puppet talismans hidden on the elites. His mastery of puppet techniques had reached its peak. Within a certain range, he could control those warriors, ensuring their escape from any deadly trap. The moment Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan, and Yu Linglong boarded the aircraft, Chris and the Dark Alliance's elites, along with warriors from Europa, quietly exhaled in relief. Finally, they're on the plane. Humph! I was afraid Yi Fan would be too cowardly to join the island battle royale. Chris's eyes gleamed with cold amusement. If Yi Fan hadn't participated, all their meticulously laid traps would have been wasted. Sure, they could slaughter Great Xia's elites, but without Yi Fan's death, the entire operation would be meaningless. Prince Chris. For a moment, I sensed Yi Fan's presence everywhere, as if he had appeared beside every marked elite. The speaker was a black-robed youth, Mike, the core disciple of the Dark Alliance's elder. A prodigy of his generation, Mike had mastered nearly all of Europa's dark arts. Yi Fan moved? I didn't notice. Chris frowned but remained confident. Did any of you see him move? As a sixth-rank martial emperor and the future crown prince of Britannia, Chris had more than just brute strength. He had secret techniques, taught by an immortal mentor, which he had deliberately withheld during the previous tournament. He was saving them for today. No, we were watching him closely. He didn't move at all. Right, Brother Mike? Maybe you imagined it. Yi Fan is strong, but don't forget, your master is a Dark Alliance elder. With your skills, how could he possibly survive? Chris's team brimmed with confidence. During the military drills, they had held back, concealing their true strength for this very moment. Don't worry, Mike. Everything's under control. With Mr. Wei as our inside man in Great Xia, what's there to fear? Chris smirked. Still, for the sake of our interests, we'll need to kill a batch of Great Xia's elites first. Otherwise, Prince Jean and Mr. Wei won't be satisfied. After random airdrops, follow the maps I gave you. Secure supplies, then regroup at the designated strongholds. No solo movements. Start by hunting isolated targets in squads, stealing their points. The Island Battle Royale's rules resembled a certain survival game, except here, victory went to whoever amassed the most points. Yes, Your Highness. 10 aircraft soared over the vast southern island, randomly deploying the warriors. Yi Fan was dropped midway. The island spanned thousands of miles. Even for martial emperors, crossing it would take half a day. All electronic signals were jammed to prevent communication. But every faction had their own ways to regroup. In this free-for-all, only freaks like Yi Fan could afford to act alone. For the rest, survival meant sticking together. Otherwise, they'd never last long enough to claim victory. As Yi Fan landed, he surveyed the primeval jungle around him and sighed inwardly. Under normal circumstances, he'd play it safe, ambushing enemies, stealing points, and securing an easy win. But not this time. He needed to expose the traitor in the Vermilion Bird Camp. He needed to protect Great Xia's elites. That meant he had to take the initiative. Before he could move, a surge of killing intent erupted around him. The ground beneath him shifted. What should have been grass and dirt moved, the entire valley twisting like a colossal cage, its walls closing in from all directions. Did they predict my landing spot with such precision? From the moment I landed, they've already targeted me? Yi Fan's expression hardened as he glanced at the sky. It seems Prince Jean and Wei Hang's operatives have infiltrated deeply. Even the pilots arranging the landing zone must be under their command. Setting up an ambush right after I landed? Humph! Did they really think such petty tricks could trouble me? Yi Fan had already completed 2 rounds of this military drill. The strongest opponents he had faced, including Chris and the other military elites, were merely at the martial emperor level. Their strength was trash compared to Yi Fan's martial saint, 4th-grade power. This batch of so-called military drill experts, not even worth his attention. Though he expected some underhanded tricks, ordinary tactics like these couldn't possibly harm him. With a casual flick of his martial energy, he tried to shatter the metal cage closing in around him. But the moment Yi Fan unleashed his energy, he sensed something wrong. Huh? A technique suppressing martial energy? Absolute domain? Back at the Ren family estate in Huadu, he had nearly died to Zhou Ming's divine fragment suppression. Luckily, Xuan Yufei had activated her spirit contract physique and blocked the fatal strike. Only then did Yi Fan turn the tables, seizing the divine fragment from Zhou Ming and mastering absolute domain himself. Now, under the same kind of suppression, his power plummeted from martial saint to martial venerable, even below grandmaster level. His strikes against the cage were barely effective. Boom! Boom! Yi Fan punched the cage repeatedly, but it barely budged. Yet he quickly realized the suppression source. It matched his own absolute domain method, though far inferior. In fact, his mastery was advanced enough to counter it effortlessly. But Yi Fan held back, feigning weakness. He wanted to lure out the mastermind, the hidden player in Juke camp. Would they finally rear their head? The entire canyon shook as the cage tightened relentlessly around him. Within moments, his space was reduced to barely 3 feet. Still pretending difficulty, Yi Fan weakly punched the cage walls. Ha! Yi Fan, never thought you'd see this day, did you? Beyond the cage, venomous spikes had begun extending, pressing toward him. Suppressed below grandmaster level, a single prick would doom him. The speaker was a crew-cut young man. Whoosh! From behind him, a swarm of fighters emerged, most from Great Xia, but also European powers, Black Garment Society assassins from Japan, and Dark Alliance elites. Damn bastard! Yi Fan, you slaughtered so many of our Eastern warriors. Today, they'll be avenged. So what if you're Great Xia's top genius? Powerless like this, you've got no escape, and we won't give you one. Among them, 10 were martial emperors, far exceeding the drill's roster. Clearly, Recon had long infiltrated this island for today's ambush. Yet Yi Fan recognized the crew-cut leader, Tong Chong, Wei Hang's secretary. Had Wei Hang finally shown his hand? Had the mastermind personally stepped out of the shadows? Secretary Tong? Wei Hang wants me dead? Yi Fan, still straining against the spikes, feigned outrage. How cowardly! Fight me properly, what honor is there in this? Tong Chong touched his face, his mask had slipped. Damn it! Exposed. A flicker of panic crossed his face. Before the mission, Wei Hang had warned him, avoid exposure. If things went south, failure meant death. Tong Chong scrambled to readjust his mask, but Yi Fan cut in. No point hiding. I recognize you. His voice shook mock terror. I'm dead anyway. Grant me one last request. The canyon's cage trap, engineered jointly by Tong Chong and Dark Alliance experts, groaned tighter. Thud, thud. With spikes breaking skin, beads of blood surfaced. Was this the end for Yi Fan? Tong Chong smirked. Had rumor overhyped the legendary genius? One simple ambush, and he was finished? Just die and peace would reign. Make it quick. What's your request? Tong Chong relaxed. Wei Hang's melodramatic farewells now seemed excessive. Patch me through to Advisor Wei Hang. Let me face death with clarity. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly. Everything had led here, the perfect moment to smoke Wei Hang out. But Tong Chong hesitated. Contact Wei Hang? Unwise. Don't. A rival colleague hissed. Another advisor tasked with sabotaging Tong Chong. Yet the intervention steeled Tong Chang's defiance. Fine. One call, he sneered. What harm could it do? The boss sent me along on this mission specifically to keep your impulsiveness from exposing us. And now you, the other assistant, a heavy-set man, muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed that Tong Chong had torn off the veil covering his face. According to the boss, if either of us is compromised, the other is authorized to eliminate them. The fat man's expression turned icy as he gripped his blade, ready to draw. Fortunately, Yi Fan was already imprisoned. Otherwise, if he had escaped after Tong Chang's veil slipped, Tong Chong would have been a dead man. Kill me to silence me? Deng Bao, are you out of your damn mind? Ha! Since when do I need you to tell me what to do? Tong Chang's tone turned hostile as he noticed Deng Bao's threatening stance. I'm calling the strategist right now. What are you gonna do about it? You've been nothing but a pain in my ass. Even out here, you won't shut up. Push me too far, and I'll end you myself. As he spoke, Tong Chang pulled out a specialized satellite phone, preparing to dial Wei Hang's private line. Tong Chang, have you lost your mind? Are you seriously this stupid? The situation isn't even stable yet. Deng Bao's face twisted with frustration as he glanced at Yifan, trapped inside the reinforced cage, despite the fact that the poison-tipped spikes had impaled Yifan like a sieve, leaving him drenched in blood and visibly weakening. Deng Bao couldn't shake a deep sense of unease. Based on past experience, he knew Yifan wasn't the type to die so easily. If Yifan were truly this easy to deal with, why had he survived the southwest base under Jin Wang's control? Why had he escaped the trap set by the Feng family in Huadu? And why had even the elite forces under the Blazing Sun envoy failed to kill him? Sure, the ambush here had been meticulously designed to trap a martial emperor-level expert. But Yifan was now a martial saint. How could he have fallen for it so easily? Something's wrong. There has to be. But before Deng Bao could voice his concerns, the tips of two blades pressed firmly against his back. Shut it, Captain Deng, or our knives might slip. These two subordinates had once been his most trusted men. Yet now, unbeknownst to him, Tong Chang had turned them against him. You, damn you. Furious but powerless, Deng Bao could only watch as Tong Chang connected the call to strategist Wei Hang. The video feed showed Wei Hang packing his belongings. When he saw Tong Chang's call, his face lit up with excitement. Xiao Tong, already got him? Did the trap work? Wei Hang hadn't slept for 3 days, consumed by the operation against Yifan. More than once, he jolted awake from nightmares of Yifan storming in, sword in hand. Today's final phase, the Island Survival Challenge, was their best shot. With Prince Chris, the Black Garment Society from Dongying, and the Dark Alliance of Europa all cooperating, success seemed within reach. But Wei Hang still wasn't confident. After Ho Tianji and the others had set sail, Wei Hang had secretly returned to his residence in Guangxing, gathering his most sensitive documents and valuables. If today's operation failed, he was ready to flee at a moment's notice. To ensure his own escape, he'd even sent his secretary, Tong Chang, and his assistant, Deng Bao, to oversee the mission on the island. Yes, look, strategist, Yifan's trapped in our heaven-earth cage. The poison spikes have skewered him like a kebab. Turns out he's just trash. Walked right into our hands the moment he landed. Tong Chang grinned smugly as he turned the satellite phone toward the cage, showing Wei Hang the imprisoned Yifan. Wei Hang's brow furrowed. Why does my heart feel like it's about to explode? According to the latest intel, Yifan had reached the martial saint realm. How could his men have taken him down in the first ambush? I don't buy it. Something's off. Where's Deng Bao? Let me talk to him. A creeping dread settled in Wei Hang's chest. Tong Chang was competent, but his arrogance often clouded his judgment, which was exactly why Wei Hang had assigned Deng Bao to supervise him. Deng Bao? He's right here. Tong Chang's expression stiffened, resentment flickering in his eyes at Wei Hang's lack of trust. When he turned the camera toward Deng Bao, he shot him a warning glare. Don't you dare say a word out of line. Behind Deng Bao, the two traitorous subordinates pressed their blades deeper into his back. Deng Bao, is everything as Tong Chang described? Did you see Yifan get captured with your own eyes? Wei Hang's voice held a sliver of hope. If Yifan was truly dead, he wouldn't have to run. With Yifan gone, even if Ho Tianji controlled most of the Vermilion Bird Domain's forces, Wei Hang had his own ways to deal with him. Deng Bao's lips twitched. Hesitant, he glanced at Tong Chang before nodding. Yes, strategist. The situation is exactly as you see it. When Yifan landed, he seemed injured. His body was radiating dark energy. Then he walked right into the trap. Ha! Wei Hang exhaled in relief. If dark energy was involved, it made sense. Prince Chris and Chief Mike had spent the past 3 days secretly planting dark energy markers on the elites of Great Xia. Those markers served a dual purpose: tracking and forming the nodes of a hidden formation. Once today's military exercise began, the formation would activate, targeting Yi Fan directly. So it's already working? If that was the case, everything fell into place. Good work. Wei Hang's mood lifted instantly. What he didn't notice was the faint, sinister smile curling Deng Bao's lips as he asked, "Strategist Wei Hang, do you really want Yi Fan dead that badly? What else have you prepared to ensure his downfall?" Wei Hang was momentarily confused. Since Yi Fan had already been captured, why was Deng Bao asking him these questions? But now that Yi Fan was confirmed dead, Wei Hang was too pleased to overthink it. Yi Fan killed so many of my men and ruined my carefully laid plans. Of course I wanted him dead. If I didn't eliminate him, I wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Wei Hang's eyes. Besides, a month ago, I personally killed the third young master of the Yi family. If I didn't finish off Yi Fan, his investigation would eventually lead him straight to me. So, as long as Yi Fan showed up for the third round of the military drill today, he had to die. Aside from the trap we set, Prince Chris, Chief Mike, and even the elite forces from the Eastern Shadows Black Garment Society were ready to kidnap Yu Linglong and use her life to threaten Yi Fan. But now, none of that is necessary. Wei Hang answered Deng Bao excitedly, but the more he spoke, the more something felt off. Deng Bao was the captain of his tactical team, sharp with details but nowhere near as strategic as Tong Chong. That was why Wei Hang had made Tong Chong his secretary instead of Deng Bao. Yet now, Deng Bao was suddenly asking so many questions about Yi Fan. That wasn't right at all. Gasp. In an instant, Wei Hang recalled the destruction of Prince Jin's secret base in the southwest. According to reports, the base had been compromised because someone had impersonated Prince Jin's assistant, Pan Shi, and that impersonator was none other than Yi Fan. If Yi Fan could mimic Pan Shi, he could just as easily mimic Deng Bao. Wait, you're not Deng Bao. Who are you? Wei Hang's heart lurched as he barked into the satellite phone. Tong Chong. Fall back. Now. Everyone, be alert. The Deng Bao in front of you might not be the real one. Wei Hang's sudden outburst left Tong Chong bewildered. Huh? Commander? What do you mean? Tong Chong leaned toward the camera, staring at Wei Hang in confusion. Wasn't this Deng Bao the one Wei Hang had sent to supervise him? Why was Wei Hang suddenly claiming he wasn't Deng Bao? Aside from Yi Fan, everyone here was Wei Hang's subordinate. If this wasn't Deng Bao, who else could it be? Had someone magically swapped him out? What the commander means is that Deng Bao might actually be Yi Fan in disguise. Is that really so hard to understand? Before Wei Hang could respond, a voice beside Tong Chong answered for him. Yi Fan impersonating Deng Bao? Impossible. Everything had happened right before his eyes. Yi Fan had been trapped in the cage. How could he have escaped? Tong Chang's mind raced, and then it hit him. That voice was unmistakably familiar. Holy shit, that's Yi Fan's voice. But according to what he'd just seen, Yi Fan was already dead. Tong Chong whipped his head toward the cage in horror, his pupils dilating in shock. What the hell? The person who had been impaled by the poison spikes in the cage wasn't Yi Fan at all. Now the Yi Fan inside the cage began shedding his disguise, revealing his true face, Deng Bao. So, the one killed by the trap wasn't Yi Fan, but Deng Bao? Somehow, Yi Fan had switched their positions. And if Deng Bao was dead, then the person standing beside him now could only be. Tong Chong slowly turned his head toward Deng Bao, only to see the man's features morph into Yi Fan's smirking face. Secretary Tong, it seems I'm still stronger than you thought. Your tricks couldn't kill me. Earlier, Tong Chong had mocked Yi Fan, calling the great Xia's top prodigy nothing special, just another easy kill. Now Yi Fan was throwing those words right back at him. Tong Chong wanted to run, but his legs refused to move. Even his emperor-level martial energy had completely vanished. In front of Yi Fan, he didn't even have the courage to flee. With a faint smile, Yi Fan patted Tong Chang's shoulder. A surge of energy flooded Tong Chang's meridians, draining every last drop of his strength. Tong Chong collapsed powerless. Thud! Yi Fan punched him in the back, forcing a hidden poison pill from his mouth. Now, even suicide was impossible. Ugh! Tong Chong let out a strangled groan, his eyes filled with despair. He knew exactly what awaited him. He had been deeply involved in Prince Jin and Wei Hang's schemes. If he lived, he'd become the key witness to their treason. Yifan's faction would never let him go. And given his own crimes, he was as good as dead anyway. It's over. Completely over. As Tong Chong crumpled to the ground, Yifan snatched the satellite phone from his hand. "Mr. Wei, we finally meet." Yifan grinned at the screen. "You've hidden yourself well." On the other end, Wei Hang's face darkened like a storm. "Yifan, it seems we've all underestimated you. You're the one who's been hiding in the shadows." His voice dripped with fury. "Did you know about me all along?" Wei Hang knew the game was over. Even if the military drill wasn't finished, he had already lost. Yifan had undoubtedly recorded their entire conversation. His confession to plotting against Yifan, his collusion with Prince Jin, and his dealings with foreign forces. Even if Yifan died now, the Great Xia military would never let Wei Hang go. And Prince Jin? He'd abandon Wei Hang without hesitation to save himself. Of course. Yifan's smirk widened. "Did you really think your schemes were flawless? Don't forget, I have the 5 Venoms Kids video evidence. I've kept you alive this long just to wipe out every last one of your men. Now it's your turn." Yifan had already set a trap for Wei Hang, with Ho Tianji lying in wait. But Wei Hang still clung to the delusion of escape. "Humph. Fine, Yifan, you win. I admit defeat, but mark my words, no one will ever judge me. Not you, not even the heavens." Wei Hang's ambitions and downfall. While working alongside Prince Jin, Wei Hang once entertained thoughts of independence when his influence nearly dominated the entire Vermilion Bird domain. Among the 4 war kings, 3 were already under Wei Hang's control, giving him the leverage to break away. However, after the Dong family incident, Wei Hang's inner circle was gradually dismantled by Yifan's methodical strategy, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. As his forces dwindled, Wei Hang abandoned his ambitions of going solo. Moreover, after Yifan destroyed Prince Jin's southwestern base, the prince became increasingly reliant on Wei Hang, forcing the two into a tighter alliance. Even so, Wei Hang always kept an escape route open. The secret case seized from Yi Lingyu had long been sent away from Guangxing to the Blood Demon sect, a contingency plan in case Prince Jin discarded him as a pawn. Now that his cover was blown, with Deng Bao and Tong Chong captured by Yifan, Wei Hang knew it was time to flee. Though bitter about the failure of his meticulously crafted plans, he had no choice but to accept defeat. His accumulated wealth and connections would still ensure a comfortable life abroad. And if he ever broke through to the Martial Saint realm, gaining access to the immortal domain, he might yet stage a comeback. As he grabbed his bags to leave, Yifan's icy voice cut through the phone. "Wei Hang, do you really think you can escape?" Wei Hang's heart plummeted. "Yifan, what do you mean?" His pulse spiked as he sensed powerful martial auras closing in on his residence. Had Yifan and Ho Tianji planted spies around him all along? "Guards! Hold them off." Wei Hang crushed the satellite phone and bolted toward his study, where a secret underground passage led to a hidden escape vessel at sea. The island showdown. On the deserted island, Deng Bao suddenly morphed into Yifan, proof that the earlier, heavenly prison trap had failed to kill him. The sudden twist stunned everyone. Members of the Eastern Shadow Society, European elites, and Dark Alliance assassins, seeing Tong Chong fall, scattered in panic. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan unleashed the 3,000 crimson threads of the Overlord's body, ensnaring the fleeing fighters. The threads drained their life force and martial energy in seconds. These were enemies who had come to slaughter him and the Great Xia's martial elites. Yifan showed no mercy. Only Tong Chong was spared as evidence. The rest were incinerated by blazing flames. Among the dead were over a dozen participants in the military drill, netting Yifan a surge in points. The scoreboard refreshed instantly. First, Yifan, 15 points. Second, Jiang Jiwei, Flying Dragon Cavalry, 8 points. Third, Yu Linglong 7 points, followed by Gu Changxing, Ji Ningxuan, and others. Yi Fan felt a flicker of pride. His lead came from annihilating an entire hostile faction, while Jiang Jiwei and Yu Linglong had earned theirs through direct combat. A far harder feat. But points meant little to him. His priority was ensuring Yu Linglong's safety. According to Wei Hang's intel, Prince Chris and Chief Mike's disciples, unable to confront Yi Fan directly, might target her as leverage. After binding Tong Chong, Yi Fan raced toward the nearest marked location. Before the drill began, he had secretly tagged foreign operatives with tracking talismans. Now, their own surveillance tools would lead him straight to them. His primary goal, luring out the mastermind behind the Vermilion Bird Domain's chaos, was already achieved. Wei Hang's confession was recorded, and his schemes with Prince Jin were doomed. Now, Yi Fan would purge the remaining traitors and foreign assassins, safeguarding Great Xia's warriors. Securing Yu Linglong's victory? A trivial task. Sensing her energy, he pinpointed her location, 500 kilometers northwest, close to Ji Ningxuan. As Yi Fan's lover, Ji Ningxuan had broken through to the 4th-tier martial emperor realm, further empowered by her awakened 10,000 beasts bloodline. Few would dare challenge her. But Yu Linglong remained vulnerable. As Yi Fan streaked toward her, Jiang Jiwei glared at the scoreboard in frustration. Damn it! How is Yi Fan this monstrous? No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass him. Just wait, Yi Fan. If I get the chance during this drill, I'll end you myself. Little did Jiang Jiwei know, that chance would come sooner than he expected. 30 kilometers away from where Yi Fan was fighting, an elite warrior from the Great Xia's Black Tortoise region landed. Originally, he had planned to lurk in the shadows, ambush some wilderness survivors, steal their points, and accumulate his own score. As a martial venerable level expert, he was considered a seed candidate in the Black Tortoise region. Though he wasn't yet a war king, he was destined to reach that rank in the future. The young man's name was Yen Quan, and his goal was clear. With powerhouses like Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan participating in this military exercise, he had no illusions about making the top 10. Instead, he aimed to challenge himself, break his own limits, earn 10 points, and return without shame. But what he didn't expect was that he had been marked the moment he landed. 2 of Prince Chris's elite subordinates descended from the sky, while 2 others had already lain in ambush. Before Yen Quan could even settle into hiding, for Britannian experts rushed him. All 4 were at least martial emperor level, far beyond Yen Quan's martial venerable strength. Knowing he stood no chance, Yen Quan wisely surrendered his points. I concede. Take my points. Sensing danger, he planned to hand over his score and immediately head for the extraction point. According to the rules, once a participant gave up or their points dropped below 0, they could report to the extraction zone and leave early. But the 4 men only glared coldly. Sorry, we don't want your points. We want your life. Without hesitation, they attacked. These were Prince Chris's personal assassins, ruthless killers who never wasted words. Boom! Boom! Powerful shockwaves kicked up a storm of dust across the barren mountains. Yen Quan scrambled desperately. What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your minds? This is Great Xia's territory. Do you really think our Black Tortoise region's commander, Yi Fan, will let this slide? He could tell these foreign experts weren't bluffing. They genuinely intended to kill him. In this remote wilderness, if he didn't act fast, he'd die without a trace, leaving Great Xia no clues to avenge him. So he invoked Yi Fan's name. Yi Fan's reputation had skyrocketed across Great Xia. His recent feats spoke for themselves. Those who opposed him met gruesome ends. Whether it was Prince Jin's secret bases or foreign organizations colluding with him, entire groups had been wiped out overnight. Ha! Counting on Yi Fan? He's probably fighting for his own life right now. Don't worry. You'll meet him in the afterlife soon enough. These foreign forces had allied with Prince Jin for their own gain. The Yi family massacre had largely been motivated by the Immortal Palace map, and killing Yi Fan would let them seize whatever fragments he possessed. Boom! Boom! For martial emperors hunted a lone martial venerable. Though Yen Quan was agile and had tricks up his sleeve, sheer power overwhelmed him. Within 3 moves, a single punch sent him flying, blood gushing from his mouth. A blue-eyed martial emperor lunged for the killing blow, until a dark figure flashed between them. A hand caught the attacker's fist mid-strike. "Brother, must you be so ruthless? How about sparing him?" "Spare my ass." Prince Chris's orders. "Leave no great Xia elite alive." The martial emperor tried to yank his fist free, but the grip was unbreakable. Worse, his life force was being drained at terrifying speed. Then he looked up, and his blood ran cold. "Holy shit, Yifan. How?" Secretary Tong Chong said they had him trapped. His panicked scream alerted the other 3. Yifan was here. Without hesitation, they fled. Prince Chris's orders were clear. If you encounter Yifan outside the final grand array, run. The farther, the better. A martial saint like Yifan could slaughter martial emperors like ants. "Tsh. Think you can escape?" With a cold snort, Yifan unleashed his flame of primordial fire, reducing all 4 to ash in an instant. +2 points. Only then did Yen Quan snap out of his daze. "Commander Yi, thank you." He exhaled in relief. With Yifan here, he was safe. Better yet, sticking close to him in the exercise would surely bring massive benefits. Since Yen Quan was from the Black Tortoise region, his own faction, Yifan couldn't abandon him. He placed a hand on Yen Quan's shoulder, flooding him with healing energy that restored 70 to 80% of his injuries. Before Yen Quan could thank him, Yifan cut him off, tossing Tong Chang's unconscious body at him. "From now on, you carry him. Guard him until the exercise ends. Don't let him be taken or killed. Do this, and I guarantee you a spot in the top 6. "Ha!" Yen Quan froze. Just by being a pack mule, he could rank 6th in the global military exercise. 6th place. An unimaginable honor. If anyone else had said it, he'd have laughed. But from Yifan? No doubt. Had fortune itself just fallen into his lap? "Yes, Commander." Beaming, he hoisted Tong Chong over his shoulder and followed Yifan northwest. Meanwhile, atop a peak near the Jade Spirit Valley, Prince Chris and Chief Mike studied a peculiar device. 30 of our men dead, all by Yifan's hand. "He's brutal," Chris muttered. Mike smirked. "But with each kill, the hidden energy within them latches onto him. It's already taking shape. Once he slays 50 more, the dark energy array will activate. Then, even if he's a dragon, he'll grovel. Even if he's a tiger, he'll kneel." Prince Chris's lips twitched. "Chief Mike, are you sure the Dark Alliance's formation will work?" According to the latest intel, Yifan's strength has already reached the Martial Saint realm. Even when Tong Chong and the other 10 Martial Emperor experts joined forces to set a trap, they couldn't defeat him. Conventional methods will hardly be effective against Yifan. Chris was cunning. Though he had secretly prepared his own contingency plans, he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, letting the Dark Alliance and the European Martial Arts Guild strike first so he could reap the rewards. Everyone was targeting the Yi family and Yifan under the guise of unity, but in truth, they were all after the fragments of the Yi family's Celestial Palace map. Chris knew full well how formidable Yifan was. He wouldn't be an easy opponent. "Ha! Your Highness, you underestimate the Dark Alliance's power. I've long advised you to join us, yet you've hesitated. Now, you'll witness the true might of the Dark Alliance." As Chief Mike spoke, a surge of energy materialized before him, and in the next moment, a phantom projection appeared. The scene mirrored the desolate island where the military drill was taking place. Except this illusion was teeming with savage beasts, swirling black clouds, and an all-devouring dark mist. Using conventional means to deal with Yifan would indeed be difficult. That's why my real plan is to kill him in his dreams. With a flick of Mike's fingers, the terrain, beasts, and black clouds in the illusion shifted and rearranged. In this dream, I am God. I can alter the rules of this world, amplify the darkest corners of a person's heart through those black clouds. Most crucially, once Yifan enters the dream, his strength will be drastically suppressed, reduced to the Martial Emperor level. And if the first layer of suppression isn't enough, we can drag him into a second dream layer, weakening him even further. As Mike explained, Chris's pupils dilated, and he instinctively took a step back. The Dark Alliance had such terrifying methods? They could kill someone in their dreams? If Chief Mike infiltrated his dreams, could he too be silently assassinated? This was horrifying. Chief Mike, for this dream assassination, does the target have to be asleep for you to enter their mind? Chris asked warily. If Mike's abilities were this fearsome, he'd need to take precautions. Once back in Britannia, he'd have to study the mechanics of dream manipulation and bolster his defenses. In principle, yes, our dreamweavers can only infiltrate a target's subconscious if they're asleep. Mike smirked. But in that case, the preparations would be far more extensive and impossible to execute during the military drill. That's why I set up the formation. Once Yifan rescues those marked individuals from Great Xia or kills the operatives we sent, their lingering energy will seep into his body, activating the formation and fulfilling the conditions for dream invasion. The final step requires a dream anchor to lure Yifan into this half-real, half-illusory realm. And the anchor I've chosen is Yu Linglong. As Yifan's wife, if she's in danger, he'll stop at nothing to save her. I've already tampered with her. The moment Yifan arrives, the dream anchor will activate, dragging him into the abyss of the dream. Mike proudly detailed his plan but omitted its risks. To construct this dream, he had harnessed the lifeblood of 81 Dark Alliance Death Warriors as a conduit, with Yu Linglong as the anchor. If the bloodline connection faltered, or if Yu Linglong's will prove too strong, Mike would suffer catastrophic backlash, either trapped forever in the dream or killed outright. Moreover, this dream was Mike's own creation. As the Dream Lord, his mental fortitude had to sustain the entire illusion. If the dream's complexity exceeded his limits, the entire construct would collapse, like a computer crashing from running a game beyond its specs. I see. Chris felt slightly reassured. So dream assassination wasn't foolproof, it had many limitations. That was a relief. Still, this bizarre method bolstered his confidence. No matter how strong Yifan was in reality, in the dream Mike was God. The odds of killing him had just skyrocketed. Meanwhile, on the desolate island, Yifan and Yen Quan advanced northwest, rescuing Great Xia elites and slaughtering foreign assassins along the way. Within minutes, Yifan had amassed over 30 points, with 60 to 70 enemy operatives dead. The rescued elites, some already at the Martial Emperor level, most at Martial Grandmaster or Master rank, gathered around him, forming a formidable force. Yet after purging the dark marks from their bodies with his ember flame, Yifan sensed something amiss. Though the ember flame could incinerate anything, he felt remnants lingering within him. Even his martial saint perception couldn't pinpoint the anomaly, but his instincts screamed danger. Worse, the golden thread inside him, a relic from the path of immortals, began writhing restlessly. Had Europe and the Dark Alliance devised some unknown stratagem? Yifan had acquired the 5 elements power and the Aqua Dominion technique from the Celestial Realm. Could their forces have also obtained divine arts from immortal masters? Frowning, Yifan stealthily deployed the golden thread to mark certain areas as they pressed forward. That thread, derived from the immortal path guide, might just save his life when the time came. Capital City. In Prince Jin's residence, the prince himself was staring at the live scoreboard of the chaotic battle tournament, his face twisted in frustration. Watching Yifan's points skyrocket on the leaderboard, Prince Jin was on the verge of losing it. What the hell is going on? Wasn't today's battle supposed to be the last chance to kill Yifan? Why hasn't Wei Hang made his move yet? At this rate, it's turning into Yifan's solo performance. In the blink of an eye, Yifan's score had already surpassed 40 points, 20 ahead of the second-place contender. If this continued, Yifan might just slaughter every single foreign assassin on the island. And if that happened, not only would killing Yifan become impossible, but the foreign assassins wouldn't even stand a chance against the elite warriors of Great Xia. Your Highness, we still can't reach military advisor Wei Hang. Secretary Xiao Zhang, standing beside Prince Jin, frowned as he delivered the latest update. The latest intel confirms that Wei Hang's secretary, Tong Chong, and his guard captain, Deng Bao, have already failed in setting up the first trap on the island. Deep down, Xiao Zhang had a suspicion Wei Hang had probably already fled. After taking over Prince Jin's intelligence network, Xiao Zhang had pieced together some unsettling truths. Despite pledging loyalty to Prince Jin, Wei Hang had been secretly scheming behind his back for years. If not for Yi Fan's sudden rise, eliminating the War Kings of the Vermilion Bird domain, Prince Jin might have already lost control over Wei Hang. Pathetic. Prince Jin snarled. Wei Hang has been the military strategist of the Vermilion Bird domain for years, and this is all he's capable of? A golden opportunity like this and he can't even make a splash? Disgraceful. He was seething with rage, teetering on the edge of collapse. 100 of his secret bases had been raided overnight by Yi Fan, dealing a devastating blow. Now, the entire martial world, even the factions once loyal to Prince Jin, were beginning to waver, questioning his power. To make matters worse, the high-ranking figure backing him still hadn't arrived in the capital. If things dragged on like this, Yi Fan would finish his business in the northwest and march straight to the capital. Prince Jin finally understood Yi Fan's game. Yi Fan was strong enough to challenge him directly, yet he chose not to. Instead, he was systematically dismantling Prince Jin's forces, hunting down every last person involved in the massacre of the Yi family. He was breaking Prince Jin psychologically before delivering the final blow. Your Highness, we've received an update. Secretary Xiao Zhang's face paled as he opened the message on his tablet. But it's bad news. The Vermilion Bird domain has issued a warrant. Handing the tablet to Prince Jin, Xiao Zhang's hands trembled. The warrant bore the signature of Hou Tianji, Supreme Commander of the Vermilion Bird domain, along with the joint seal of the Elder Council. Wanted, Wei Hang, military strategist of the Vermilion Bird domain. Charges, colluding with foreign forces, assassinating loyal subjects of Great Xia, orchestrating the murder of Yi Lingyu, and manipulating military exercises. Evidence confirmed. Global manhunt authorized. Clang. The tablet slipped from Prince Jin's grip and clattered to the floor. How? Wei Hang's men had just failed their mission. How had the investigation moved so fast? The Vermilion Bird domain was a massive organization. Since when did they act with such speed? The moment Wei Hang's men failed, the warrant was already issued? There was only one explanation. The warrant had been prepared long ago, just waiting for the right moment. Which meant Wei Hang had been exposed from the start. Yi Fan and Hou Tianji had already joined forces. They had known all along who the traitor in the Vermilion Bird domain was. Everything Yi Fan had done was to gather irrefutable proof of Wei Hang's betrayal. Tong Chang and Deng Bao's actions must have exposed critical evidence, forcing Hou Tianji and Yi Fan to strike. This also explained why so many foreign assassins had been wiped out overnight. It was no coincidence, it was all part of Yi Fan's plan. Damn it! Prince Jin felt his spirit crumble. He had spent 30 years building his power base in the south, Guang City, the Vermilion Bird domain, and the 8 southern provinces. It was the foundation of his strength. Yet, in just 3 days, Yi Fan had uprooted it all, leaving nothing behind. Bases destroyed. Vassal families annihilated. Even Wei Hang, his most trusted strategist, had been crushed. And the situation in the northwest? It was likely no better. Last night, his largest intelligence stronghold there had been razed, with key operatives slaughtered on the spot. Gathering accurate intel from the region would now be nearly impossible. At this point, his only hope was the mysterious backer he had sold his soul to. Just as despair threatened to consume him, an unknown number flashed on his phone. Your Highness, it's Prince Christopher of Britannia. He's bypassing Wei Hang to contact you directly. Should I answer? Though Prince Jin had been collaborating with Christopher, all prior communications had gone through Wei Hang. Now that Wei Hang was a wanted man, Christopher must have panicked. Put him through. Prince Jin took the call. Your Highness, what's the matter? With his forces dwindling, Prince Jin's reliance on Christopher was growing by the minute. What the hell, Prince Jin? Did Wei Hang just screw himself over? He's been globally fucking wanted. What happens to our deal now? If he gets caught, our entire operation is exposed. Christopher was frantic. Their collaboration had always been in the shadows. If exposed, not only would Christopher's interests suffer catastrophic losses, but his position as Britannia's crown prince could be jeopardized. I didn't expect this either. I'm still gathering intel. Prince Jin was equally anxious. Though his feud with Yi Fan was out in the open, Wei Hang's warrant was a turning point, one that could drag Prince Jin down with him. He needed a countermove fast. Listen, Prince Jin. I'm 80% sure we can kill Yi Fan on that island today. But you'd better clean up Wei Hang's mess. Christopher's tone turned smug. We're planning to kill Yi Fan in his dreams. Kill him in his dreams? A spark of hope flickered in Prince Jin's despairing eyes. There's actually a way to do that? After Prince Chris's explanation, Prince Jin's confidence was instantly restored. Excellent. Truly excellent. If your highness possesses such methods, then there's indeed a chance to eliminate Yifan. A smug smile flickered across Prince Jin's face. Yifan's current strength had already reached the martial saint realm, making conventional means useless against him. But in a dream, an entirely new world could be constructed, where the dream's master was akin to a god. Countless methods could be employed to deal with Yifan, and his power could even be suppressed by several levels. Death in the dream meant true, irreversible death. It was simply marvelous. Rest assured, Your Highness. Once Yifan is dead, all the issues regarding Wei Hang will be resolved. Though the covert forces in the Vermilion Bird domain had been purged by Yifan, Prince Jin, as a royal prince of the Great Xia dynasty, still had his own hidden resources. As long as Yifan died, nothing else would be a problem. In all of Great Xia, no other faction or power could oppose Prince Jin. Good. Enough talk. It's time to deal with you, Linglong. On the other end of the call, Chris hung up. On the desolate island in the southern domain, the moment Yu Linglong landed, she, like Yifan, was immediately ambushed by a group of foreign assassins. However, their intelligence was clearly outdated. With Yifan's assistance, Yu Linglong's strength had broken through once more, reaching the 3rd or even 4th rank of the martial emperor realm. Thus, the martial venerable level assassins arranged by Chris and Mike were effortlessly eliminated by her. She seized dozens of points, firmly securing 2nd place. Despite the easy victory, Yu Linglong hadn't forgotten Yifan's warning before the 3rd round of the military exercise. This mission was unusual, and she must not act alone. So, though dispatching the foreign assassins was effortless, she didn't linger. Instead, she followed the subtle clues Yifan had left, swiftly moving toward his location. But what she didn't know was that from the moment she landed, Chris and Mike had been watching her. As the key dream anchor for the entire dream assassination, Mike would never allow Yu Linglong to actually reunite with Yifan. Time to act. Atop a mountain peak, seeing Yu Linglong's direction of movement, Mike snorted coldly. His figure flickered as he dashed toward her. The instant Mike moved, he activated a series of formations. In the blink of an eye, tendrils of black energy surged from Yu Linglong's body, forming a shimmering, illusory space that enveloped her. The dream assassination had begun. When the strange energy wrapped around her, Yu Linglong sensed something amiss. But this was a nightmare fluctuation, not something that could be dispelled by martial force. After punching the air a few times to no effect, she tried to press forward. Then, in the distance, Yifan's figure suddenly appeared on the barren wilderness. Xiao Fan. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up with joy as she rushed toward him. Her trust in Yifan was absolute. Whenever he appeared, no problem was insurmountable. Even when immortal domain experts had tried to take her away, Yifan had resolved it effortlessly. This island trial would be no different. The distant Yifan didn't speak but nodded and beckoned before darting into the nearby forest. Xiao Fan. Yu Linglong was puzzled. Why wouldn't he speak? Yet, trusting him, she quickened her pace to follow. But the sense of unease within her grew stronger with every step, as if she were approaching some mysterious realm. Xiao Fan? Why won't you talk? She slowed her steps, calling out to the figure disappearing into the trees. Come here. The voice was ethereal, but she recognized it as Yifan's. Reassured, she hurried forward. The rippling space around her shifted as she moved. When she stepped onto a stone slab marked with a formation, the distorted space around her merged with another realm. Her body suddenly felt weightless, as though she'd entered a different world. Though the scenery remained largely unchanged, her unease spiked to unbearable levels. Where is this? She looked down and froze. Her body was now faintly glowing with a golden aura. Success at last. Outside the canyon, Chief Mike smiled as he watched Yu Linglong wander confusedly within. The idea of luring her into the dream by impersonating Yifan had worked flawlessly. With Yu Linglong trapped, the dream anchor was activated. Now, all that remained was to draw Yifan into the dream and execute him. With Yu Linglong as a hostage, Controlling Yifan would be child's play. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yifan carved a bloody path through the foreign assassins, slaughtering them with overwhelming force. But just as he neared Yu Linglong's location, the markers he'd placed on her suddenly vanished. His heart lurched. Is Linglong in danger? Catch up quickly. He no longer waited for the great Xia elites behind him, sprinting toward the mountain ahead. According to his earlier senses, Yu Linglong should be just beyond it. Activating his teleportation ability, he crossed the distance in seconds, arriving at the canyon where she stood. Seeing her unharmed in the gorge, he exhaled in relief. Linglong! As he rushed toward her, he called out. But he didn't realize, though Yu Linglong appeared fine, her consciousness was already trapped in the dream. She couldn't hear him, yet some instinct made her turn toward his voice. In the dream, cut off from the outside world, she still tried to warn him, waving frantically to stop his approach. But consumed by concern, Yifan closed the distance and pulled her into an embrace. A strange energy pulsed. In an instant, Yifan felt the world warp around him. Though his surroundings seemed unchanged, something was undeniably different. Through Yu Linglong, the dream anchor, Yifan had finally been pulled into Chief Mike's fabricated realm. Chief Mike, have we finally succeeded? Beside Mike, Prince Chris watched as the figures of Yifan and Yu Linglong materialized in the illusory space before them. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Killing within a dream, this method employed by the Dark Alliance truly defied conventional understanding. Even though Yifan and Yu Linglong had already reached the Martial Emperor and Martial Saint realms within Chief Mike's dreamscape, they would undoubtedly be completely at his mercy. Mike nodded, his expression grave. Yifan has indeed been lured into the dream. But now there's a slight problem, my mental endurance is under strain. His entry has caused a tremendous backlash. I'll need your highness's spiritual support. As the Dark Alliance's chief disciple and a top-tier dreamweaver, Mike's psychic strength was undeniably formidable. Yet the crux of the issue was that Yifan had already tempered his bones to the spirit bone stage, elevating his mental power beyond even the Martial Saint realm. The situation was akin to a young calf trying to pull an enormous carriage. If mishandled, the calf would collapse under the weight and be crushed. Spiritual support? What must we do? Prince Chris's heart skipped a beat as he stared at Yifan in the canyon. He had known it all along. Yifan, the great Xia Empire's most monstrous genius, wouldn't be so easy to kill. I need your highness to share your consciousness with me and enter my dream together. With your mental strength bolstering mine, we should be able to withstand the pressure. Mike's face grew increasingly tense. Though the battle within the dream hadn't yet begun, Mike could already sense Yifan's overwhelming psychic probing, frantically scouring the edges of the dreamscape. Despite Mike's relentless reconstruction of the dream's fabric, Yifan's spiritual perception was simply too fast. If this continued, Yifan would inevitably discover the boundaries of the illusion. Once he realized the space wasn't real, with his power, escaping would only be a matter of time. Hurry! Your Highness! I can't hold on much longer. Mike's voice trembled as if his skull were about to split apart. Standing nearby, Prince Chris watched as Yifan erupted into frenzied motion within the dream. A single punch struck the ground, sending plumes of dust skyward. The shockwaves rippled through the dreamscape, causing the entire space to shudder. Damn it! Is this guy a god? How did he even detect the anomaly? Though Mike repeatedly urged him to merge their consciousness, Prince Chris hesitated, his mind racing with calculations. As a Prince of Britannia, Chris had received guidance from powerful mentors, granting him considerable psychic strength. Joining forces with Chief Mike might indeed suppress Yifan. But what if Mike collapsed under the strain? If the dream shattered and Chris was dragged into its abyss, never to return, what then? You there, release your spiritual energy and assist Chief Mike. Now! Chris barked at his bodyguards, commanding them to reinforce the dream's structure. These guards were no weaklings, each at least at the Martial Venerable or Martial Emperor level. Chief Mike, hold the fort here. I have other matters to attend to, contingency plans in case this fails. The moment he saw Yifan unleash another devastating shockwave within the dream, Chris wasted no time. With a quick farewell, he swiftly retreated from the scene. Pale-faced from the mental strain, Mike glared at Chris's departing figure and spat through gritted teeth, treacherous bastard. Just wait. When I get the chance, I'll make you pay. Fortunately, with the addition of Chris's subordinates, the dream's stability improved slightly. The Dark Alliance had other reinforcements, after all. Seeing the dreamscape temporarily stabilized, Mike knew time was of the essence. He barked orders to his remaining followers, move out. Everyone enters the dream, full assault. Be prepared, if we fail to eliminate them in the first layer, we descend to the second immediately. Yes, sir. With a resonant hum, the assembled experts followed Mike's esoteric method, instantly plunging into the dream. Yet within the illusion, they manifested not as humans, but as grotesque beasts, demons, and nightmarish monstrosities. Within the dreamscape, Yi Fan and Yu Linglong stood together, their forms flickering with an otherworldly aura. Though their physical states were peculiar, at least they had reunited. Xiao Fan, something's off about this place, Yu Linglong murmured, her power suppressed from the martial emperor realm down to martial venerable. Yi Fan's expression darkened. You're right. This is unnatural. After several earth-shattering punches, he'd realized his own strength had dropped from martial saint to martial emperor, not due to any external suppression, but as if the very laws of this space had rewritten his existence. His immense spiritual perception, usually flawless, now failed to discern the cause. It was as though this world operated on entirely different rules, as if he'd never reached the martial saint realm at all. Could this island harbor another dimension? Truly, Yi Fan's monstrous intellect was undeniable. In mere moments, he'd pieced together most of the truth, suspecting an alternate reality. Given another minute, he'd have cracked the dreamscape wide open. But before he could act, kill them. The Dark Alliance's assassins, now twisted into horrific abominations, lunged from impossible angles. Some flew through the air, others slithered sideways, defying physics itself. Stay sharp. Yi Fan didn't dare hold back. Summoning his ultimate weapon, the Shadow Blade, he channeled his remaining power. With runic augmentation, his combat prowess briefly surged back to martial saint levels. Boom. Boom. The Shadow Blade, guided by Yi Fan's peerless martial and psychic might, unleashed devastation. Runes flared as it shredded through hundreds of attackers, reducing them to mist. The shockwaves even collapsed half the surrounding mountains. Gah! Outside the dream, Mike vomited black blood. How the hell is he this strong? Again, attack. At his command, the slain assassins regenerated, charging anew. They can't die. Watching the same foes resurrect endlessly, Yi Fan's face twisted in disbelief. This defied all logic. If these assassins and beasts could revive infinitely and were completely unkillable, then no matter how strong Yi Fan was, he'd be worn down to death. Die! When the assassins and beasts attacked again, Yi Fan deliberately left an opening, allowing one assassin's blade to slash his arm. SSHK. The skin on Yi Fan's arm split instantly, blood seeping out. Yi Fan couldn't kill them, but the wounds they inflicted on him were real. The Shadow Blade was something Yi Fan had obtained from the Tienkue base left by his mother. He had witnessed its terrifying power firsthand when he destroyed Jin Wang's secret base. Especially the runic energy imbued in the Shadow Blade, it was strong enough to shatter a 100-story skyscraper. In the real world, these assassins should have been utterly annihilated, reduced to nothing. But since they could revive endlessly, it meant the nature of the surrounding space had changed. This wasn't the real world. Once Yi Fan realized this truth, his heart pounded with shock. A movie came to mind, Dream's Pace? Had he and Yu Linglong been dragged into a dream? Boom. Boom. Yi Fan used the Shadow Blade's power to slaughter the assassins once more. Seizing the brief moment before they respawned, he turned to Yu Linglong. Linglong, do you have anything hard on you? A bottle, a jar, anything will do. I have a porcelain pill bottle. Will this work? Yu Linglong handed him a small vial. Yi Fan channeled his energy, shaping the bottle into a spinning top in an instant, then flicked it onto the ground. From what he knew, in the real world, friction would stop the top quickly. But in a dream, it would spin indefinitely. The ground was rough and littered with rubble, yet the top spun steadily without slowing. Linglong, we're trapped in a dream's pace. Be careful, this is someone else's dream. That makes it extremely dangerous. Because the dream belonged to another, the dreamer was effectively its god. All attacks could defy the laws of physics. Though Yu Linglong didn't fully grasp the situation, Yi Fan's grave expression told her the stakes were high. Outside the dream, Mike had already ordered his assassins to attack 3 times. Even when they shape-shifted into beasts and demons, unleashing their deadliest techniques in unison, they still couldn't defeat Yi Fan. Mike's mental energy was nearing its limit. If this continued, the dream would collapse and he'd be trapped in the abyss of the dreamscape forever. As Mike debated whether to activate the second layer of the dream's pace, his subordinate suddenly spoke up. Chief Mike. Look, Yi Fan spun a top inside the dream. Oh God, has he figured it out? Following the warning, Mike saw the endlessly spinning top at Yi Fan's feet. His heart sank. Damn it. He must have realized this isn't real. Mike's earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by dread. He had assumed the dream space would make killing Yi-Fan easy. Now it was clear things wouldn't be so simple. That bastard Chris. He must have suspected something and bailed early. But the dream was already in motion. Even if Mike wanted to escape now, it was too late. Back inside the dream. Each time Yi-Fan repelled the assassins, he stopped wasting energy on futile attacks. Instead, he focused his mental power, weaving an evil purging array into the dream space. Though the assassins could revive endlessly in the dream, each death inflicted real damage on their physical bodies. After over a dozen assaults, some assassins in the real world were already severely wounded, vomiting blood, their bodies breaking down. 7 or 8 had collapsed, driven to madness, while the rest had lost more than half their combat strength. With their weakening attacks, Yi-Fan gained more time to complete the array. By the 20th repelled assault, the massive evil purging array was finally ready. Golden light erupted from the array, its purifying force capable of cleansing all existence, physical or spiritual. SEZECT. As the array activated, the ground beneath Yi-Fan and Yu Linglong dissolved into nothingness. The dream space began collapsing, a void spreading rapidly. At that moment, the golden threads Yi-Fan had left on the deserted island earlier surged through the void, connecting to him. The instant they touched his arm, his floating body stabilized as if he'd finally found solid ground. Those threads, remnants of the immortal realm, now anchored him. Even if the entire dream collapsed, he could return to reality. Outside the dream, Mike finally cracked. Blood gushed from his mouth as his skull throbbed as if a blade were churning his brain. As Dark Alliance's chief disciple, Mike had always been invincible. With the power of a martial emperor 7th tier and his dream-walking abilities, his true strength rivaled that of a martial saint. But this time, he had met his match. Chief Mike, we should retreat. We can still withdraw from the dream space. His lieutenant pleaded, watching their comrades fall, some even turning on each other in madness. Yes, Chief. Yi-Fan's too monstrous. His mental energy alone nearly shattered the dream. Now with that cursed array, the entire space is collapsing. If this continues, everyone inside will be lost forever. So far, only a corner of the dream had crumbled. But if the collapse spread, Mike and all his assassins would be trapped in the dream's abyss. No, Mike roared. I won't retreat. The Celestial Palace map on Yi-Fan belongs to me. No one takes it from me. He turned to his men, eyes burning with madness. Prepare the second layer of the dream space. If one layer isn't enough, we'll crush him with 2. I refuse to believe even Yi-Fan can survive that. Chief. The subordinates around Mike tried to persuade him further, but Mike cut them off sharply. Follow orders. Otherwise, every last one of you will be executed. As one of the Dark Alliance's monstrous young prodigies, Mike wielded absolute authority. Though the assassins were terrified, they had no choice but to obey. Yes, sir. What Mike didn't know was that every word of his command had been clearly intercepted by Yi-Fan through the divine golden thread. Trying to trap me in a second-layer dream space. Thanks to the thread's connection to reality, no matter how deep the dream realm went, Yi-Fan remained unaffected. Although Mike's first-layer dream space was still barely holding, blocking Yu Linglong's connection to the outside world, it was utterly useless against Yi-Fan now. The golden thread Yi-Fan had extracted from Shin-Mange contained boundless energy. Once linked to him, it shattered the dream space barriers effortlessly. With his powers restored to Martial Saint Rank 4, every facet of Yi-Fan's abilities, psychic energy, martial force, perception, had returned to peak condition. Probing through the golden thread, Yi-Fan realized their physical bodies hadn't moved. They were still inside the canyon. Only their consciousness had entered the dream space. Since Mike was foolish enough to attempt a second-layer trap, Yi-Fan decided to play along and turn it into their own nightmare. With a smirk, Yi-Fan wrapped an arm around Yu Linglong. Don't worry, Linglong. The dream space is already broken. I'm just waiting for them to activate the second layer, so we can bury them in it. His fingers flicked, summoning 2 puppet talismans. Chief Mike of the Dark Alliance, you'll dig your own grave. Within the crumbling dream space, Mike manifested as a colossal figure, grabbing Yi-Fan and Yu Linglong by their ankles and dragging them toward the second layer abyss, roaring, Die? Why Yi-Fan? A twisted grin spread across his face. No one has ever escaped the second layer's suppression. Let's see how arrogant you are then. The rift to the second layer pulsed with eerie, archaic energy. Its spatial laws so profound that even Yi Fan, now a martial saint with divine fragment inheritances, felt a flicker of caution. As their figures were yanked halfway into the abyss, Mike's triumph seemed assured. Finally, did he really think he could outplay me in my dream? Once Yi Fan was fully trapped, Mike would unleash his master's spatial techniques to annihilate his soul utterly. But he had no idea the Yi Fan and Yu Linglong in his grasp were nothing but paper puppets. The real Yi Fan remained in the first layer, amplifying the purge array to its limits, corroding Mike's dream space at an accelerated rate. Normally, even with some breaches, the first layer could endure as long as its framework held. But if it collapsed entirely, Mike and his men would be stranded forever in the nightmare abyss. Just as the boundary between layers began closing, Mike's confidence shattered. His first layer realm was imploding. What the hell? Sticking his head back through the rift, his pupils contracted in horror. Yi Fan and Yu Linglong stood casually in the canyon, waving at him. Farewell, Chief Mike. Enjoy eternity. With those words, Yi Fan unleashed the purge array's full might, erasing half the dream space in an instant. No! Mike's scream tore through the void as he realized the figures in his grip were nothing but paper cutouts. Absolutely not. His frantic struggles were useless. The two puppets blazed with power, yanking him deeper into the abyss, dragging him toward an inescapable prison of his own making. Holy shit, Yi Fan, are you insane? If you bury me in the second layer of the dreamscape, how the hell will you and Yu Linglong survive? Mike was utterly panicked. He couldn't comprehend Yi Fan's strategy. By destroying the first layer of the dreamscape, Yi Fan could indeed trap Mike in the second layer forever, cutting off any chance of escape. But here was the problem. If the first layer collapsed, without Mike, the dream's master, to guide them, Yi Fan and Yu Linglong's consciousness would also disintegrate along with it. If I die, you're all coming with me. Hurry, Yi Fan. Pull me up now. I swear I won't try to kill you again. For the first time, Mike genuinely regretted coming to Xia to deal with Yi Fan. From the intelligence he'd gathered, he knew Yi Fan was a monstrously powerful figure in Xia, nearly impossible to defeat. But Mike had been confident. After all, he was the Dark Alliance's prodigy, a genius among the younger generation, armed with the ultimate dream-killing weapon. How could he possibly fail against Yi Fan? Yet now, after their clash, Mike realized how wrong he'd been. And how spectacularly wrong. Mike had the potential to break through to the martial saint realm, be chosen by the immortals, and ascend to an even more terrifying level of power. He didn't want to die now. He thought threatening Yi Fan and Yu Linglong's lives would force Yi Fan to save him. But to Mike's despair, Yi Fan only smiled faintly. Chief Mike, you're overthinking it. Your first layer will collapse, but Linglong and I won't be affected. Watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, golden threads shimmered around Yi Fan's hand, pulsing with an eerie energy. Then, in a flash, Yi Fan wrapped an arm around Yu Linglong and vanished, breaking free from Mike's dreamscape and reappearing in the real world, back on the desolate island's canyon. Yet his voice still echoed into the collapsing dream. Chief Mike, your dreamscape can't hold me anymore. Enjoy your eternal slumber. BZZZT. The power of Yi Fan's exorcism array surged, accelerating the dreamscape's destruction. Trapped by the two puppet talismans, Mike plummeted into the abyss of the second layer, howling in despair. No! Stop! Talk about digging your own grave. He'd come to kill Yi Fan, only to end up burying himself, nailing his own coffin shut in the process. Boom! Boom! The dreamscape shattered, the canyon trembling as the surreal space vanished without a trace. Back in reality, Yi Fan and Yu Linglong remained locked in an embrace. Tears welled in Yu Linglong's eyes as she stared at the real Yi Fan. After a brief hesitation, she suddenly pinched the flesh at his waist hard. Ow! Yi Fan yelped, jumping back. Trying to murder your own husband? What was that for? Did it hurt? She asked cautiously. Of course it hurt. Look, you left a mark. He lifted his shirt, showing the reddened skin. The moment Yu Linglong saw it, she lunged forward, crushing her lips against his in a fierce, desperate kiss. Raw emotion poured out, wild, unrestrained. Yifan was stunned. This woman, 1 second trying to maim him, the next drowning him in affection? You insufferable bastard, she murmured against his lips when they finally parted, her voice trembling. You scared me half to death. Yifan understood. That battle had been life or death. One misstep, and they'd have been lost forever. And Yu Linglong, her heart was now entirely his. It's over, he whispered, holding her close. Nothing like this will happen again. His hands began wandering, only for his gaze to darken with thought. Since arriving on the island, he'd already dealt with Wei Hang's subordinates, Tong Chong and Deng Bao. Now, the Dark Alliance's Chief Mike had been neutralized. The remaining threats, Prince Chris of Britannia, and the Euro Martial Arts Guild. But their schemes didn't worry him. Not even the guild's assassins posed a real threat. No, what unsettled Yifan was Chris. That Britannian prince was like a silent, stalking hound. The quiet ones were always the most dangerous. Yifan. Yu Linglong bit her lip. Will Ningen be all right? Now that they were safe, her thoughts turned to Ji Ningen. After their fight at the Vermilion camp, the two women had come to understand each other better. Yu Linglong had grown deeply sympathetic toward Ningen, enough to yield Yifan to her. Yifan focused, sensing the puppet talismans he'd left on Ningen. She's fine, about 50 kilometers northeast. With her status as imperial consort, holy maiden of the Jade Pool, and daughter of the Chancellor, few would dare move against her. Even if they did, none would risk killing her. Still, we should regroup with her soon. Yifan's expression tightened. While sensing the talismans, he'd noticed 10 had gone dark. That meant the foreign forces' purge of Xia's elites was still underway, and 10 had likely already fallen. Let's go. As Yifan and Yu Linglong sped northeast, Yen Quan and the other Xia elites finally caught up. Yifan frowned. It's been half an hour. Why so slow? Even without his teleportation, crossing the canyon's ridge should have taken minutes at most. Half an hour? Yen Quan blinked. It's barely been 2 minutes. We ran straight here without stopping. Puzzled, Yifan checked his pocket watch, then froze. The time difference was 10-fold compared to Yen Quan's phone. Time moved faster in the dreamscape? Fascinating. He'd have to study that technique later. Could prove invaluable. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, Prince Chris watched the canyon through hidden surveillance feeds, exhaling in relief. See? I told you Yifan wouldn't die. Good thing I ran. A vicious grin split his face. Now, let's see if he walks right into my trap near Ningen. Your Highness, is this really going to work? The assistant beside Chris watched the surveillance feed with concern. Chief Mike's methods, dragging Yifan into a dreamscape, were supposed to suppress his strength completely. Yet Yifan shattered the entire dreamscape. Are our measures even enough? After all, based on current intelligence, none of those who clashed with Yifan met a good end. Whether in Yunqing, Huadu, or Guangqing, the ancient martial families who opposed Yifan, the Feng family, the vassals of Prince Jin, Wei Hang, and others were almost entirely wiped out. Humph! What's there to fear? Chris sneered. Chief Mike's tricks were nothing but flashy nonsense. His so-called dreamscape assassination was nowhere near as miraculous as he boasted. But the formation I've arranged this time employs esoteric techniques from the immortal realm, drowning in black water. Once Yifan steps inside, the black water will restrain and slowly corrode all his vitality. According to that expert, the formation will absorb Yifan's life force and transfer it into the earth itself, endlessly. Every blade of grass, every living thing, can become our weapon. Let's see if Yifan, with his lone strength, can stand against all the life on this desolate island. Chris was the kind of dog that didn't bark but bit viciously. The reason he dared to scheme for the throne even before the old king of Britannia had passed was that he had powerful backers, not just from the ancient martial world, but also from the immortal realm. These immortal realm experts had struck a deal with Chris. They would help him seize the throne, but in return, Chris would have to provide them with ample faith energy, and the faith beads condensed from it. These resources required the collective belief of countless ordinary people. With resources dwindling in the immortal realm, many of its elites had turned their attention to the mortal world. Harvesting the faith energy of mortals could aid their cultivation. Good. Then I'll proceed with the plan. What about Ji Ningxuan? To provoke Yifan, should we just eliminate her? The assistant made a slashing motion across his neck. Chris angrily smacked the assistant's head. Are you out of your mind? Damn it. Dealing with Yifan alone is driving us insane, and you want to provoke the entire Great Xia royal family and the holy maiden of the Jade Pool sect. Ji Ningxuan must not be harmed in any way. Our goal is to deal with Yifan. We just need to lure him here using her. Understood. Meanwhile, on the desolate island, Yifan, along with Yu Linglong, Yen Quan, and a host of elite warriors from Great Xia, swept through the competition with ease. The ordinary participants in this military exercise stood no chance against them. As they advanced toward Ji Ningxuan's location, Yifan had already eliminated over half of the opposing forces. His accumulated points had soared into the hundreds, leaving the second-place competitor trailing by over 100 points. Barring any surprises, victory was all but assured. Aboard the command ship overseeing the exercise, Ho Tianji observed the satellite feed and the real-time scoreboard with a satisfied smile. Young Master Yi truly lives up to his reputation. Upon landing on the island, Yifan had immediately encountered Deng Bao and Tong Chong, Wei Hang's most trusted subordinates, and extracted direct evidence of Wei Hang's betrayal. Thanks to their confessions and Wei Hang's own admissions, Ho Tianji had been able to issue an official warrant, declaring Wei Hang a fugitive. This warrant cemented Wei Hang's status as a traitor, ensuring his complete removal from the Vermilion Bird Battalion. With several other warlords previously eliminated by Yifan, the Vermilion Bird domain had effectively returned to Ho Tianji's control. Though Yifan still commanded the elite Vermilion Bird cavalry, his apparent plan was to eventually entrust it to Wang Fugui, who, having pledged himself to Ho Tianji's granddaughter, could be considered an ally. Ho Tianji exhaled in relief, savoring the moment. The long-hidden thorn in the Vermilion Bird Battalion had finally been plucked. As for the remaining minor threats, they were inconsequential. Though Wei Hang had escaped for now, Ho Tianji wasn't worried. Wei Hang had crossed the Yi family's third young master, and Yifan would never let him go, especially since Wei Hang still possessed something Yifan wanted. As for the rest of the military exercise, Ho Tianji was utterly at ease. With Yifan dominating the field, who could possibly cause trouble? Little did he know, Yifan was about to face a near-fatal crisis on the island. As Yifan closed in on Ji Ningxuan's location, now just a few kilometers away, he suddenly sensed her aura vanish entirely. Ha! His heart lurched. Ji Ningxuan, now at least a fourth-tier martial emperor and the holy maiden of the Jade Pool sect, possessed techniques far beyond those of ordinary martial artists. With her status and strength, how could her presence disappear so abruptly? Had the foreign forces truly dared to move against her? Let's go, Gu Chongqing. Follow me. Yifan called out to Gu Chongqing of the Crimson Tiger domain, who had long since submitted to his leadership after several rounds of competition. Knowing he stood no chance of winning, Gu Chongqing had chosen to assist Yifan wholeheartedly. Understood. Gu Chongqing flicked his brush through the air, weaving an intricate formation. A surge of ancient power enveloped Yifan, and in the next instant, they teleported to the spot where Ji Ningxuan's aura had vanished. While Yifan monitored the auras of Great Xia's elites, Chris was also tracking Yifan's presence with specialized equipment. When Yifan's signal abruptly disappeared from their instruments, Chris nearly jumped out of his skin. What the hell? Why did Yifan's energy signature vanish? Don't tell me he's discovered my location and is coming for me? A man who prized his life above all else, Chris's first instinct was to flee. Killing Yifan was secondary, survival came first. Gripping his weapon, he hid behind his bodyguards, ready to sacrifice them at a moment's notice. Chris had no intention of ending up like Chief Mike, meeting a pathetic demise at Yifan's hands. In truth, Yifan also believed that after Chief Mike fell into the dream abyss, he would inevitably perish as the dream collapsed. However, when the first layer of the dream crumbled, Mike still retained a faint trace of his presence between the first and second layers. After the entire dream completely collapsed, a figure appeared in the canyon. Following that lingering trace, the figure managed to infiltrate the dream abyss and rescued Mike just before his consciousness was utterly extinguished. Though Mike's physical body was destroyed along with the dream's collapse, his consciousness remained fully intact. Master, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been truly annihilated. A sphere of white light floated in the palm of a middle-aged man. This was Mike's consciousness. Damn that Yifan. He actually managed to break my dream realm. He must have some tricks from the immortal domain. The middle-aged man nodded gravely. That must be the case. No time for further discussion. Rest for now. I'll take you back to the Dark Alliance headquarters and have the Soul Hall's experts restore you. The feud between the Dark Alliance and Yifan has existed since his mother's generation. The higher-ups in the Soul Hall have already taken notice of Yifan. Soon, one of their leaders will personally intervene to deal with him. Understood. Meanwhile, on the desolate island in the southern region of Dacia, Yifan's aura suddenly vanished. This nearly scared Chris out of his wits. Just as Chris was about to abandon his painstakingly laid formation and flee, one of his subordinates hastily reported, "Your Highness, stay calm. Yifan has appeared near the spot where Ji Ningxuan was last seen. He's not coming for us. It must be Assistant Kate's operation in motion." Ji Ningxuan's disappearance wasn't due to any danger. Instead, Chris's assistant, Kate, had used a special formation and martial techniques to temporarily mask her aura, all to provoke panic in Yifan. Clearly, the plan had worked. However, after his experience with Mike, Yifan remained wary despite his concern for Ji Ningxuan. When he and Gu Chongshang teleported near Ji Ningxuan's location, Yifan immediately deployed an evil slaying formation to suppress the area. This formation, derived from the inheritance of divine fragments, possessed unique capabilities. If foreign assassins attempted another dream realm-like attack, Yifan's formation could easily dismantle it. Buzz! The formation emitted a resonant hum. Yet after scanning the surroundings, Yifan detected nothing unusual and finally relaxed. He expanded his senses to search for Ji Ningxuan, but the moment he moved, she emerged from behind a boulder. "Brother Fan, you're here already? Did something happen?" Ji Ningxuan's face lit up with joy at the sight of him, though confusion lingered. Before entering the island, she had assured him that her status would deter any threats, urging him to prioritize Yu Linglong's safety. "Nothing's wrong. Ningxuan, are you all right?" Yifan frowned, scrutinizing her condition. Yet an inexplicable unease gnawed at him. Are these foreign forces really this cowardly? Resorting to schemes involving my woman? But the source of his foreboding remained elusive. "I'm fine. I was just relieving myself behind the rock." Ji Ningxuan's cheeks flushed slightly. "My waist and legs are so sore." As she spoke, she playfully wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck, lightly thumping his chest. Gu Chongsheng, standing nearby, blinked in bewilderment, then instantly grasped the implication. Her waist and legs are sore. Holy! What the hell happened last night? Even an idiot could guess. Is this kind of explosive news really free for me to hear? This Yifan is insane. Daring to flirt with the imperial consort. How's he going to handle the fallout? Ahem. Young Master Yi, your grace, perhaps I should leave? The more secrets I hear, the shorter my lifespan gets. Gu Chongxing attempted to slip away discreetly, but Yifan yanked him back. Heh, you've already heard everything, there's no escaping now. Feel free to report this to the Emperor. I won't stop you. Wha? I wouldn't dare. I won't. Young Master Yi, rest assured, my lips are sealed. I saw nothing, heard nothing. Sigh. Gu Chongxing resigned himself to his fate. Yifan was a devil in human form. Through subtle maneuvers, he had already bound Gu Chongxing inextricably to the Yi family. Willing or not, they were now on the same boat. We shouldn't linger here. Let's leave first. Yifan's instincts screamed that something was amiss. Unlike Mike's illusory dream realm, this barren land was real. Yet he detected traces of immortal domain energy. The golden thread within his body stirred restlessly. It was as if another space was silently forming around him, poised to trap him within. Unbeknownst to them, Chris, Assistant Kate, and a group of black-robed, masked figures were activating an eerie formation. Centered on Yifan's location, a massive rectangular array took shape, resembling a colossal bathtub encasing him. Your Highness, all outsiders have been cleared, except for Jiang Jiwei of the Heavenly Dragon Domain. He barged in at the last moment. Could this be a problem? The Blackwater Formation was designed specifically for Yifan. Our current power only allows us to extract Ji Ningxuan, maybe Gu Changsheng as a bonus. If we try to remove Jiang Jiwei too, the entire formation will destabilize. Chris studied the shifting patterns within the array and frowned. No need. Shouldn't matter. Judging by Jiang Jiwei's murderous aura and that dragged spear, he's probably here to kill Yifan. According to intel, didn't Jiang Jiwei swear to eliminate Yifan during the military drills? If they clash inside the Blackwater Formation, Jiang Jiwei can do the deed, and we'll have ourselves a perfect scapegoat. The Blackwater Formation. This Blackwater Formation was no ordinary array from the mortal world. It was a treasure Prince Chris had obtained from a mighty immortal realm expert. Trapped within the formation, Yifan, Ji Ningxuan, and Gu Changsheng quickly sensed something amiss. Just as Yifan attempted to flee with Ji Ningxuan, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. The ground beneath him, every patch of soil, every tree, even the barren rocks, instantly liquefied. Yifan had just summoned his martial energy to dart away when his footing vanished entirely. His body sank into the inky black liquid below. The Blackwater Formation had fully activated. A surge of dark energy rippled through the murky waters, enveloping Yifan's body and voraciously draining his vitality and martial essence. This was no illusion. The sensation was terrifyingly real. Within moments, Yifan realized the sinister energy had already siphoned away 10% of his life force. The aura felt chillingly familiar, reminiscent of the soul-locking Wood Panshur had once wielded. Could the master behind Chris be the same as the one backing Prince Jean? Spatial Blink. Yifan still had tricks up his sleeve. With Spatial Blink and Phantom Shadow Body, he remained calm despite being trapped. Clutching Ji Ningxuan, he attempted to flash out of the Blackwater mire. Whoosh! His teleportation technique, far beyond mortal world martial arts, could bypass spatial restrictions. Yet while it freed him from the immediate quagmire, his intended leap of several dozen meters was stifled by an unseen force. He reappeared a mere 10 meters away. The moment his feet touched the ground, the earth beneath him softened again, the viscous blackwater coiling around his legs. His life force continued draining away. Damn it! What the hell is this, young Master Yi? Gu Changsheng, dragged along in the escape, paled at the sight. Snarling, he swiftly sketched several teleportation arrays in the air with his brush. Let me try. But the result was the same. The trio stepped into 3 consecutive arrays, only to be violently spat back out. Gu Changsheng's formations had been neutralized. This isn't right. My teleportation arrays rarely fail. Panic crept into Gu Changsheng's voice as the Blackwater rose past his knees. The situation was dire. If this continued, they'd be completely submerged, their life force and martial energy devoured before drowning in the abyssal liquid. Both Yifan and Gu Changsheng knew this was no ordinary swamp. It was a formation of terrifying power, one their current abilities couldn't break. Let me try. Ji Ningxuan, as a holy maiden of the Jade Pool Sanctuary, possessed her own formidable techniques. Yet even her royal secret arts failed against the Blackwater. Blazing Ember Flame, Phantom Shadow Body, Infinite Frost Seal. Yifan's expression darkened. Holding nothing back, he unleashed every trump card he had. But his Phantom Shadow Body crashed into an invisible barrier 10 meters away, rebounding helplessly. Infinite frost seal could freeze all things, yet the black water remained unaffected. Blazing ember flame could incinerate anything, yet the dark liquid refused to burn. Even his evil slaying array could only slow the corrosion. "Husband, what do we do?" Ji Ningxuan's voice trembled. Having just become Yifan's wife, she refused to accept such a sudden demise. "Don't panic. There's always a way." Yifan's mind raced. Spotting a tree 30 meters away, he activated the 3,000 crimson threads tyrant body, lashing out tendrils to anchor onto it and pull them free. But his hope shattered instantly. The moment the threads touched the tree, it too melted into black water, merging with the expanding mire. Now submerged past his knees, a sliver of dread crept into Yifan's heart. Is this cursed black water really going to consume me today? Gritting his teeth, he considered hurling Ji Ningxuan and Gu Chongqing to safety, at least saving their lives. But before he could act, whoosh, whoosh, two ancient auras flared beside him. In the next instant, Ji Ningxuan and Gu Chongqing were wrenched away by an immense force, reappearing 100 meters beyond the swamp on solid ground. "Husband, no. If you die, I die with you. Young Master Yi, hold on. I'll find a way to save you." Neither hesitated. The moment they landed, they charged back toward him. Yet, after just a few dozen meters, an impenetrable barrier halted them. No matter how fiercely they struck, their fists met an invisible wall. As sect elites, they recognized it instantly. This barrier was the key to breaking the formation trapping Yifan. Boom! Boom! They hammered against it desperately. "Husband, hold on. You must wait for me." Meanwhile, Yifan sank deeper, the black water now reaching his thighs. The dark energy siphoned his vitality and martial essence like a high-pressure pump. Strangely, he sensed the stolen life force wasn't vanishing. It was merging into the earth itself. The earth? A realization struck him. When escorting Yu Linglong to meet her father, Elder Ding had bestowed upon him an immortal realm manual, the power of 5 elements, which harnessed the forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wasn't this the perfect counter to the swamp? As for the later techniques, myriad swords returned to origin and water control art. Yifan simply hadn't had time to practice them. There was no chance to master them now. His only hope now lay in the power of the 5 elements. After all, this cultivation method also originated from the immortal realm. Yifan quickly recited the incantation for the 5 elements in his mind, attempting to sense the fluctuations of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But despair soon set in. Even after cycling the 5 elements' power 5 times, he still couldn't perceive even a trace of their energy in the surroundings. Yet before this, during his training, he had clearly felt the presence of the 5 elements. Moreover, his physique was the rare 5 virtues body, capable of simultaneously controlling all 5 forces. Once mastered, their combined offensive power wouldn't just be 5 times stronger, it would be exponentially greater. Could this Blackwater swamp have severed my connection to the 5 elements? Regret gnawed at him. I was careless. The dark alliance behind those foreign assassins, along with the European Martial Arts Guild, they clearly had methods he hadn't anticipated. Underestimating their sinister techniques could cost him his life. The black swamp had already risen to his waist. Beyond the invisible barrier, Ji Ningxuan and Gu Chongqing continued unleashing martial energy attacks. Yet they still couldn't break through. Imperial Consort, young Master Gu, save your strength. This is a death trap designed for Yifan. Too many want him dead. Did you really think he'd survive? Just as Ji Ningxuan and Gu Chongqing were nearing desperation, a voice echoed from the side of the wasteland. Chris and his assistant, Kate, appeared before them. Imperial Consort, young Master Gu, we have no quarrel with you. We advise you to leave now. From the fluctuations of the formation, Chris could sense that Yifan's strength had already plummeted below the Grandmaster level. With such pitiful power, Yifan was nothing more than a toothless tiger. Now was the time to settle the score. Dozens of elite assassins Chris had painstakingly trained, key to his future ambitions, had fallen to Yifan's hands. And during the military drills, the humiliation Chris suffered in front of so many, that grudge was etched deep in his memory. But most importantly, the higher powers behind Chris demanded Yifan's death. If Chris succeeded, not only would he earn immense rewards from his backers, but the entire European factions, and even Prince Jean of Great Xia, would owe him a lifelong debt of gratitude. Chris, have you lost your mind? Daring to attack a high-ranking official of Great Xia. Do you not fear the imperial family hunting you down across the globe and exterminating your entire bloodline? Ji Ningxuan recognized Chris immediately. Seeing the prince brazenly flaunt his schemes, she was on the verge of fury. Chris smirked. Imperial consort, don't you find your own words laughable? If the Great Xia imperial family truly cared about Yifan's life, then what was the Yi family extermination plan a month ago? Wake up! With Prince Jin's forces mostly crushed, the imperial family would rejoice if Yifan died now. His words struck like a blade, laying bare the ugly truth. Deep down, Ji Ningxuan might have understood, but she refused to acknowledge it. Now that Chris had voiced it aloud, the pain was unbearable. From the imperial family's perspective, their marriage alliance with Ji Ningxuan was primarily to secure the support of the Yaoqi Holy Land and strengthen their power. But the Holy Land, existing above the martial world, rarely intervened directly. Even as its holy maiden, Ji Ningxuan's influence was limited. As a last resort, Emperor Ji Yuchen had no choice but to revive the Yi family, establishing the Grand Preceptor's manor. Yet now, Yifan's meteoric rise had already crippled Prince Jin's faction. If this continued, the Grand Preceptor's manor would soon lose its purpose. A classic case of killing the hound once the hunt is over. You're lying. Ji Ningxuan tried to defend Ji Yuchen, but her words rang hollow. Ignoring her, Chris turned to Yifan, submerged in the black water, and sneered. Young Master Yi, you were quite the hero yesterday and the day before. Where's that arrogance now? His smug expression mirrored Mike's from earlier. Listen well, Yifan. Hand over the Immortal Palace map, and I might grant you a clean death. The map was all Chris cared about. I'll even spare your women, if you cooperate. But if you refuse, well, if I can't find the map on you, I'll have to search your beloved sisters-in-law one by one. A blatant threat. Chris had schemed for so long, lurking behind Wei Hang and Chief Mike, all for this moment. The Immortal Palace map would be his. Chris, you're begging for death. Yifan's voice was icy. His enemies could threaten him with anything but not his women, especially his 7 sisters-in-law. They were the ones who had raised him with unwavering love. He would never let them come to harm. Gritting his teeth, Yifan once again channeled the 5 elements incantation. Then, a flicker of realization struck him. At that very moment, Jiang Jiwei materialized less than 10 feet away. Seeing Yifan trapped in the swamp, a twisted grin spread across his face. Yifan, never thought you'd end up like this. Huh? Come on, weren't you so mighty before? Fight me now. During the military drills, Yifan had humiliated Jiang Jiwei, effortlessly defeating him despite only using the strength of a first-rank martial emperor. Now, with Yifan's power suppressed below the Grandmaster level, this was the perfect chance for revenge. Ha! Since you're at the Grandmaster level now, how about I beat you at the same level? Damn it! The heavens have eyes after all. Jiang Jiwei paced excitedly atop the swamp, unaffected by the black water due to Chris's control. Hurry, young Master Jiang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill Yifan now, and you'll be the sole heir to the dragon domain. No one will ever challenge you again. We can even collaborate in the future. Don't worry. As long as you kill Yifan, the Britannia royal family will fully support you against any future troubles. Moreover, our allies in Grand Xia are terrifyingly strong. They can absolutely protect you. The revenge from the Yi family's vassal clans isn't even worth mentioning. And just think, once Yifan is dead, the Yi family will only have that old fool Yi Chongfeng left. Without heirs, they'll be finished. There will be no hope left for them. Hurry up and strike, don't hesitate. Chris was an extremely sinister and ruthless schemer. In truth, after trapping and suppressing Yifan with the Darkwater formation, Yifan's strength had been reduced to the Grandmaster level. Chris didn't even need to act personally, his subordinates alone could easily kill Yi Fan. Yet, Chris still refused to dirty his own hands, wanting to avoid leaving behind any evidence of his involvement. Earlier, Chris had deliberately allowed Jiang Jiwei into the formation for this very moment, to frame him for Yi Fan's murder. If Jiang Jiwei killed Yi Fan, it would be perfectly justifiable from every angle. After all, during the military exercises, Jiang Jiwei had openly vowed to kill Yi Fan. This way, Chris could shift all responsibility onto Jiang Jiwei. Standing nearby, Chris fanned the flames of hostility, egging Jiang Jiwei on, afraid he might hesitate. Jiang Jiwei's lips trembled several times as if he wanted to say something to Yi Fan, but each time, Chris deliberately cut him off. Irritation burned inside Jiang Jiwei like never before. "Shut your damn mouth, you mutt." Jiang Jiwei snapped furiously at Chris. "You Britannia scum, not content with stirring chaos in your own country, you dare come to Grand Xia to sow discord? Keep yapping, and I swear I'll run you through with my spear right now." Jiang Jiwei was fearless, showing Prince Chris zero respect, his words aimed straight for the jugular. "You, how dare you?" Chris was nearly driven mad with rage. Who did this Jiang Jiwei think he was, daring to humiliate him like this? First Yi Fan insulted him, and now even random nobodies thought they could piss all over his dignity. With a flick of his wrist, Chris nearly activated the formation again, ready to drown Jiang Jiwei in the black waters. Since the Darkwater formation was fully formed, consuming Jiang Jiwei would have been child's play. But after a moment's thought, Chris held back. At his level, acting personally was the dumbest move. By manipulating Jiang Jiwei, not only could he kill Yi Fan, but he could also plunge the Heavenly Dragon domain into chaos, greatly aiding Prince Jin's operations in Grand Xia. The benefits far outweighed the costs. For the sake of profit, he could endure Jiang Jiwei's insults. After berating Chris, Jiang Jiwei turned back to Yi Fan, who was still trapped in the black waters, and sneered, "Yi Fan, your life is in my hands now. Beg me, if you beg, I might spare you." His spear pointed at Yi Fan. Jiang Jiwei looked down at him with disdain. Memories of past humiliations and the overwhelming influence of the Yi banner in the Heavenly Dragon army stoked the fire of his resolve. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Yi Fan died, the Yi banner would collapse instantly. The Heavenly Dragon army would no longer be the Yi family's private force. Where's all that arrogance now? How pathetic, letting a foreign dog trample over you. Aren't you ashamed? How can you face the wives who died for you? Get up. Jiang Jiwei kept taunting, yet his spear remained still. Strangely, his words seemed less like threats and more like an attempt to provoke Yi Fan into standing up. Outside the formation, Ji Ningxuan and Gu Chongqing had initially planned to dissuade Jiang Jiwei from attacking. But now, listening to his words, they were utterly baffled. What was Jiang Jiwei really trying to do? "Young Master Jiang, we can't delay any longer." Chris was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Controlling the formation, he sensed something strange happening within it. Though the Darkwater formation still restrained Yi Fan, submerging him up to his waist, Chris realized the devouring power of the black waters was rapidly weakening. Worse, the life force previously drained from Yi Fan was now being sucked back into him at an alarming rate. Yi Fan's body had become a vortex, reversing the flow and absorbing the formation's energy. And since the other end of the Darkwater formation was linked to Chris and his subordinates, if this continued, they would be the ones drained dry. Chris had already decided, if Jiang Jiwei refused to act, he would kill Yi Fan himself, even if it meant facing endless retaliation. Enough. Do you think I'm just spouting hot air? Before Chris could finish, Jiang Jiwei, now standing right before him, suddenly struck. Whoosh! A surge of overwhelming martial energy erupted from his spear. Chris's heart leapt. Was he finally making his move? Thud! The sound of a spear piercing flesh echoed across the wasteland. Chris let out a long sigh of relief. After all these twists and turns, Jiang Jiwei had finally acted. Perfect. But then, why did his chest suddenly feel so cold and painful? Was there a draft blowing straight through his torso? Lowering his gaze, Chris was met with a horrifying sight. Jiang Jiwei had attacked, but his target wasn't Yi Fan. It was Chris himself. The spear, infused with devastating force, had impaled Chris's chest, leaving a gaping hole. Squelch! As Jiang Jiwei yanked the spear free, blood gushed from the wound and wind whistled through the hollow cavity. Dizziness overwhelmed Chris. He staggered, nearly collapsing on the spot. You Jiang Jiwei, what the hell? You were supposed to stab Yi Fan. Why me? Arg! Chris howled in agony and fury. He could feel his martial power plummeting. In mere seconds, he had fallen from the Emperor level to the Saint level. Worse, the Darkwater formation instantly collapsed. The black waters covering the wasteland vanished, reverting to solid ground. Freed from its restraints, Yifan's strength surged back at an alarming rate. Damn it! Chris knew the assassination had failed. If he didn't flee now, he'd die here. Jiang Jiwei, remember this, I will make you pay. Chris was filled with regret at this moment. If he had known Jiang Jiwei would turn on him, he wouldn't have hesitated earlier. He should have just killed Yifan himself, a mere delay of a few dozen seconds. And Yifan had survived. With his Blackwater formation now useless, no one present stood a chance against Yifan. After hurling a final threat, Prince Chris didn't linger. He scrambled away in a frantic retreat, crawling and stumbling in his haste. To add insult to injury, Yifan called after him, twisting the knife. Your Highness, don't leave so soon. Let's have a nice chat about life. Chris nearly spat blood in fury. A chat about life? Chat my ass. Yifan, don't get cocky. Humph. Even if we can't defeat you, someone will. You carry too many secrets, and your rise involves too many hidden forces. If you aren't killed, too many powerful figures will lose sleep over it. When the true elites from the immortal realm descend, that will be your end. Husband, you scared me to death. Woo-woo. As Prince Chris and his men fled in disarray, the Blackwater formation dissipated. The corrupted earth returned to normal, and the barrier before Ji Ningxuan vanished. She rushed toward Yifan and threw herself into his arms. Young Master Yi, thank goodness you're unharmed. Gu Chongxing exhaled in relief before glancing at Jiang Jiwei. Young Master Jiang, you've finally done something decent. Jiang Jiwei shot him an annoyed glare and snorted. What kind of backhanded compliment was that? As if everything I've done before was worthless? Yifan held Ji Ningxuan close, soothing her before murmuring, It's over now. As he spoke, his wrist flicked slightly, activating the earth attribute of his 5 elements power. Boom! Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Yifan, resonating with the earth beneath them. A colossal earthen dragon took shape in his grasp before hurtling forward, crushing and swallowing Chris's slower subordinates in an instant. The earth element's power is formidable indeed. A faint smile curled Yifan's lips. The techniques from the immortal realm truly dwarf those of the mortal world. With another wave of his hand, a wave of wood energy enveloped the surrounding forest. A pulse of ancient energy rippled outward, draining the verdant life force from the trees. The withered husks collapsed as their vitality surged into Yifan, rapidly replenishing his strength. In truth, when Yifan had been trapped earlier, his initial attempts to break free with the 5 elements technique had worked, he just hadn't realized it. By the time Chris sensed something amiss with the formation, Yifan's power had already nearly recovered to the martial saint level. The Blackwater formation, with the 5 elements in motion, dismantling it was effortless. In other words, even if Jiang Jiwei had been swayed by Chris to attack, Yifan would have remained unharmed. Yifan's casual yet devastating display made Jiang Jiwei frown, lost in thought. How is this possible? Yifan's strength had been suppressed below the Grandmaster level earlier. Even if it could recover, this speed was absurd. Absorbing forests, commanding the earth. This is martial saint-tier power. If I'd actually attacked him, a cold sweat broke out on Jiang Jiwei's back. I'd have died without even knowing how. Thank the heavens I didn't fall for Chris's scheme. Was this the right choice? But with Yifan the strong, was that good or bad? Sigh. A sense of helplessness weighed on Jiang Jiwei. The Yi family's banner commanded the heavenly dragon army, leaving the imperial family with little influence. Jiang Jiwei held firm principles. The military should serve the nation. But the heavenly dragon army's loyalty had been cultivated over decades. Changing that wasn't a task for one man, nor for a single day. Young Master Jiang, I owe you my life. Yifan's piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Jiwei. His father had saved Yifan's parents, and now Jiang Jiwei had spared him. The Yi family truly owed him a great debt. Even if Jiang Jiwei had attacked, he wouldn't have prevailed. But by turning on Chris instead, he'd ensured Yifan's absolute victory, a decision that changed everything. I'm curious, Yifan mused. You had the perfect chance earlier. Why waste time with threats instead of killing me? In this survival trial, deaths are expected. No one would have questioned it. If you don't kill me now, you'll never get another opportunity. Jiang Jiwei's lips twitched. Humph. Don't think I didn't want to. I've dreamed of killing you every single day. But if you die now, the heavenly dragon domain will plunge into chaos. Our northern enemies would seize the opening. I did this for the empire's stability. Beneath his conflicted pride, Jiang Jiwei refused to admit another truth. He admired Yi Fan. After the Yi family's massacre, Yi Fan had played the fool to survive, only to lead their resurgence within a month. Jiang Jiwei couldn't bring himself to kill such a prodigy, nor the heir of a loyal house. Heh, whatever your reasons, Jiang Jiwei, I won't forget this. Yi Fan stepped forward, preparing to transfer some of his points. First place must go to my Yulinglong, but I can guarantee you second. That way, if you ever challenge me for control of the heavenly dragon domain, you'll have the standing to do so. But as Yi Fan reached for Jiang Jiwei's wristband, the latter pulled away. Enough! I will kill you, Yi Fan. I will tear down the Yi banner. But not like this. Jiang Jiwei met his gaze fiercely. I'll defeat you fairly. I'll make you submit willingly. With a burst of energy, he vanished from sight. Interesting. Yi Fan watched him leave, a smirk playing on his lips. This wild stallion will take time to tame, but once broken in, he'll become a general of unmatched caliber.